Looks like we are ready. Do you hear me? Check, check. Hello, everybody. If we can go ahead and start this order, call this meeting to order. Start this meeting. Today is August 27th, 2024. This is the regular Board of Supervisors meeting for the County of Lake, and we will begin our meeting with a moment of silence. And I believe we have two, one from Supervisor Paiska and one from Supervisor Green.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As this board recalls, and the community may recall, at our last meeting, we did a proclamation for International Overdose Awareness Day, and that day is coming up this Saturday for commemoration. I mention that because I'm sharing a little bit of information today from the obituary posted for Jaden Coase. And as we spoke about last Tuesday, when we lose people to overdose, the most important thing is to celebrate those who remain and without stigma of any kind. And so I want to read basically an excerpt from this. The memorial mass for Jaden Coase will take place Saturday, September 7th at 10 a.m. at St. Mary Immaculate Catholic Church on North Main Street right here in Lakeport, followed by a gathering at Lakeport Yacht Club. Jaden Coase was a beloved 17-year-old young man whose life, though brief, was filled with so much love, joy, and unforgettable moments. He had a passion for fishing, often finding peace and solitude by the water's edge. Jaden's loyalty, honesty, and his ability to affect those around him positively was so sincere. He was always standing up for the underdog, knowing everyone deserves someone in their corner. And so, too, we must be in his family's corner. Jaden is survived by his loving family, Father Randy Coase and partner Nicole, Mother Shannon Johns, beloved sisters Brooklyn Holt, Jamie Coase, Sarah Coase, grandfathers Kenny Coase and Joyce, Doug Johns. Jaden also grew up surrounded by the guiding hands of his grandmothers, Susan Birch and Robert, Nana Donna Ornelas, and his aunt Carolyn Antonini Capps, who is a force of nature, and I've been dealing with them setting up the Yacht Club event. Also survived by godparents Roseanne Noyce and Ray and Stevie Cochelado and many other dear family members and friends, too many to list, who will cherish his memory forever. Jaden is also survived by his girlfriend, Kayla Rodriguez, and their dog, Blue, and his dear friends who are like family to him. There's a quote in here that's not attributed, but it says, "We lost Jaden Coase far too soon due to a single blue pill. Let this be a sobering reminder that one pill can take a life. Please be vigilant and spread awareness."
Thank you, sir.
Okay, this is posted from the Cobb Mountain Lions Club. We lost our dear friend and lion brother, John Meyer. We're thinking of John every moment of our volunteer work, preparing for the Cobbler Festival, bingo, and pancake breakfast, because he was always with us for every opportunity to serve our community. We give our love and support to John's wife, Lion Pat Meyer, in this difficult time and always. John served as our club president, treasurer, and secretary over the last 18 years. He was a lion. John earned just about every award that can be bestowed upon a lion. As our longest-serving current member, John was involved in everything we do. He also volunteered with the Clear Lake Gleaners, the Fire Sirens Thrift Store, Meals on Wheels, the Middletown Senior Center, the Gibson Museum, Middletown Lynching Club, and his own charity, the Acme Foundation. John had a heart of gold, and he made a difference in the lives of those he served. We will be thinking of John and missing him for the rest of our lives. We continue the work as John would want us to do. We don't even know if our Lions Club or Community Center would exist if not for John's extraordinary effort to continue through challenging times. So the Acme Foundation is a nonprofit that he and his wife, Pat Meyer, founded that supports low-income families with services for their pets. And as funds are available and requests are made within the foundation's guideline limits, the Acme Foundation will provide monetary support to qualified low-income seniors and the disabled in Lake County, California, for the treatment of their seriously ill cats and dogs. 100% of all net proceeds are awarded to qualified grant recipients, and all volunteers give their time and resources. So the Acme Foundation is having an event at Twin Pine Casino on September 15th to raise funds from 11 to 3 p.m. And that's a nonprofit that John co-founded.
And if we can rise for the moment of silence. Vice Chair Crandall, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item number 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. I see a no coming from staff. Any extra items from board members? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items that board members wish to pull from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'm asking the public in attendance, is there anyone that wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda? See no one getting up in the chamber and no hands in Zoom. And so let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we're going to move on to our 9:02 a.m. item, public input. This is for anything not on our current agenda today, as all those items will have public input individually. So if you have something to express, comments, please come on up to the microphone, and you have 3 minutes. Or if you're in Zoom, raise your hand. Please come on up.
Hi, Board. Elaine Brown. I just wanted clarification. I know you can't speak to it, but there is confusion. I know the information I brought last week was confirmed as correct. I think there's still confusion on the election. From my understanding is it's out of the board's hands. You cannot, you don't need an election. If they wanted your advice, you don't need to pay $250,000 for an election. And I don't know if the people of Kelseyville realize that. Again, it's a very polarizing thing, and I believe we could take this opportunity as a community at large to bring people together in the face of what seems negative, give it a chance to maybe it's opened up a dialogue and we want it to be positive, and bring the students maybe on both sides, POMO, and I'm thinking high school, junior high, and maybe spend some of that $250,000 towards education where people are heard, students are heard, and people can lay open the wounds and they can be healed once and for all and change that monument if it isn't true, and do something with the students to give them finality in this so people can move forward. Perhaps you wouldn't have to change the name, but it's pretty, if it's what it is about with the history, they probably would change it. So if you want to save that possibility of many good business people in that community and be kind, I think there's a way to do that with our youth in education, forgiveness, grace, and the golden rule. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would suggest definitely reviewing the meeting, as I think it was expressed really well by our registrar of voters as to the potential costs and to what type of ballot this is as well. So I think it would be helpful to review that. That way you don't have to look at the whole meeting. It should be said right in the beginning. Any other public comment? I see none in the room and still no hands in the Zoom room. So I'll go ahead and close public comment, and we're going to move on. By the way, I love when there's a good leadership of example. We have cats and dogs in the same row, in the front row, and they are behaving extremely well. I think we can all learn from that. Just want to bring up the pet of the week. And it looks like you've already passed around some kittens, so some people already got to know the animals. But if you could please come to the microphone and introduce yourselves and the cute kittens that are meowing in the cage.
I know. Good morning, everybody.
I'm Sarah Nesbrook. I'm the front office lead. This is Alexis Parra, our adoption coordinator. We're Lake County Animal Care and Control.
I apologize. Can you make sure and speak in the mic?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
This is Biscuit and Gravy. Give my back to everybody. They're about 8-week-old tabby brother and sister. I actually had the pleasure of fostering them the last couple of weeks, so I can tell you all firsthand how amazing they are. They're really sweet. They're really playful. They're perfect to take a little nap and cuddle up with. They're just great little kitties. So if anybody's interested, our kitten room's almost full. We're full of puppies. Once they're spayed and neutered, they're good to go. So, and we can pass Biscuit and Gravy around again if anyone wants to see them. You want to see them? Okay. They're very sweet.
And how do we find you?
We are at 4949 Hellbush Drive up by the county jail, just a little north of town. You can come in anytime. Our kennel's open 11 to 4. The office is pretty much open 8 to 5. Just give us a call if you have any questions, concerns, or if you just want to come play with a baby. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, let's move on to our 9:04 a.m. item, new and noteworthy at the library, and we have our librarian, Christopher Veach.
Hello, thank you so much. Let me just share my background here so we can see what book I'm recommending this week. So this month, I want to announce that the NEA Big Read is almost here in Lake County. Events will start next month. And I want to highlight the Lake County Big Read book selection, The Bear by Andrew Kravac. So Andrew Kravac is the author of 4 novels and a memoir. His debut novel, The Sojourn, was nominated for the National Book Award and won the Dayton Literary Peace Prize. His book, The Bear, was selected by the National Endowment for the Arts to be included in their Big Read program. Our library chose this book for our successful grant application to the NEA because it's a beautiful book that fits the NEA themes this year of where we live. Although Kravac wrote this novel in New Hampshire, his description of lakes, mountains, and wilderness could be set here in Lake County. Rebecca Onion writes about The Bear for The Slate, saying, "The Bear is a coming-of-age fable about the last person on Earth. That isn't a spoiler. The unnamed girl's status as humanity's final survivor is never in doubt in Andrew Kravac's painful, beautiful new book. If you know you're the end of it all, that Homo sapiens will die when you do, why bother carrying on?" Kravac's descriptions of this forested world, so loving and vivid that you can feel the lake water and smell the sea, make the answer clear. It's because there's joy to be found in carrying on. Free copies of The Bear are available at each library branch and at NEA Big Read events throughout September and October while supplies last. The Bear is also available in print, audiobook, and ebook through the library system. You can request The Bear or other books or DVDs through our online library catalog, which has the combined resources of Lake, Sonoma, and Mendocino County library systems. Requesting items is completely free to library patrons, and items are sent to your local branch for you to pick up. I also wanted to mention that our bookmobile is back on the road, and to celebrate anyone who checks out any item at one of the bookmobile stops in Kelseyville, Cobb, the Riviera, Clear Lake Oaks, Lucerne, Nice, Hidden Valley Lake, or Lower Lake during August will be entered to win one of 3 small gift baskets. So please visit us on the bookmobile. And you can find information about our events and resources, as well as the map of bookmobile stops, on our website at library.lakecountyca.gov, or come visit your local library branch in Lakeport, Clear Lake, Middletown, Upper Lake, or of course on the bookmobile. Thank you so much for giving me a minute to talk about what's new and noteworthy at the library.
Thank you so much. Always excited about the big read coming around the year. Appreciate that. All right. We're going to move on to our 9:05 a.m. Consideration of lighting of the Lake County Superior Courthouse in purple in recognition and honor of International Overdose Awareness Day. And Director Jones is coming up.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. As your board is aware, and hopefully the community is aware, I believe it was last week that Health Services brought forward a proclamation to observe and honor those who have passed away from opioid overdose. And in discussions with Lars Ewing, our public services director, he indicated that we have purple light bulbs. We've previously lit the facade of the courthouse in green before for the veterans stand down. So this is just another way to show our support in the community. And I wanted to take the time to talk about this mainly for the benefit of the community to know. We'll be also sending out some social media about that should your board approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing this to us. Any questions or comments? And I know that it's meant for the specific day. Is it only going to be lit up purple for one day?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Let's make sure to get some pictures.
For sure. Photo op.
All right. Let's open it up for public comment on this item. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see no movement in the chamber and no hands in the Zoom room. Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the lighting of the Lake County Superior Courthouse in purple in recognition and honor of International Overdose Awareness Day.
Second.
Mr. Chair, if I may make a clarification.
Please.
That date would be August 31, 2020.
Oh, sorry.
That's correct, Council.
August 31st.
Second.
Thank you for the clarification. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for bringing the item, and I do want to thank Director Ewing also for participating in these things. He takes care of all the building maintenance and stuff, and that collaboration is healthy, so thank you very much. Move on to our 9:06 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation commending the Lake County Water Resources team for exemplary work orchestrating the 2024 Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium. And I know I say Water Resources team, but we also have some IT folks in here who helped out. If they can please come on up. And Vice Chair Crandall, if you could please help me with this one. So, I think most people know, but I'm still going to at least give a preview. On August 15th and 16th, the symposium occurred over in both Robinson Rancheria and also in Upper Lake at the Habematol Town Hall. I was only able to go on the 16th. I heard quite a lot of similar stories of what I experienced on the 16th from the 15th. But to me, this was a shining example of what Lake County can do and does. Or the lack of better words, you made Lake County look really good in what you guys put together. It was fabulous. And so I didn't want to just verbalize words and say, you did a great job. I wanted to put this on paper. I wanted to make it official, spoke with the vice chair. We both agreed that this was something that we should definitely do. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for the hard work. It was absolutely amazing what you did. Proclamation commending the Lake County Water Resources team for exemplary work orchestrating the 2024 Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium. Whereas, a complement of environmental considerations affect every aspect of life in Lake County, yet it had been 25 years since a conference had been held highlighting research, management, and conservation of Clear Lake. And whereas the Lake County Water Resources brought together researchers, practitioners from federal, state, county, and tribal agencies and nonprofit organizations to share important developments in water quality monitoring, lake and lake bed management, and conservation and restoration efforts in the Clear Lake watershed for the historic 2024 Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium. And whereas the CLIS showcased 60-plus scientific talks and posters, 500-plus local and out-of-county attendees, 25-plus government agencies, and a thoughtful and uplifting keynote address from Geneva E.B. Thompson, Deputy Secretary for Tribal Affairs of California Natural Resources Agency. And whereas the success of the 2024 CLIS was greatly enhanced by its 14 sponsors, Lake County Watershed Protection District, the County of Lake, Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, West Side Sacramento Integrated Water Management Plan Committee, Ex Ordo, Ohana Resources, Lake Air Adventures, Eutrophics, Museums of Lake County of California, California Natural Resources Agency, Lake County Vector Control District, Alliance of Indigenous Math Circles, Robinson Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians of California, and Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake. And whereas the Robinson Rancheria Conference Center, Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake Meeting Hall, and Soparis Theater provided wonderful settings for each CLIS session, and the staff and volunteers that make each venue extraordinary are to be commended. And whereas the exemplary and skillful planning team consisted of water resources staff led by Angela De Palma Dow, Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, Abby Luthold, I hope I said that correctly, of Abby Lou Presents, and Sam Houston of Houston Productions. Whereas a robust and creative technical team helped make valuable CLIS content accessible to a broad audience, in person and online, including contributions from Robinson Rancheria Information Technology, Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake Informational Technology, Houston Productions, Thomas DeWalt, videographer for Lake County PEG TV, and Jake Renke of County of Lake IT, who went above and beyond to solve technical challenges. In fact, I will even add, I heard you saved the day. And whereas the remarkable film and love song to Clear Lake, Hobbiton, Big Lake, Big Science, thoughtfully compiled by Sam Houston and Angela De Palma Dow, premiered during the 2024 CLIS to rave reviews. And whereas the 2024 CLIS was professionally organized, educational, and brought some much needed attention to Lake County's defining feature, Clear Lake. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Lake County Board of Supervisors hereby commends the Lake County Water Resources team, their sponsors, and partners for orchestrating the truly remarkable 2024 Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium. Our board recognizes organizing such an event requires extraordinary contributions and hard work undertaken in addition to the everyday work of the department. Our board heartily celebrates the contributions of all who took part. You represented your organizations and communities with great class and professional excellence and inspired rich discussion regarding a true international treasure, Lake County's Clear Lake, passed and adopted this 27th day of August, 2024.
I think everything was said in this proclamation, but I will just reiterate that it was a wonderful event to be at. There were so many people that were happy. There were so many people that were enjoying what they were learning, enjoying the discussion amongst the different presentations and presenters. And then the movie was just, I mean, in the theater like it was just a wonderful thing to have as well. And the biggest thing I like about that movie is there's so much comments and questions about our lake. This gives that roadmap as to what's going on with it rather than just kind of going off of what we assume or what's written that's not from this area. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for this event. Look forward to the next one.
Anything else for other board members?
Shower praise. We'll just shower the praise, but one reason we're showering the praise is not just, this was not some feel-good exercise in theoretical science. This was really an attempt to bring together stakeholders and scientists and researchers from all walks of life, from various agencies, tribal entities. There was lay science going on. It was just fascinating. I've done some deep dives in my role here as SOUP. 50 years we've been asking questions about algae in Clear Lake and some of the other concerns. The most intelligent questions started here with this integrated science symposium, and that's no diss to those that have soldiered on before our crew here. But it's just a rare combination of willingness to explore, driven by some very urgent needs, including climate change and our Clear Lake hitch emergency. So to step up in this manner with this small but scrappy group of water resources teams and to herd the cats. Man, you want to herd cats, try scientists, you know, and get them all in a room and talk and stuff, and then put it up for broadcast. So couldn't be prouder, and I'll just shut up now because I just want to shower so much praise on them that their heads will get big and explode, and I know they need to get out in the field and do stuff. So.
Anything else?
Yeah. I want to thank you. You guys have heard me use this term before, telling our story. everything comes from the outside about Lake County and the lake. You know, the satellite photo that just happened recently and the misinformation out there. So thank you very much for telling our story from inside, and what we have here is a beautiful jewel. So thank you.
And for the opportunity to bring all the enthusiasts together around the lake. I loved having the scientists there and taking that deep dive into the data, but to have a place to bring everybody who enthusiastically loves our lake was incredible. So thank you. And I see Janine's here too. So thank you, Janine, for all that you did as well.
And would anybody like to speak from Water Resources, IT, or Dr. Pfeiffer?
Thank you, board, for this recognition, and thank you to the staff. Couldn't have done it without you. Really been wanting to do something like this since I came here. I'm Angela DePalma-Dow. Got here in 2018. And I've worked in 6 states, and I've sampled probably like 1,000 lakes between Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, and just Clear Lake is my favorite lake, and this is a way to give back. And I really want to thank Janine, Dr. Janine Pfeiffer. You pushed me, and you know, I had some vision, and you pushed it to the envelope, and I'm really glad that you did that, so thank you. Abby Lou was a great, having event planner too. Don't do anything like this without an event planner. And it's like, she can handle weddings and brides, so it made it possible. And then just thanks to the community for showing up for science. Really, really means so much. And as long as I'm here in 5 years, we want to do another one. We can't do it every year, but we definitely can do a 5-year, and that's a really good timeline when research projects or restoration projects, 5 years is a great check mark and a benchmark. And that's the way, you know, we can get up all day long and talk about, oh, here's the ideas of science, and here's some things we want to do, but we need that accountability of those 5-year benchmarks. So if I'm here in 5 years, I'm going to make another science symposium happen. And we have a lot of lessons learned from this one. We're going to make them, put those into play. And then Sam's not up here, but Sam was vital for all of this, particularly the movie that was referred to. I made everybody sit through 2 days of science, and then I had a movie in an hour and a half that captured a lot of it. To have both of those things, talk about a 2-day full immersion, 2-location tech endeavor, and then to have a movie on top of that where we had to get interviews. We probably have, 60, 80 hours of interview stuff we had to go through, and Dr. Janine Pfeiffer meticulously went through transcripts and picked out the best stuff and then put it together. So it was tedious, and it's worth it, and we're polishing it, and it's going to be available, and that's something that'll last forever, and the legacy of Clear Lake and the Clear Lake Basin. So I'm really grateful. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Janine. Thank you, all the staff, and thanks for the recognition again from the board and Lake County and Clear Lake. Thank you, Clear Lake.
Dr. Pfeiffer.
Hi, and thank you for allowing me to participate remotely since I'm unable to live in Lake County anymore. I have 3 points that I wanted to make. The first is this symposium is a testimony to what happens when you have really good people in your county. Events like these are envisioned and designed and implemented by high caliber people. So Lake County, hold on to your good people. Secondly, we envisioned this as a forum for scientists, which was completely open access to the public. So this is a message out to every single scientist who doesn't do the outreach and effort that's necessary to bring the public in. It is the public who funds our research. It is the public who needs to know about our research. And it's the public who ultimately will manage, conserve, do the work on the ground to implement our research. And the third thing I wanted to share is the very close collaboration between local and state government and tribal government to make this possible. I think this serves as a model for other counties throughout California and throughout the United States in showing what in oftentimes marginalized and under-resourced community can do when everyone works together. So thank you for the privilege of being a part of this. And I'm so pleased that I was able to work with Angela and Abby and Sam and the entire team, because we did really great. Thanks again.
Would anybody else like to speak? All right. Sam?
Okay. Yeah, right, really. Okay, it's been a long time since I've been on the other side. One of the things I have to say is this was a very ambitious project, but it wasn't one project. It was 2 projects. And the film was only supposed to be 12 minutes long. 12 minutes. Okay, it's now 1 hour and 38 minutes, and it's probably going to be closer to 2 hours. So one of the things I did want to encourage is we have the film in its first edition out there for people to watch. And part of this is, and Angela was really, she's a gem to work with. But the other thing is she really wants to get community input. And it was really important that we allowed this edit to go out there, and then we are encouraging the community to give us feedback on what did we miss, what did you like, what didn't you like, and we want to incorporate that. So it's a community, ends up being a community project that focuses on the best, I think, the best qualities of our community, at least from what I'm seeing. I mean, I've interviewed 32 people for this project, and it's amazing the collaboration that's going on and the recognition of the Native Americans. And I hope that we try to show that in this film. And there's so many other things I'd love to say, but I just want to acknowledge it was an opportunity and a privilege to work on the project, to work with Angela. You're just the best. You really are. And that's it. Thank you.
I can't see from where I am. Do we have any hands raised in Zoom?
There are no hands raised in Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. So if there's no further comments, I'd like to... So one goes to Sam, one goes to Jake, and one goes to Water.
Yeah, Bruno, maybe we could ask staff to share. There will be interest in the raw version of the film and some of the deliverables out of CLIS. Is there a repository or a web page that people can go searching for whatever is publicly available?
I am certain that we will post a picture of this picture on our social media, because that's what Sam does all the time with Matthew. And I'm sure we can set a link up on that picture to directly link people to the video. Did you want to add where else?
It's all on YouTube on our channel.
And it is on YouTube on the channel.
Yeah, Sam needs to be in. Okay, yes. Great.
Oh, whoa. This is weird. I was hoping the doctor could be on the screen.
Oh, Trevor's getting good.
Is she in? No, she's not. Janine, can you hear us? Janine?
Janine, can you turn on your camera so you're part of the picture?
Okay.
She drops comments and
3, 2, 1.
There she
Oh, there she is.
Yay.
3, 2, 1.
Thanks.
I
didn't channel my inner Sam on the picture, sorry.
Okay.
Sam's got to say
What is it?
Oh, I thought you said. Oh, there we go. Sorry.
The high quality camera.
Just my position. What am I doing?
What's up, 20?
Oh, there we go. You're going to share this with us, right? Yeah.
Thanks, Trevor. Good.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's my mom.
That's a motto. Jake, save the day.
Our Savior.
All right, thank you everybody for that. We're going to move on to 6.6 or 9:15 a.m. public hearing, consideration of an ordinance to regulate smoking and commercial tobacco use in the unincorporated areas of Lake County. And we have our health services team, Liberty Francis and Director Arton. And I'm going to bring up the presentation. All right. Just let me know when you want to move on with the slides.
Good morning, and thank you for having us back again today to continue the conversation about the ordinance to prohibit smoking and tobacco use. So first, I'm going to introduce this big, lovely, stinky container. I'll keep it over here so you don't have to smell it.
You had to bring it closer to me.
So this represents, over the last month, my staff has been trained by the San Francisco Estuary. They have a model for tobacco product waste monitoring. And we have observed 6 different parks in Lake County over the last month. This represents over 833 pieces of tobacco product trash, which also includes cigarette butts, cannabis, single roll, pre-roll wrappers. There are lighters, matches, vape packaging, and parts, as well as cigar tips, Zen pouches, and tobacco pouches of various kinds. So this is only the beginning of our observation task that was given. So our hope is to look at all county and city parks. So this, when we're using the model for the San Francisco Estuary, we have to map out a certain area, put up cones, we take pictures, and we identify tobacco product waste by quantity and type. So we will, when we're finished with this product observation, we will be able to bring back the statistics and what that looks like in our county. So it's a snapshot of the big picture. So when we did our observations, we're looking at the kid areas of parks. We looked at the actual playgrounds and the vicinity close to those playgrounds. We looked at areas like the boat launches, the picnic areas, and that is the product waste that we have picked up so far.
Which parks?
So we have currently went through Library Park, Austin Park in Clear Lake, and we have done all 4 parks in Kelseyville. So the 2 in Kelseyville and the 2 county parks that are out by the lake. The one out by the lake. But we did 2 different sections, the one where the softball fields were and the boat launch at that park. I think the most disturbing that we've seen so far was the actual gated kid area at Library Park, but then also the softball fields. There was over 400 cigarettes and 62 pouches that were in the bleacher areas of that one softball field, Field A. So that's within where they're playing. The kids are there to either watch the games or play the games themselves. So I just wanted to start my presentation with, we really do have a problem. Okay, so if you're advancing slides, okay, awesome.
Do we have to get a little closer to the mic?
Can you hear me now? Perfect.
Better.
Okay, thank you. So we had previously talked about commercial tobacco costs, and on the left is a picture that was submitted for the Born to Breathe project that our fellow NorCal for Health has presented. This was a Lakeport youth, and she drew this picture in representation of your healthy lungs and your cost to smoking. So what we know is that $9.8 billion in healthcare costs from smoking-related issues, $1.4 billion in loss from productivity from illnesses related to tobacco use. $3.8 billion is what it costs our state Medi-Cal program annually to assist folks that are using those products or exposed to those products. And then our tobacco product waste in California, cities spend over $41 million yearly to clean up this tobacco product waste and litter. Next slide. Okay, so this is Lake County's grade, and although it's a little bit small on the screen, I apologize for that, but it addresses our American Lung Association puts out this grade every year for each jurisdiction in California. And currently, the Lake County unincorporated area has an F. It will change because you just passed the tobacco retail license. So under that category, reducing the sales of tobacco products and looking at how that affects our youth and community. So that area of our grade will go up. And when you're looking at this ordinance here for smoke-free outdoor, if something like this is passed in the unincorporated area, that will also bring up your grade. Currently, our city of Clear Lake has an A in their smoke-free outdoor air policy. And so we're looking to model that throughout the county. Next slide. So the only way to eliminate secondhand exposure is to prohibit smoking and vaping near air intakes, entryways, enclosed spaces, and outdoor areas in which others gather. Smoke-free policies can improve human health. They can reduce healthcare costs for those exposed to secondhand smoke. It can reduce fire risk associated costs for all of those people littering, throwing their cigarette butts out, maybe thinking that they've extinguished it and they haven't. We have a lot of fires throughout the year that are home fires related to smoking as well. Reducing property maintenance for rental turnover costs. So one thing we know is third-hand smoke is the sticky, ooey gooey, nasty residue that sticks to the walls, the carpets, the drapes, the your furnishings, and that doesn't ever go away. Next slide. So what does our implementation plan look like? We were tasked the last time we were here to meet with the directors throughout the county county departments. And so with that, one of the things that they had suggested is that we have a tier plan to roll this out at all of our locations that are owned and leased by the county, as well as the unincorporated areas. So if this policy is adopted, we're looking at a 90 days from adoption, that smoking will prohibited 30 feet from entrances and operable windows of buildings in unenclosed areas, in all properties owned and leased by the County of Lake, recreation areas, service areas, and outdoor dining areas, which are defined in the ordinance, if you're interested in knowing what those areas are specifically designed. And then 180 days from the policy adoption, looking at smoking and tobacco use to be prohibited in the unenclosed areas of those spaces that we mentioned before. So the directors wanted to make sure that it was understood that some of these properties currently have a smoking area that either employees or clients and public that come to their place of business would be able to use these products. And so they felt it was necessary to have a tiered plan to prepare for a plan on how to use those products in other places than on our county-owned and leased properties.
Also to give them time to start a tobacco cessation program if they desire to quit. And I believe our human resources, if there are employees that are desiring to quit, do the implementation of this policy will be supported with some funding for those products.
And so our Human Resource Department is going to also incorporate cessation support within their wellness letters and be able to give the resources through Kick It California. And some of those employees will be eligible for free tobacco cessation resources and encourage them to work with their doctors to see what products are best for each of them individually. Next slide. Okay, and I guess implementation, enforcement. Health Services will provide community education regarding this ordinance upon adoption. A person or employer that has control of the area in which smoking and tobacco use is prohibited shall post clear signs that say no smoking, no tobacco use, and we'll have the specifications for that are in the ordinance as well. County staff will communicate the requirements of this article to the public event organizers using county-owned or leased properties. The Director of Human Resources, as we stated, will conduct education through our wellness plan and provide guidance to the person or employers about compliance. Resources and support for tobacco cessation are available and will be regularly promoted as appropriate and in accordance with standard of ongoing support to the employees and the public. No person or employer shall intimidate, threaten, or any way affect retaliation of any person who seeks to maintain compliance of this ordinance. Sorry. Next slide. And that's it.
So I have two questions for you before we open it up for discussion.
Yes.
First off, the Human Resources appreciate the collaboration, but none of that is within the ordinance itself. So while it says on your presentation that they shall provide educational program, it's something that they would do because they already provide information about healthcare benefits and all the other things. So it's not something that we would be impacting or affecting through this ordinance because it's not within the context of it.
Yeah, she was at, our Director of Human Resources was at that meeting that we held, and she had explained it's something they can add to their wellness newsletter and support for that education.
And that makes sense. And then in your, I'm going to go back to this, in your list of what would go into effect, there is one that's missing from there, and that's the impact to outdoor areas, most likely the recreational areas of multi-unit complexes. Would you like to speak about that and explain that?
So those would be in the multi-unit housing complexes that have recreation areas, swimming pools, playgrounds. Some of them have community centers, so it would address those locations within the unincorporated area of the county. So it's not addressing at this point the actual dwelling.
Yeah, the interior.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
All right, bringing it to the board for any comments or questions. Supervisor Green?
Thank you. It's good to see you this morning. There's going to be a little bit of a drill down. I figure you probably knew that going in, so I apologize.
Hopefully we're prepared.
And to start off, just a general observation. So we already have, state law already prohibits smoking in certain places, including in the county workplaces, 25 feet outside the current thing. We're going to go to 30 feet in the initial, and then we're going to ban it entirely.
If we can pause for 1 second. Mr. Houston, is it possible to fix the video so the public can see the conversation?
Currently, it's a stairway of
Thank you.
my face.
I apologize for the interruption.
I enjoy that video. So I'm starting in the whereases, basically front to back of the ordinance. So clearly there would be any number of good reasons to at least consider a policy like this, but even in the whereases, I distinguish between secondhand smoke exposure within enclosed areas and workplaces and what is being proposed in this ordinance, a much broader ordinance applying to outdoor spaces. So for example, on the first page, it says research indicates exposure to secondhand smoke increases the risk of coronary heart disease by 25 to 30% and the risk of stroke by 20 to 30%. There's no citation of that research, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that metric applies to exposure indoors or in workplaces or something like that. It would not necessarily apply to outdoor exposure. Can you provide any context to that stat?
I can provide you the citations that were previously in the copy that was provided, and I was asked to remove them because it wasn't part of the official document.
Okay.
But I can provide that for you.
All right. Similarly, secondhand smoke kills more than 400 infants every year. My guess is that's going to be indoor exposure related to parental tobacco use, not necessarily outdoor exposure to secondhand smoke. So appreciate the citation of that research if you can provide it. At the very bottom of the first page, whereas number 2, talking about electronic smoking aerosol, I can't read the sentence. It's kind of a non sequitur, so I assume it meant to say something, but I don't think it got there by the time the editing was done, so I'm just highlighting that. Second page of the whereases, no citation again, but it says exemptions and loopholes in smoke-free workplace laws disproportionately impact low-income communities. And I'm a little puzzled without the citation, and even with the citation, I find this particular clause objectionable. You know, I don't know for a fact that that's true, but I don't know that if we're going to create this public policy that we need to be distinguishing between communities of color and who's smoking and what types of job classification. So it's probably just me, but I found that particular clause offensive. It cites there is no constitutional right to smoke. Perhaps that's true, but I would point out equally there's no constitutional right for this board or any other board to act in an arbitrary or capricious manner unless we're doing data-driven things. So again, the data here in the whereases probably skews more toward indoor settings and workplace settings as opposed to the outdoor exposure, which is the focus of this. Top of page 3, there's no citation, but it says very definitively that cities and counties have legal authority to adopt local laws that prohibit all tobacco use indoors and outdoors in areas not covered by state law. And it's more of a question, but is that declarative of existing state law, or are you citing to case law specific to tobacco use? But I think that's a very bold statement, and without some type of citation to explain that, I can't hang my hat on that. And that's just in the whereases. So in the actual impact of this ordinance, I guess it was recommended by department heads, but the 90-day transition period doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We already have, again, signage that prohibits smoking within 25 feet of exits. To go for 90 days with 30-day foot signs, which gives you, what, a 16-foot increase in that buffer makes none sense to me and creates a signage burden because you're going to have to go for 90 days of 30-foot prohibition signs, and then you're going to go 180 days after adoption where everybody gets signage prohibiting basically all unenclosed areas as defined. And although you didn't drill down into it, recreational areas, service areas, outdoor dining areas, basically all outdoor areas, so the geographic sweep of this ordinance is huge. And I think everyone should know that and acknowledge that when they get ready to vote on this. It's not a highlight of this ordinance, but cannabis smoke is called out. I think one practical effect of this would be prohibit state licensed cannabis events. We have another department working with the Cannabis Task Force that's taking a look at things like that, whether we should have state licensed cannabis events in the unincorporated county, and if we ban them in the county, then where are they going to go? Section relating to tobacco waste. Tobacco waste is called out as a social harm. You've brought the cigarette butts, and I get it. Yet the tobacco waste section would prohibit the provision of waste receptacles and basically ban ashtrays and what have you. So on the one hand, you're saying tobacco waste is a really, really bad thing. On the other hand, you are literally prohibiting any provision of waste receptacles.
That says within the boundaries of the area where it's prohibited.
Yeah.
So you can have those receptacles outside the perimeter of that area.
Getting near the end, under violations and remedies, it says any person who violates any provisions may be subject to any state and county enforcement remedies. That's perhaps intentionally broad, but it's also vague to the point of being close to void for vagueness. To the extent there is any enforcement by county staff, it looks like the person in control of any leased or county-owned facility would be the designated smoking cop. But there is no equivalent call out to who's going to enforce this on non-county properties. So I guess the assumption is going to be private property owners, including owners and managers of multifamily unit housing, not previously subject to regulation, are going to stand up and enforce this on their own. And I kind of get a sneaking suspicion they're not going to. Finally, under the environmental review, there's a couple of boilerplate CEQA exemptions. I don't find either of them applicable in this case. By the terms of the ordinance, you're actually calling out environmental harms associated with tobacco and tobacco products. You claim benefits of this. But again, we don't know where smokers are going to go if they can't smoke in these public places. They're going to have to go somewhere else. As we've learned, maybe you guys haven't, but there's a fair amount of case law in the cannabis space that when you ban dispensaries or cannabis smoking in one place and you push it to another place, there can at least be some potential for environmental impacts, and there's case law saying that that should be studied. So I don't find the CEQA exemption compelling in this case. Long story short, this vote's going to happen the way it's going to happen. But just as we mentioned in the science symposium, we rely on the general public to support our governments and the public policy goals that this government sets. And I think good intentions aside, and I take you at every good faith that this is good intention. This is tobacco prohibition. Minus the prohibition on retail sales, we did pass the TRL ordinance, and you are going to regulate the sales, but you didn't prohibit it. What you're prohibiting here is the use, basically, of tobacco products in virtually all public settings, public and private. I find that to be overreach, and I think that's actually going to undermine support for enforcement of this law, assuming you even get to a point where you can attempt to enforce it. So I would have loved to see a more limited ordinance that applied only to county workplaces. I know that wouldn't get your A grade with the American Lung Association, but American Lung Association doesn't run this county. So there's a balancing of interests here. I don't think the balancing act is balanced in this case. And I don't think this is a fully realized ordinance, open to some ideas about how to shrink it to a more manageable, more respectful footprint. But it is what it is today, so we're going to proceed on that basis. But I'll just highlight, I won't be supporting it as presented today.
Thank you for your comments. So some of those things I will have to provide you later with the citations. But one of the areas that I can speak to is where you were questioning whether or not your board has the jurisdiction to prohibit smoking and tobacco use, this was something that the state allowed for any local municipality to enforce laws related to tobacco or smoking use or sales that are stronger than their current laws, but you would not be able to reduce what they've already have in standing. The second thing is that the reason cannabis smoke is included in this ordinance is because the state definition already includes cannabis smoke as smoking in the definition. So we are modeling based on what the state has as their definition of smoking. There was many things we took notes on, so I will have to bring those back to you. But those are two things that stood out. We did have input from the directors and community members, and some of those things in a short amount of time have been forwarded to your emails if you haven't had a chance to look at them. There are probably folks here today that will be sharing some of those results. And as far as the tiered plan, effective 90 days upon adoption and 180 days after adoption, those were suggestions from the directors that they felt that they needed to give people time to
adjust.
Yeah,
the county staff especially. Yep.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and unless you have more you want to add.
I do have a couple things I just want to add. I just want to remind this board that this was modeled off of the Clear Lake policy, which I believe has been implemented
since 2019
and been successful in terms of the enforcement. So self-enforcement is a part of these things. This is not my first rodeo trying to pass regulations regarding outdoor air for smoke-free. We had this issue at the University of Central Missouri. Same concerns were presented. There's not going to be enforcement. What are you going to do? Self-enforcement is a part of the thing. It is a culture. I believe our first year of implementing the smoke-free policy at University of Central Missouri, there was about a dozen complaints. And then after that first year, students adjusted. It was part of the orientation of their onboarding to the university. And after the first year, we had very, very, very few complaints. I would say less than 5 moving forward. And the population tends to abide by the rules. And so when you have posted smoke-free signs, people tend to obey that. That's part of being a functioning member of society. So I do want to remind you that this is modeled from an ordinance already in place inside this county, and there are 157 other jurisdictions in the state of California that have very similar policies to this one being presented to you today. I think the timeline for implementation does make sense. Again, it was recommended from the department heads as an avenue to allow employees to adjust. So I thought that was a very good idea. So I think that's what I'll finish there. So.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Supervisor Pyska?
I appreciate that we finally have this. Thank you. I know this has been a heavy push for a long time, many years actually. And I disagree with my colleague on a lot of levels. This is how we can do better for our community, for our families, for our environment. We do have very strict laws for alcohol consumption because the word prohibition was brought up. And that is because as a community, these are the choices that we want to make. We want to have our common space safe for everyone, to have modeling of good, healthy behavior for everyone. So to have these cigarette butts picked up in the playground breaks my heart. That is disgusting.
It's gross.
It's gross, and that behavior is being modeled to young children by people they don't even know. So I am all in support of this. I appreciate that you worked with the department heads, got their input, and found a way that this can be rolled out and implemented collaboratively. So appreciate all of that. And thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Any other comments? So I will add that I appreciate this coming to us. I know it's been a back and forth in order to get to where we are today. I think we need to recognize some of the reasons that we're having these discussions in the first place. Our smoking rates are much higher than a large majority of counties. I believe we are the second to last in our adult rates of smoking. And the experiences that I've personally had, yes, you should have the free ability to smoke, whether it's cannabis or tobacco, as a responsible adult. But subjecting individuals to what you enjoy when it's not just eating food and somebody doesn't have to deal with what you're eating with. When you smoke, you exhale, you allow particulates to go into the air, and you are subjecting your surrounding area with what you're doing. I've said this many, many a times. We're subjected to it every day when we walk into the courthouse, just about. And I think that it's a matter of respecting the general public space, and not saying what you're doing is bad, what you're doing is wrong. It's just more of saying, hey, when we all come together to enjoy one thing together, it'd be nice if we can agree that the airspace should meet a specific standard so that we can all enjoy what we're coming together for, whether that's an event, whether that's going to a public agency. There's this weird fear about cannabis permits for cannabis cups. It's illegal to have alcohol in the parks, but you can get a permit and have alcohol in the park. It's called a permit. So I don't know why there's this weird fear that this is to cancel something. If you've put an event together, you know you can bypass laws with special event permits by having a loudspeaker and a PA system, where it's illegal to bring a PA system without a sound permit in a public space. It's illegal to sell and drink alcohol in a public space. We can change those things through special event permits, and that's all possible. So there's this misunderstanding of what this does. This is for the regular everyday, so that we can ensure that we try to change our health metrics. Tobacco is one of the things that leads to some of the negative outcomes that we're seeing that are the highest in the state, whether it's COPD, whether it's heart disease, whatever the case might be. We live in one of the cleanest air districts in the entire state of California, but have some of the highest rates of lung cancer. I don't think you have to go far to figure out why. And so I think this is to create a good common space. This is not to punish people. This is to help change the future of the health, because health takes away your disposable income, because now you're trying to take care of yourself rather than going to your retailers, going to your restaurants, and all those things. We are trying to change things and readjust so that our community can do better. And I think this is a good step. The TRL was a great step. And in looking at recreational areas, service areas, this is not saying walking down the sidewalk is now you can't smoke. This is not to say that you're in a giant parking lot in Safeway and you can't smoke. This is when you're in proximity to an entry point, when you're in proximity to a business and their entry point. Dining areas, please, I don't want to. Anyways, I think this is good. I'm open for discussion and continued back and forth, but I think this is great, and thank you very much for bringing this to us.
Do you mind if
you would like to speak, please do.
Permission to speak, please.
Yes.
So yeah, I just want to remind the board again, 78% of this county does not smoke. You brought up the county health rankings, so I'm glad that you did. In doing my research as I was brought on board, you guys tasked me with looking at those metrics and finding solutions to try to get us up basically to where we should be. And what I've looked at in this data is that we should be really somewhere in the mid-40s in terms of the 58 counties. But we're not. We're 57 out of 58. And I can tell you right now, honestly, that one of the major reasons our metrics are so low is our smoking rates. Tobacco is destroying our life expectancy. It's destroying preventable hospital stays. The tobacco use rate is a big score for the community health rankings. So if you want to adequately address those county health rankings and get us to a level that we should be at in terms of what our population is and the resources available to us, tobacco is the number one thing that we should be honing in on to try to reduce in this county. And again, this isn't about just today. This is about shaping the culture for what the future should be like for Lake County. And I'm glad that you brought up the air quality. Yes, it is ridiculous that the #1, I think, county in the United States for air quality. Close. Has one of the highest lung cancer rates. That should be your telling point right there. Like, it is ridiculous that we have such high lung cancer rates for some of the cleanest air in the United States.
And I think that I'm thinking of behavioral health. This is absolutely connected to substance use disorder, addiction. This is just a different, more culturally accepted thing that occurs in our communities. But I think it has everything to do with some of the other issues that we're dealing with throughout our county. Anything else from other board members before we open it up for the public?
Just want to follow up on your thing. You're saying, of course, we have permits to exempt from this. It's not written in this ordinance. So unless I hear different, if we pass this ordinance today, we can stop asking about cannabis permits for special events at CDD because it would innately violate this ordinance. So if there's carve-outs for special events, I'd love to hear it, but there ain't none in here.
So it's my understanding that that is not put in this ordinance because of the fact that that ability to get a cannabis permit is not already approved by your board. And in the event that that was to happen, an amendment can be made to this ordinance.
I believe we have Director Turner, who slowly made her way up. She might have a response to that.
Whenever I hear my name, my ears perk up. I agree with what Liberty just said. Currently, our task force is still considering recommendations to come before the board for amendments of Article, or the creation of Article 73. Till that point, if there is other areas of the ordinance that would require amendment in order for this board to amend the cannabis ordinance, we can just add those in at that time.
Thank you very much. Anything further before I open it up for the public? All right, let's go ahead. And anybody have a comment? Anyone wish to speak on this item? Please come on up to the microphone or raise your hand in Zoom.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Stephanie Perazzo. I am here again on behalf of NorCal for Health, a project that works in Lake County and to help with its health outcomes. NorCal for Health recently compiled a survey. Public opinion data actually gathered August 15th and 16th in just a 24-hour period from Lake County residents about secondhand smoke. And you were all given the flyer of information that we put together. We have provided you with an updated version of that today because we mistakenly did not put how many respondents we had in the survey in our short amount of time. So we updated that, and we had 72 respondents to the survey in less than 24 hours, which is anybody who's run a survey knows that that's a really, really big deal, that many people decided to step forward and speak on this issue. It should say a lot to this board that your county needs you guys to step up. So we are saying that we are very proud of the county for taking the lead on this issue, which so clearly concerns its residents. The people of Lake County care about being exposed. They want to start the conversation, raise awareness, because this matters. And key findings from the survey that we did indicates residents are frequently exposed to secondhand smoke in various public spaces, including parks and trails, shopping centers, public walkways, outdoor dining areas, and community events. Among these, parks and trails are reported to be the most problematic, with cigarette smoke being the most common type of experienced exposure, though exposure to vapes and cannabis was also noted. Respondents expressed significant frustration and concern related to their exposure. Common feelings included a lack of consideration from others, fear for personal health, apprehension about confrontations, and a sense of helplessness due to perceived inaction and lack of support. The residents of Lake County, like everybody else, deserve to breathe clean air. We thank you for your attention and action on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. Nara Dalbaca. I am president of the 49th District Agricultural Association, aka the Lake County Fair, where we did have Lake Fest this year, which was a cannabis event. What our board did in order to have that event, because we do have a non-smoking policy on the fairgrounds, is that we voted to lift that policy for the day. So that is something that I think could be amended. In the future, if we were to vote to have cannabis events in the county, which I think would be great. And just because I missed public comment today, I want to take the time to invite everybody to the fair this weekend. Should be a good time. And we'll have nice clean air at the fair because we did choose to have Lake Fest as a 21 and up event separate from the county fair. And just as a personal private citizen. At Ag Days, one thing was a little bit troubling with the non-smoking booth, which was when I went up and spoke to the folks there. They had models of diseased lungs from pigs, and I learned that they forced the pigs to inhale cigarette smoke. It was a UC Davis, showed a pig lung and a healthy pig lung and a smoking pig lung, and when I asked about it, they said that the pig had been forced to smoke, and I was a little, just wanted some clarification on that, because that's something that I would hope that we could just use a plastic model or something like that, since we are trying to show the dangers of tobacco smoke. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure who gave you that information, but that was our booth, and we were asked specifically by Ms. Wright to bring that product there for our display. It is an educational model. They are real pig lungs, but I'm not sure where the information came from that they were smoking pigs.
They said that they'd put them in a chamber at UC Davis with
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure who gave that information.
So. All right. That's just, like I said, curious as a private citizen on that one. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments in the chamber before I move on to Zoom?
Hello, Greg Dabrin, Blue Zones Project. Thank you, board. A couple months ago, I was here for the Parks and Rec Master Plan presentation, and just want to mention that in that plan there is, they've enshrined an intention to support smoke-free parks, and so that's just great. This is just part of that ongoing innovation in light of all of the discussion on health and improving our health. I do want to make mention of the American Lung Association. No, they are not in charge of Lake County. In just the last 4 years, multiple state-funded organizations, as well as grassroots organizations, have participated in community education forums that they've been invited to participate in. Those include forums like Rotaries, all the Rotaries in Lake County, Judges Breakfast, other educational forums, the LEADAC, the list goes on and on. Also tabling at our many community events like Overdose Awareness, Child Advocacy Day, and other events. I could say that there's been dozens and dozens of community presentations over the last at least 4 years. And then we've probably, as a collective, various organizations and community health advocates have probably had individual conversations with at least 1,000 or 2, I think, over the last 4 years, community members that have stopped by tables, gotten education materials, and had conversations with us, all working together on this issue. So it's not the Lung Association, it's the community. And, you know, with our high smoking rates, we actually have a higher county smoking rate than the top states in the U.S. that have the highest, and that would be Arkansas, West Virginia, and Tennessee. So our smoking rates here are substantially higher than those states. There's many things we could talk about. Everyone's sort of addressed the health issue part, but then if we think about economic revitalization and attracting tourism, I was born and raised in Sonoma County. We have a lot of some of the highest and most comprehensive smoking protections. And in terms of encouraging tourism here in Lake County, we have to get with the program. We have to get into the 21st century. We have to know that a lot of some of the tourism targets that were even discussed in a lot of the community forums around the Parks and Rec and Trails Master Plan talked about attracting that tourism. And it's not going to look good if we look like West Virginia, if people's experience is West Virginia. No offense to West Virginia. It's a beautiful state with wonderful people. So thank you very much, and we hope that you will continue to support this and other policy innovations.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Gina Lyle Griffin. I work for the Health and Social Policy Institute, which is funded by the Proposition 54. So I just wanted to address some of the things that were stated, or questions that you had, Supervisor Green. According to the Center for Disease Control, secondhand tobacco smoke causes nearly 34,000 premature deaths from heart disease each year in the United States among adults who do not smoke. It's the third leading cause of preventable death. U.S. Surgeon General has determined there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. Even brief exposure can be harmful to health. Many studies have found that levels of secondhand smoke exposure outdoors can reach hazardous levels depending on the direction and amount of wind, number, and proximity of smokers and enclosures such as roofs or walls, open, like roof over an open wall. Just to give a little bit more expression to what you were asking about or what you were stating. That's it.
Thank you for your comment. Please come on up.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andrew Dubbs Kramer. I'm a cannabis industry professional, and I've been working in compliance and government relations in the cannabis industry for about 10 years. And I want to commend you all for what you're doing today to make Lake County a safer place for everybody, provide cleaner air. I just want to point out one wrinkle that I've noticed in previous smoke-free ordinances in other jurisdictions, which is kind of a conflict or a friction between medical cannabis and the smoke-free ordinance. In other jurisdictions I've seen, such as Sebastopol and Sonoma County, they actually defined smoke in a way that didn't include medical cannabis use, so that those living in multifamily, units, multifamily housing situations could actually still consume their medical cannabis and use the medicine that they needed without being in contravention of the smoke-free ordinance. So I don't know if that's something you're open to, but that is certainly something that, if not addressed, may pose challenges for folks, especially in the medical cannabis community, who often don't have a lot of other places to go to use their medicine and are often, low-income folks. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. This doesn't impact the indoors of multi-unit family complexes. This is only for unenclosed areas at this moment in time. Please.
But I appreciate your comment.
In the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. I like to make eye contact.
Yeah.
I appreciate your comment, but if in the future we do address multi-unit housing, we will take your comment into consideration for that. So thank you so much.
And I see no one else getting up in the chamber, so we're going to go to Zoom. Joanne Ciccato.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning, Chairman Sabatier, supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on this important topic. For the record, my name is Joanne Ciccato. I use the pronouns she, her, and I live on Cobb. I am the project coordinator for RISE, which is a statewide coordinating center supporting local rural initiatives in California that are elevating health through tobacco and nicotine prevention. So as we know, the government has a role and a responsibility to protect our children and families. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and Public Health Department, and really all of those that participated in crafting this ordinance, for taking this charge seriously and again seeking to prioritize the health and safety of our Lake County children and families. As was stated, secondhand smoke and tobacco product wastes are instances where private behavior is creating a public burden on many levels, including nuisance, physical harm, and economic impacts. And to note, rural residents are more likely to be exposed to secondhand smoke at work or home than our urban neighbors. So again, Lake County is not alone. As was stated as well, there is no safe level of secondhand smoke, and our Lake County families deserve the same dignity and protections that other California families are receiving. We also know that secondhand smoke and tobacco product waste protections in public places are not only good for our health, they're good for our business, good for tourism, and they reduce wildfire risk. So if the board chooses to adopt this ordinance, I just want to thank you for taking strong steps to elevate the health, safety, and prosperity of our Lake County residents and the beauty of our environment. And I also applaud the efforts taken to offer cessation for county employees to parallel the effort that you're doing with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I have no further hands up in Zoom and no one getting up in the chamber, so I'm going to bring it back to the board for further deliberation or action. Supervisor Pyska?
I'm ready to take action. Is this the correct action?
Yes, if I may. So first, it would be in two steps. The first one would be a motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance, waive that reading of the ordinance, and have it read in title only.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And I believe we need to read the title.
An ordinance of Lake County amending Chapter 9 of the Lake County Code of Ordinances to regulate smoking and tobacco use.
Thank you.
And the second motion would be to approve the draft ordinance to be advanced to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We're going to keep going, or are we looking for a break? Or okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:38 a.m. and we'll continue with item 6.7.
Thanks, Bruno.
Yeah. All right, welcome back. We will reconvene the meeting where we left off. Item 6.8, our 10:30 a.m. item, consideration of the June 30th, 2024 report of I am so sorry, 6.7, 10 a.m. A, consideration of update on the remodel of the National Guard Armory to the Lake County Sheriff Administration Facility, and B, consideration of plans and specifications for the remodel of the National Guard Armory to the Lake County Sheriff Administration Facility, and authorize the Public Services Director to advertise for bids. And in front of us, we have Director Ewing of Public Services and Under Sheriff Bingham from the Sheriff's Department.
All right. Well, good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I appreciate the time here. There's two items with this agenda item: the update and the approval and plans and specs. And item B is typically for a capital improvement project, a very routine process. Come to the board for approval, or it may be on consent. Given what this project is, felt it was important to not only request approval of the plans and specifications and the drawings, but provide an update. So I'm joined not only by Under Sheriff Bingham, but the architect of record, Patty Esposito with Dewberry, and her team are available. They will walk through a relatively brief presentation, and then Under Sheriff Bingham and I are certainly here available to answer any questions. Under Sheriff Bingham primarily on the operational side and the needs of the project, and any other questions, we can certainly have the right folks here to answer them. So I'd like to turn it over to Patty, and she'll walk through the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for having us. Before we walk through the floor plan, I just wanted to give you kind of a brief history of how we got to the floor plan. So on May 2nd, 2023, we had a kickoff meeting with the county's representative and the sheriff's stakeholders. And as a team, we developed a list of critical success factors. What were the most important things that this facility needed to achieve for us to all consider the project successful. The list included, planning for the future, 30 to 40 years, flexible space for future staffing, a professional workspace with natural daylight. The facility had to be public facing and inviting, the finishes durable, and of course, be budget conscious. We then met with each department stakeholder to understand their current and future needs. With this information, we developed an overall program and the required square footages that each department required. What we learned was that the existing footprint was not large enough to accommodate all the departments and their program, and so it was decided that the EOC would remain in its current location and the plans to expand that facility at a later date. This decision allowed us to fit the remaining program within the existing square footage. However, it did not allow for future growth. To solve this problem, we added an additional second floor to an existing large open room that was available. And this second story now can be used for training and other larger events, but more importantly, will be available for future growth. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jimmy, and he's going to walk through how the final floor plan's laid out.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jimmy Ng with Duber Architect. So as everyone can see on the screen, this is an overall site plan of the projects. Majority of the existing features on the site will remain as is. On Plan West, which is where my cursor is, all these are public parking stalls. Only work we are proposing to do are to address existing ADA issues, which is repaving and restriping existing accessible parking store. And then on Plan East, this is a secured parking area serving all the officers, staff, and any personnel who will be using the admin facilities. The light gray you're seeing on screen is the existing square footage of the existing footprints of the buildings, while the dark gray is an building addition, which will be housing the new elevator, bringing anyone to travel between first and second floors, as well as supporting rooms, which is fire riser rooms or elevator machine rooms. Going to the next slide, to our floor plans. So this is a color-coded floor plan we put together to differentiate different departments. So starting from where my cursor is, which is the public lobby area, and this is the only publicly accessible space. Going clockwise, we have our record and civil department. Next one, we have admin office, which will be having these sheriff office, individuals office space, as well as a shared conference room. Then we have our finance department. Next one will be criminal investigations department. As you can see, there are 5 individual offices, and then this big block here will have about 12 workstation within an open office setup. Also, there will be interview rooms and supporting offices. Going plan south, we'll have evidence processing and storage area. There will be processing lab, evidence viewing area, and individual supporting offices. Moving along, the yellow will be shared space, which essentially will be multi-occupant restroom, locker rooms, fitness room, and copy and printing station. Last but not least, we have the enforcement and patrol departments. There will be briefing rooms, individual workstation, and a multi-occupant office space. As Patty mentioned, we'll be adding a second floor within the existing buildings. And right now we're only showing it as an open space, but there's opportunity for it to be training rooms or expand into more office space. Next slide will be some rendering we put together to showcase different finishes.
So as we developed what this facility was going to look like, we went back to the project's critical success factors. We brought in professional, durable, and timeless finishes. The public, the look of it is inviting and gives the public a clear direction. And we are looking forward to working with the sheriffs to display their memorabilia on the wall, the front-facing wall there. Next slide. The break room captured an existing skylight, so it's nice and with natural light. It was designed as a space for employees to congregate and share a common space with all the departments. It falls next to the briefing room, which can be opened up for special celebrations or potlucks or any kind of event that they want to share together. And then the last image here is a view of that open office area, the detective area, and it demonstrates how we brought in the natural light and also into the interior offices. Again, we really focused on professional, durable, and timeless finishes. And this is kind of the conclusion of our presentation, but I would like to add that this project was a result, of true collaboration and never losing sight of the goals that we all set, at the beginning at the first kickoff meeting.
Thank you very much. Anything else?
Not on the update, no. I certainly expect some questions. We have not talked about costs here. I think it's important to just reference where we are with the cost estimate. We have an estimate from Dewberry. They have a sub-consultant who that's what they do. They prepare cost estimates among other things. We also have we have another consultant on board who's helping with construction management, capital project management. They are not here, but they are have prepared an estimate of their own. Their cost estimate is lower, which is encouraging. As we get further along, we will certainly be dialing that down. But the cost estimate for construction shown is about $16.5 million. That includes right around a $1 million contingency, and it includes solar, which is not something that was talked about here, but that cost is factored in. The other costs, soft costs, we have design costs, construction management costs, furnishings, fixtures, and equipment is there as well, and audiovisual. So there's some other costs that are not included in that construction cost estimate. So we're looking at right around $20 million cost estimate. We talked about the second story. I want to make sure that we're clear on what that is. It's not an extension. We're not going above and higher than the existing roof. It's really a mezzanine within the existing armory bay. There were two options that were prepared originally. Well, there were more than two, but most recently we had a mezzanine. We needed the space for expansion. There was consideration given to fully building out the mezzanine for future office space, or simply building it as a shell and having the space available for the future. In consultation with Under Sheriff Bingham and his staff, it was determined that the shell, leaving it for future use, would be number one, the biggest benefit now, and number two, more cost effective. It would be saving about $1.5 million. So it's important to note that the mezzanine is, number one, not higher than the roof. We're not building it, truly a second story. For the purposes of the code, building code, it is considered that. So there's factors associated with that for an elevator and fire suppression systems. But what is the second story? I thought it was important to note that, and that it is likely to be used as an assembly area, among other things, but not built out as office space.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any comments or questions? Supervisor Green?
Well, just to follow up on that, I guess it would make sense to do the shell now before you put all the nice, pretty offices under the shell into place. Is that it? If we're going to phase it, we have to phase it at this point? Because I guess the alternative would be we could do a lot of furnishings and fixtures with the money we would put into the shell construction. So I guess you've identified needs in the department that will facilitate the need to grow into that space, but
I think it also,
how committed are you to that growth, and do we need this second or mezzanine, whatever you want to call it? Do we need the shell at this point in the project?
We considered that when we were doing the design and space needs assessment, and we determined that we would have that second story. And number one, two reasons is that in the future, in 10 or 15 years, if construction was needed for that second story, we'd have to completely upend the operations of the sheriff's office to do that construction, knowing that this is a 30, 40-year building that we are going to need space in the future to move into. So building that now, we would not have to interrupt the operations of the sheriff's office to expand that usable space. And then also looking at that, having that second story, it's not going to be an unused space. Our intention for that is to have classroom area up there where we can have training classes. Right now, when we have training classes, like recently we just had a principal policing class for the last week, where we sent law enforcement officers from all over Lake County, probation, and out of county to training. We're scrambling for spaces to hold that many people. Where when we build this and we have that second story space, we can hold those training classes right at the sheriff's office. And then of course that space would be open and available to all county staff. So if CDD or any other county departments were going to have a large training, we would now have a large area to have that training and host that training here in Lake County, and not have to look for venues outside of county departments and county buildings to hold those trainings and those meetings. We would have that space available in the sheriff's office for the next 10, 15, 20 years until we needed to move into that space. So that was the consideration and the reasoning for the second story and building that out.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. What is your current square footage at this moment in time in your main office? Approximately.
I should have came prepared with that information. I believe it is, I want to say 16 to 17,000 square feet, where this is going to give us a little over 26,000 square feet with that second story. So we're increasing our square footage significantly by moving into this building and adding that second story.
Right. And I think that if you had built this even 2 or 3 years ago, the cost would have been even less. So waiting for the second floor to be built out rather than doing it right now, we can only anticipate that that cost will only increase as time goes on. So I think knowing and understanding what growth looks like, we know that we have some population growth projections, which results in greater needs of law enforcement. And so I think that all of those things make sense. Just real quick to talk about the second floor, obviously you mentioned the elevator. It looks like there's 2 separate staircase accesses on both sides, as well as the elevator. Am I correct to that?
That is correct.
Okay. And then just last thing, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm projecting the voice of Chief Cepeda in my own mind. I see there's a lot of greenscape along the side of the building. Just seems like that goes against like our standard code of the first 5 or 10 feet is not supposed to have burnable content. And this is meant to be so that when there is a fire, you're in a safer location to be able to organize and do all those things. So when I saw that, it just kind of jumped out at me as not necessarily, I get it, you're surrounded by concrete and asphalt, but at the same time, I just was wanting to ask the question.
So landscaping is not part of our project scope, and the greenscape that we're seeing on screen, we're just showcasing existing condition of the site.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, we were off. Yeah, and so it's important to note that this presentation is obviously very high level. We have, I think there's about 100-sheet plan set that really goes behind this. That it does have a landscape plan on there, and it would certainly be done within the fire code. That's certainly the fire marshal, as well as Lakeport Fire Protection District would be reviewing the plans and approving.
And I'm also assuming, because there's a lot of details within, like you were saying, the furnishings and all that, I'm assuming that the technology that we're going to install as far as how to access security cameras, all those things, we're looking at newer-ish technology rather than something that's a little bit older, just to make sure that we have the latest and greatest to keep you guys safe, to keep the building secure, because you have some really important documents and evidence in there. All of those things are being applied.
Correct. Yeah, correct. We're looking at upgrading our door key card lock systems, camera systems, and our evidence facility alarms to modernize them from what we currently have.
Perfect. So those are all the questions that I had. Thank you so much for the presentation and bringing this to us as an update. And it sounds like from the memo that this was a necessary step in order to move forward with the approval of the concept.
It is, and it's also important to note the timing on this associated with ARPA funding has a deadline of commitment of funds by the end of this calendar year, which is why we're progressing to where we are. We don't have the financing lined up, which was referenced in the memo, and we will be including. It's already in the specifications in the notice to contractors when the potential bidders, they will be put on notice that an award will be contingent upon appropriations at the county level. So just to make sure that they're aware of that.
Perfect. Apologize, Supervisor Simon, I didn't see your pen.
That's all right, I just put it up there. So obviously in support of the whole project, obviously the second level, I think doing it right now is the most important thing we can do. I'd like to see the whole project built out. We're not ready for that yet, I guess, but in complete support of that, because we know a challenge it is in the county's budgets to do these. We've done retrofits for CDD, we've gone through these projects, and it's just finding the funding. So as much as we can get done right now in complete support of that, and that was my question too, where we're at with the financing. I know it's not completely part of it, but looking forward, I just see admin says working on it. So the sooner we get it back, the better, I think, as far as we move forward there. And I'd like to see if we're taking a two-step process, because ARPA funds do need to be used now, where we can move forward with the stuff, or how are we doing it?
So we're admin, treasurer, tax collector, and then auditor controller. We're all working with our bond counsel and disclosure counsel about issuing the bond. So we're going through the process right now. Once that is locked down, this is a one-phase approach.
Okay.
It was possible of broken down to two phases, but that's when general fund had to try to find 20 million that wasn't all there.
Oh, I guess my comment was if there were ARPA funds that could be used on the project to get it, just keep it rolling right along while the financing was going. So I guess that was my comment there. I don't want anything slowing it down while we're waiting for the bond financing or anything. It doesn't seem like it is, but I just wanted to make the comment.
It would not slow it down, no.
Excellent.
That is definitely not the plan. We have a deadline.
Yeah. And once again, like I said, when we look at construction projects through it, Lake County, we got the courthouse going in, we got the jail or the armory being redone now, got a new sheriff coming on board next year. I think it's just a great opportunity for us to really look at these big projects in a different way. Obviously, this is the first one, and completely supportive of making sure we get that done. Hopefully it can be voted on before January 7th. I guess that's my comment also.
It will be far before then.
And just real quick, if I can ask, I believe it's Ms. Esposito that's sharing the screen. If you can go back to the detective room. And then it was just to, in the actual picture where it shows the
You mean the image,
room.
right?
Yeah, the last picture. I think that shows off the mezzanine, because it looks like there's some windows up there where maybe some of the training room or office space would be able to see what's going on or whatnot. And so I think that was a good picture to kind of show off what it's going to look like, and the fact that you're not raising the roof. It's just doing exactly what's already there and utilizing it to the best. I'm glad you mentioned solar panels, and I know that's been a concept that's always been a part of this. I have worries about the cost of energy for this building, and so the solar panels will hopefully offset that. Hopefully enough will be installed to offset it as much as possible, if not completely. But seeing those high ceilings, keeping things warm, especially during the winter where the hot air goes up, always concerned about what that cost might look like. So hopefully the solar panels will be enough. I don't know if you plan on doing battery backup in order. I know typically our jail and our other facilities have that, if that's involved or if that's going to be a separate thing.
Yeah, it would be there for the, whether through a emergency standby or through the battery backup. It's certainly planned, and that's something that Patty and I will be working, because the current plans do not include the solar panels, because that design was not It was not a part of the design originally, primarily because of cost concerns, but recognizing that the cost estimates are actually lower than they were originally because we know more about the project, and so the costs can be further refined and known. So with lower cost estimates, we were able to add in solar into the scope of the project, and so Patty and her team are working on that right now.
And hopefully the self-generating incentive program, the SCHIP program at the state level might be able to help out with that.
We'll look into that.
That would be great. If there's nothing further from board members, let's open it up for public comment. And if it's possible to turn off the share, please. Thank you. I see nobody getting up in the chain. Oh, please come on up. Hello.
Hi. What's your plan for the HVAC on this?
We're not using the existing HVAC. It'll be a new system.
What kind of system?
I think it's a VH. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not the mechanical engineer on the project.
Is it going to be a heat pump, mini splits? Is it going to be a forced air? What's the plan?
Sir, why don't we get your name and then we'll follow up with you. She's the lead architect on it.
Malcolm Dunshee, hi.
Okay.
What's your name?
Lars Ewing, Public Service.
Hi, Lars.
She mentioned VRF, and I believe it's a mix between a heat pump and a mini split. Don't quote me on that. I'm not an engineer, but we'll follow up. If you get your contact information to me, we can let you know some information about it.
Yeah, it's just so much more energy efficient than forced air and resistant heat and compressing. You understand this, right?
Well, slightly, but I'll ensure that we follow up with you.
Yeah, because when you go to solar, the other half of the equation, obviously, you're generating. Now you need to be efficient with your use.
And I say slightly because not being a mechanical engineer, I don't want to quote anything incorrectly here. So we'll, again, get your information to us, and then we can let you know.
It'll be posted publicly, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We have, you're welcome to come by.
It's just a
You're welcome to come by
comment
my
on
office
my
right
part.
after this, and you can look at the plans, in fact.
It's just my comment as a 40-year licensed contractor. Hey, let's be efficient here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your comment. And I had a hand up, but it disappeared. And if it doesn't come back up, then I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. If I remember correctly, there was no recommended action on this.
We have to
There
approve
is.
the plan.
There was one of them that didn't have one, but I know we're supposed to
I'll
approve.
move to approve the plans and specifications for the remodel of the National Guard Armory to the Lake County Sheriff Administration facility and authorize the Public Services Director / Assistant Purchasing Agent to advertise for bids.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Looking forward to the next steps.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll take up item 6.8, our 10:30 a.m. item. I've been told it's solely Mr. Sullivan, our tax collector. Correct. Consideration of the June 30th, 2024 report of Lake County pooled investments. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it is just me today. I do not have Carlos with me, but hopefully I'll make this short and sweet. And I'll run through our main presentation first. And if you have any questions, I can take them as we go. And then I can show some of the historical data related to interest earnings and apportionments that we've done here. All right, so this is just some of the data we have about our portfolio in general. One of the things I wanted to highlight is that our pool is starting to grow a little bit in terms of age. Our duration's increasing. That's partially because we're anticipating that there's going to be a rate cut. The Fed has definitely indicated that one is coming. So right now we earn more in our shorter term funds, but that is expected to change over these coming years. So we want to start lengthening our core portfolio to anticipate that change. And that's going to, hopefully as our core portfolio, our earnings rate is going to increase as our short-term rate decreases. So that'll start to level each other out, but we should still see continued growth. what's one of our charts that would be helpful? This is our chart showing sort of over the last 3 years where we've come from. If you notice in August of 21, we dipped down. Our earnings were pretty low at that point. We weren't getting much of a return, partially because of the structure of our portfolio as well as the market environment. It's during that time period that we started with Chandler Asset Management, if you recall. So you'll see that there's sort of been an increasing drive upwards, and it's been fairly level. Later, you'll see a chart that shows some of the earnings on a quarterly basis. That's going to look a little more erratic because of the fact that payouts from different maturities come at different times. Different bond payments. A lot of times interest payments are only made twice a year on a bond, so it can be erratic depending on when it's purchased and when it pays out. So you're not going to see a completely steady stream of income coming through. This chart is showing that overall rate of return, so this is a bit more level. So this may give you a better picture of where we really stand and where we're going. We would expect this rate at this time, assuming the rate environment were to remain the same, or if we just see some small cuts from the Fed, I think you could expect to see the same sort of increase for the next 12 to 18 months. But honestly, after about a year from now, especially with this anticipated rate cut, it's going to start to level out. And especially because of how we're restructuring it and what you're seeing, at that point, I wouldn't anticipate that increasing rate of return anymore, unless, which I get to, we'd have to make a few changes to our portfolio. But even that, any increased returns at that point will be minor. So again, we're going to see this continuing rate going forward, probably for at least the next year. This is some other data about where we stand in our portfolio. This is the liquid funds, and we don't have to get too into this, but what I think is important to remember, just to highlight, we have our core portfolio, but then we also have a more liquid portfolio within that. This is much shorter term in duration. This is where you're seeing 0.2. You're seeing this high rate of return because of the inverted yield curve. We're keeping more money in this partially because of the uncertainty at the state level about funding. Other questions, we don't know exactly when we're going to expend funds at the county level. So due to these different factors, we're slowly increasing the liquidity of our portfolio right now, having more cash on hand, which does not hurt our return at all. Right now, in the current environment, it's actually driving our return up to a certain extent. But that is not normal. So I just want to let everyone know that I would guess within the next few years, that's going to change. And that the money we're keeping liquid normally should not be able to earn a higher return than our core portfolio. This is sort of upside down, and it's partially because our portfolio is still so young. Our portfolio is not fully developed because we're a recent entry into the market. So I think that those are probably the core points I want to share about our core portfolio. I can move on to some of the other graphs, but is there anything anyone wants me to touch on while we're still looking at our end of year report?
See no questions, please move on.
All right. I'll try to keep this speeding along. So this is the history of our earnings over the last few years. We've shared this chart recently for the last few years as we started this program. I'll just highlight again, this is back in 2021. So this is in alignment with that chart I showed earlier about the earnings ratio. You'll note that we're down in the $90,000 to $100,000 range as our portfolio started. We've continued to climb as we've developed it. As you go along, you're going to see that fairly steady increase, but like here, where you see that 1.2, it kind of levels off, or here where it goes from 3.6 to 3.5. That's, again, what I'm talking about. It's generally related to how the securities are held when they mature, and there's a bit of timing. But I'd also note on these quarters where you see that dip or leveling, those are often the quarters where our balances are starting to drop. It's a Q2, so I guess what I'd say is we don't have property tax revenues in yet. So we've been spending down the money that we got in December and April. So our fund balances tend to drop as we get closer to property tax season. Once the bills go out in November and December, we're seeing money coming back in. So especially as I pointed out earlier with that short-term yield, we're actually getting really attractive yields on that money right from the day we deposit it. So that's been driving some additional revenue. So again, right now it's sort of leveled off. I would think this quarter could potentially be the same or even lower, the one that we're in, because our fund balances are going to continue to decline a bit. But then we should see that uptick again as the year goes on once tax revenues come in. And then I can walk through some of the apportionment data. Before I do that, were there any questions on this part? Okay. So what I also posted, your board had previously requested data on interest apportionments and sort of a understanding of what each district and what each fund type has received. Within the county funds, it's a little more confusing, and you may even need to refer to admin for further explanation about what it all really means. But this is the breakdown by fund. So I think some of the questions we had earlier were regarding what various school districts had received or special districts getting that breakdown. And just for example, if you look at some of the schools, that may be sort of a cleaner picture of how increases have occurred. Lakeport Unified, for instance, you're going to see how they were down in the $18,000 or $7,000 range before our investment program started. As we ramped up, it went up to $76,000, and this is their primary account. Most of the school districts have several accounts. They went up to $76,000. Right now, there's $340,000 so far that's been distributed. And again, I want to highlight that final column is only reflecting Q1 through Q3. So there's still that $4.5 million that we brought in that has not been distributed yet. So on average, these figures should go up 30 to 35%, but it really depends on what each individual fund balance was, because we distribute based off the average daily balance. So that's may just give some kind of marker. So I really want to be sure that I qualify that this is a preliminary figure and most certainly does not include fourth quarter of this year. So if you go through, you can look at all the different funds. I'm happy to answer questions where applicable. However, for the inner workings of those funds, you'd have to follow up with whoever's managing them. I can only speak to the general fund balances. So unless there's any particular questions, that's the end of the presentation. I'm happy to look into bring anything back up that the board may wish.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Green.
Just super quick on the last attachment, the historical interest portion that kind of breaks it down by fund. Do those figures kind of represent acting balances within those funds that are unallocated and are therefore available for investment?
So all of those funds are held. While you see the fund balances, if you were to go into the county finance system, you see the fund balance broken down in that manner. But the reality of it is, from the Treasury perspective, they're all held in our pool, which represents our operating account at Wells Fargo, our custodial account at U.S. Bank, where all of those investments are held, as well as all of the other pools that we participate in, local government pools and the state pool, LAIF. So those funds from Treasury perspective represent these larger figures. That breakdown that you're seeing is really driven more by the fund balance monitored by the Auditor Controller's Office in conjunction with the CAO's office. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, I don't know. I'm looking at line 3, Fund 64, Cannabis Fees and Taxation. I see first 3 quarters of 2024, fund balance of about $362K, calendar year 2023, a little more than $250,000. So I'm trying to get my head around what the current fund balance might be of cannabis-related income, but it may be hard to do on that line item because it looks like fees are mixed in there.
And it's solely the interest apportionment. It's not a fund balance of that budget unit.
Yeah, this is just the interest, so you can't extrapolate that out. I can provide that information for you later, though. This is just the interest that would be going into Fund 064.
And I think it's really quite
One revenue account, sorry.
Sorry about that. I think it's a complicated situation to look at these numbers. I think it's a good place to get an idea of what's happening. But is 100% of that fund being invested, or is some of it kept liquid? That's not detailed in here, so you only know what apportionment was paid back into that fund based on the investment policy that we have. And I think that just gives us an idea of how it's supporting whether it's outside agencies or in agencies within internally, of what are we gaining from this new investment policy that we have. And I think these numbers speak for themselves, that this is outstanding, the difference that these agencies and internal departments are going to, what they can do with these extra resources that they're receiving. And I know that I used to get emails or phone calls from school districts, or not school districts, but Canocti Unified School Districts or Lake County Fire Protection District, complaining about what is going on with this investment. Either we're really behind in providing the apportionment, or why is this so small? I haven't gotten one saying that, wow, this is awesome, but I will take the lack of the phone calls, meaning that they are now happy with what is happening, because the difference is huge. I mean, just looking at Canocti Unified School District, again, it doesn't have the details of how much is truly being invested, and maybe they added some more, but they went from something like $22,000 to $1 million on their, on 2022, it was $22,000 and up to $1 million, and that's only 3/4 worth of interest apportionment. And so, to me, outstanding work. This is exactly what we needed to do. We are the responsible party for this investment policy. It interacts with a lot of different agencies, and I think we're doing the right job. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would highlight that the way we do the calculations for the Treasury pool is that we bundle all the earnings into one calculation for the pool return. We deduct the expenses incurred by my office in managing the pool, and then we make the distribution after that. So everyone's seeing there is no case where a specific entity has its funds invested in one particular item. Everyone is part of the pool and pulls that one rate of return, for better or worse.
Thank you very much. And with nothing further from the board, let's open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Please come on up.
Paul Duncan, and put my hat on as Assistant Chief for South Lake County Fire Protection District. So I'd just like to thank you for being a good steward of the taxpayer dollar, and especially the district dollar. Previously on our reserve account, we had very little return on that, just historically. So seeing the numbers in there and the return on that that comes back and we can actually use for operations within the district is huge. So I just want to say thank you and good job.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I see no hands up in Zoom and no one else moving in the chamber, so I'll bring it back to the board.
No action.
It's just a presentation.
Yeah, I believe in the past your board has moved to accept the report. I don't know if that's really necessary, but that has been your custom.
Yes, it can be done either way, either by motion or no action and treated as a presentation.
I'll move that we accept the report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Great job.
Thank you, Patrick.
We didn't want to be any different with just you presenting.
Yeah.
All right, our next item is not until 11:30, so we got 10 minutes to take a look at other items. And it looks like behavioral health is here, so let's go ahead and take up item 7.2. Consideration of the agreement between County of Lake and BHC Heritage Oaks Hospital, Inc. for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization in the amount of $300,000 for fiscal year 24-25. Good morning, Director Jones.
Yes, good morning again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. Due to the high dollar amount of this contract, it requires board approval. It is, aside from that, a typical and customary agreement we have held with this hospital. It is one of the many hospitals in our region where we refer clients directly, usually out of an emergency department, for further psychiatric stabilization. They tend to have more availability for us, thus you see a pretty high valuation of those services. That's what we got going on.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? on this item? Seeing none, open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see no one moving in the chamber and no hands up in the Zoom room. Looking to the board for action.
I move that we approve the agreement between the County of Lake and BHC Heritage Oaks Hospital, Inc. for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization in the amount of $300,000 for fiscal year 2024-2025 and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to 7.4, consideration of Memorandum of Understanding and Funding Agreement between County of Lake and Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation, RCHDC, and authorize the chair to sign.
Morning.
We have Probation Chief Monfrance, or Chief Probation Monfrance.
Either way. Good morning. Thank you. After last week's meeting, we went back and County Council, Mr. Carter, and RCHDC and myself, and modified the agreement to add language to have the contract reviewed and the progress within 5 years with your board. And we corrected the language related to the Lake County Continuum of Care. So I believe it meets what you asked us for last week, and we're excited to move forward with the project.
All right. Any comments or questions? Thank you very much for bringing this back. Quick question for you. I know in there it says in 5 years the parties will kind of talk about and review. Does that mean bringing it back to the Board of Supervisors for review? Was that the intent?
That is the intent, yes.
I just wanted to hear that out loud,
Yes.
and I'm in full favor of it. All right, let's open it up for public comment. I see no hands in the Zoom room and no one getting up in the chamber. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Memorandum of Understanding and Funding Agreement between County of Lake and Rural Communities Housing Development Corporation, RCHDC, in the amount not to exceed $5 million and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then we are going to go to 7.3, consideration of the following appointment to the Mental Health Advisory Board. We have I believe, if I remember right, a public member at large, and Sandra Campos is the applicant. And any comments or questions regarding that? Supervisor Green?
Just point out that this group did amend its name to Behavioral Health Advisory Board some time ago, and that is what the application states is correct. So at some point, although it's agendized as appointment to a Mental Health Advisory Board, my understanding it is to Behavioral Health Advisory Board. The applicant was at the last meeting and has expressed interest, so I think it's a good idea to get the appointment done.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. And with nothing further, open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see no movement in the chamber and no hands raised in the Zoom room. Bringing it back to the board for action.
Move to appoint Sandra Campos to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board.
Is your mic on?
I'm sorry. Move to appoint Sandra Campos to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And now I forget, there are categories. So
Member at large is what she was.
Member at large?
Yeah.
I also see consumer. Okay. To a member at large category.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries. And I'm going to offer that we take a 5-minute break, and we will reconvene at 11:30 for our 6.9 a.m., our 6.9 item. All right, Sam. Looks like you beat me to it. Let's reconvene the meeting. It is 11:31, so we can take up our item 6.9, 11:30 a.m. Consideration of resolution to extend temporary reduction of the cannabis cultivation tax rate, extend temporarily limiting cultivation tax to canopy area through 2025, and rescind the suspension of tax rate increases pursuant to the Consumer Price Index. So there's kind of three things happening here simultaneously. We have two separate resolutions that offered tax relief in 2022. One of them was to suspend the tax rate increase pursuant to Consumer Price Index. The other one was both the changing it from cultivation area to canopy area, and also a reduction of 50% based on what the current tax rate was at that point in time. There was a third resolution that helped extend all of those through the end of this calendar year for the harvest season that occurs in 2024. So all of those, and also written in the resolution that is in front of the board, will be rescinded on 12/31, just because they were going to expire anyways, and thought it'd be easier to clean it up by creating a brand new resolution, and thankful to the support I received from County Council office in order to make sure I brought what was hopefully the clearest way to move forward with this. This one continues to extend the tax rate decrease of 50% based on the original April 18th, 2022 tax rate. Then also continues to follow what is, in my opinion, a very logical thing to go and align with the state to use canopy area versus the cultivation area. But in this one, I'm offering to allow the tax rate increase pursuant to Consumer Price Index to start again starting January 1st, 2025. During that time period, obviously, we had a lot of issues dealing with post-COVID. The CPI increase was kind of out of this world, inflation, all of that. Things have gone back to something that's a little bit more normalized. The voters did vote on Measure C. That does allow us to reduce it. It doesn't allow us to increase it. But in my thought process, it was how do we get more towards what the voters asked for, and still providing the relief that the industry needs. And just real quick, obviously it's in the memo as well. The industry, at least during the legal cultivation time period, the latest version of it at least, saw a high of $1,200 a pound, and is still seeing a decrease as of today around the $375, with anticipation that that might even decrease as harvest season gets started and the supply increases. So I still think that a relief is necessary to ensure that our industry continues. We are collecting tax dollars on this, as you can see from what I put in the memo, which I received, and again, thankful for the support from the tax collector's office, that we're at the 2.5 million range at this moment in time. So just wanted to open it up for discussion and see how the board feels about continuing some of this and rescinding one of those tax relief options. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. The deadline is coming up for those resos to expire. The reso before us, accordingly, is kind of a three-headed beast. So I just want to address them. One thing, a little housekeeping in the whereases. I don't know if it's super relevant to today's item, but another resolution was passed May 14th, Resolution 2024-51. And I think that refers to the opt-out date for cultivation. So there's a lot of sites to tax installments and stuff like that. So just housekeeping, if you want to add that in for clarity, that would be something to consider. I'm kind of curious, certainly the canopy thing supports strongly, but this would just be a one-year reso, and then we're going to have to go back. So one question for the sponsor is, when do we get to make the canopy adjustment permanent, and what vehicle could we do that by? It would be a separate resolution. Would that take a separate ordinance? And if so, would that ordinance be allowed to support Measure C without being seen as amending it? So that's it. I love the canopy being extended, but what I would really love to see is the canopy being adopted on a permanent basis, and this resolution doesn't do that. Probably the biggest point of disagreement for me is the proposed continuation of the tax reduction. There are any number of market forces and economic forces that can and will continue to put pressure on our state licensed cannabis cultivators, but we knew that going in. And the voters who approved Measure C, and I have the ballot language right here in front of me because we worked on that in 2016, asked, shall a general purpose tax be imposed on legally authorized cannabis cultivation with an exemption for personal medicinal use occurring in unincorporated areas of the county of Lake at $1 per square foot of outdoor, $2 per square foot of mixed light, and $3 for indoor, subject to annual consumer price index increases and generating annual revenue of approximately $8 million per average year. And I want to highlight for this board and for those in attendance that we've only hit that target once. The one impact of the ongoing 50% tax reduction is we have been blipping along since the initial reso at somewhere between $1 and $2 million a year. I'm not sure that's what the voters were expecting. And to be clear, Measure C was passed by pretty substantial margins. 14,812 voters voted yes on Measure C. That's 62.7% of the vote of ballots cast. Suffice to say that with fewer than 200 permits in the county, most of those 14,812 votes were not cultivators. So we definitely do need to support our industry, but we also need to support our county. And that was one big reason why Measure C was proposed. The Board of Supervisors at the time definitely said, we're going to advance these regulations, but we're going to wait to see what happens with Measure C first. It was very much a pay-to-play framework going in, and it continues to be that way. And to say that this year's ongoing economic drama is sufficient to grant a 50% tax rate, knowing that there's going to be drama from here on out. Cannabis prices are going to continue to drop until they hit commodity level. So if we are to take notice of market conditions as our guiding metric for our tax rate, then I think that coupling needs to be uncoupled. The sooner the better. We are losing money at the county level. There is an opportunity cost when we don't go back to the initial vision that was expressed in Measure C. And if we go back to the original vision of Measure C and it turns into a mass industry extinction event, I'll eat my words. But there are so many other market forces at work, including positive market forces like the state having rescinded its cultivation tax. So I understand we're going to hear from industry, and it is tough times to get these permits, but I think some of our established industry players can afford this tax, can afford to pay it at the full rate, and those rates continue to be among the lowest in the state. So the 50% reduction is a hard no for me. If you want to discuss a slighter reduction, but let's pin it to some logic, because if we're only going to do these reductions based on declining pound prices on cultivation, we will never end these discounts. So at what point do we reduce the discount or end it entirely is my question for the sponsor and for industry.
And I can respond to that. I think here what I'm offering is one cancellation of tax relief. I would love to see next year looking at maybe dropping it to 40% and continuously dropping until, if we get rid of the 50% and industry is really impacted, rebuilding it will be much more difficult than if we slowly adjust as the years go by. Once we start seeing possibly a decline, then maybe that's where we need to stop and reevaluate. But at this moment in time, I don't want to lose out on the 2.5 million. And I don't feel threatened that it's going to disappear if we do so. But at the same time, it being a flat rate versus a percentage has always been my personal issue. That's a different story. But with a flat rate, we have to figure out how to be a sliding scale. And unfortunately, that requires these types of conversations that we're having today. Supervisor Paista.
I would have preferred that there was a comprehensive analysis done by staff to figure out exactly where we need to be. So I do agree with Supervisor Green on this. I feel like this is kind of just throwing up what we did last year without that impact analysis. I get that it's for one more year, but it just seems very piecemeal and not very strategic and not in line with what the voters have approved. I do understand that there does need to be some relief, but things have changed, and just going with what we did the last 2 years and not analyzing a lot of the changes that have occurred and some of the things that he's brought up, I think is not appropriate for the responsibility that we have.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments from board members before we open it up for public?
No, I'd like to hear from the public first.
All right, let's go ahead and open it up. Anyone wish to speak on this item, please come on up. And actually, let's start with Mr. Sullivan.
You actually may be able to provide some additional background just on a few changes that are coming up, if your board would like.
Please, please. And I apologize, I'll open up public comment after these.
So there's some information that may be relevant to share just based off the board discussion so far. Our office is planning to bring forward a revision to the ordinance. We do have a few amendments that need to be done. Certainly when we bring that forward, I think the point came up about the canopy area. That's something that we could include in the ordinance just to make that change permanent. I think our office would fully support that, especially given that's the way the state views it. Wherever we can be in alignment, which is not always often, but anywhere that we can, I think makes our life a lot easier and is certainly easier on the cultivators to follow.
So can I just add one other thing? With that update, are you looking at the penalties too? Because that is a really big problem that we have. We're giving maximum penalties for folks that are 1 day late, and then there's no incentive to make the payment when they can make the payment.
Yes, the penalty structure on this ordinance is unusual compared to other tax ordinances. And in most ordinances, there's an initial, and most state taxes as well, there's an initial penalty, and then it increases on a monthly basis afterwards. In the cannabis cultivation ordinance, tax ordinance, it's a 25% penalty right up front. And if you're 1 day late, or whether you're 6 months late, it's a 25% penalty. That doesn't really create great incentives. It doesn't give us very much to work with. And I think it penalizes people in sort of an unusual way. So that is within, at least to my understanding, that's within the scope of the tax that's already in effect because we're lowering the penalty. We're not trying to increase it. We're just grading it out and creating opportunity for people to pay with a lesser penalty the sooner they pay. Some of the other changes, I don't know if they're relevant to this discussion so much, but I should share them. The other amendments we're going to be going for have more to do with enforcement. Because Measure C was silent on a lot of the typical language that's included in county tax ordinances. It's missing the breakdown of authority for the ability to place liens and levies and a lot of the authority we have, for instance, on transient occupancy tax, which would be the most analogous. So most counties that have a tax ordinance have similar language. So that's certainly within the scope of the existing measure as well. We plan to bring that back and tighten it up, and that should help our office with enforcing the tax measure as it stands. Liz Martinez may have some information to add about the current delinquencies and what their status is.
Yeah, so our delinquencies are actually not as much as we anticipated or we thought. So we worked with community development, and we actually only have 8 permits that have not been paid. And that's approximately $167,000 in tax and about $41,000 in penalty. And we have sent out notices. Unfortunately, we have not received any response. And we do know that they did cultivate. So we're working on following up again and see kind of what we need to do. It's just difficult enforcing since there's not a whole lot in the ordinance.
And one other piece that may be relevant to share, when you look at the historical data about the taxes paid in prior years, it's really hard to analyze year by year what each of those figures means, because every year, I mean, as you saw in the resolution Supervisor Sabatier brought forward, we have made changes to this program. So comparing one year to the other is tough without going into the context of, well, even what were the due dates, right? We've changed the due dates several times, the reductions. So I would just highlight that if you want to get into looking at one year versus another, you really have to do a deeper dive into what was the structure of the tax program in that year. The other thing I point out is because of the ability to opt out or reduce the cultivation area size, that's one of the primary drivers for the lower revenue. But the amount of people opting out is quite high. And especially as we get the data in from CDD, who's been definitely helpful in trying to get that to us as fast as they can. You're seeing more and more people over these last few years that did not cultivate. So I think there's something in the range of 25 million square feet authorized at the county level, with another 15 million pending under review by CDD. So that means theoretically in the next year, you could be looking at between 25 and 40 million square feet that is being cultivated between outdoor and mixed light. I don't have the breakdown for that. But because so many people are opting out, I mean, our opt-out rate, if you look at it, is probably up over 80%. It's the vast majority of that is not being utilized. So that's one of the biggest drivers of our tax revenue that you're receiving. Because if you look at this year, even that 2.5, it's a 50% reduction. Even if there weren't this reduction in place, we would have only got 5 million, meaning that the vast majority of our permits are not being utilized. So I just want to highlight that that is probably the primary driver of that lower revenue, is that ability for growers not to cultivate and not make use of their permit. So I just thought that might be valuable to share.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions before I open up public comment?
I did want to add one thing where the treasurer tax collector was bringing up the single year look. I want to very much express that that's a true statement, because at the beginning of this fiscal year, we have a negative $148,000 in that same account that we aren't accruing back. So that 2.5 number is not 2.5 for that fiscal year. It's actually just over 2.3. So everything is rolling and not very specific time frames.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and open up public comment.
I'm going to kick it off here. Good morning, members of the board. Chair Sabatier, Nara Dalbaca, president of the Lake County Cannabis Alliance, so switching hats. Thank you for bringing this item. Thank you for bringing it. We are, as an industry, happy to be here. We want to be here, want to stay here. You're going to hear more from the individual businesses about their specific issues and their challenges, but I'm going to give a bit of a 30,000-foot view here. I absolutely agree with Supervisor Pyska and Supervisor Green that we need a longer-term solution. Businesses need to be able to plan. Being able to not come back every year and continue to ask for this would be fantastic. We would love to see a gross receipts tax. That's what Humboldt chose to do. They had a major reduction. They actually did an 85% reduction for several years. And when they, instead of going right back to that square footage tax, they went to a gross receipts, which is much easier for particularly outdoor growers to take, because then the county is invested in the success of the industry. The need is still there, and one of the major problems is the state, and I think you need to look at the state. The local jurisdictions are doing what you can. You guys are taking a haircut, and it is appreciated and it's necessary, as you're seeing people are decreasing the amount that they're farming. We're facing a potential increase to a 19% excise tax next year at the state level. And that's part of the reason why we need to continue to have this relief at the local level while we fight this at the state level. The Blue Ribbon Task Force, the state that looked at the initial legalization of cannabis, said, hey, when we did it with alcohol and we lifted that prohibition, the thing that we did really successfully was make legal alcohol the same price as the bootlegger alcohol, and that's how they were able to put those cartels out of business. And that just went out the window when they started to create regulations and tax policy around cannabis. It became a way to fund governments. And now what we have is, I believe your last cannabis program director told me that 90% of the cannabis in this county is being cultivated illegally. And I think that the county really needs to consider cost recovery from those unlicensed operators. Those are the folks that are trafficking humans, that are abusing animals, that are abusing our environment, that are poisoning wildlife and stealing water. AB 195, which was passed at the state as a cannabis budget trailer in 2022, allows for several mechanisms for cost recovery for investigations of unlicensed cannabis. There's ways to recover the cost of the investigation, and there's also ways to go after the landlords that are profiting from that. $10,000 per day per violation. And I would like to see the county look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Michael Donegan. I just have a very small thing to kind of bring up. Noticing that lately, all the talk, we're concentrating on percentages, we're concentrating on, like Mr. Green said here, we're losing money. You cannot lose money that are not, you don't have. They're not your money, they're our money. So county is not losing money. The whole thing is how to get this business going and the county makes more money, not by just increasing this, increasing that, but creating an environment that will make people prosperous and make people outside of the county to fight to come here. Right now, nobody wants to come here. They said, okay, you don't have any laws, you don't have any rules, it changes every day. How can I make my budget for 1 year? I cannot work on a 1 year budget. I have to have 5 year, 10 year to know what I'm doing here. I got my license back in 2018. I haven't had a penny for myself so far. Yes, I'm investing in the infrastructure, capital investments, but why? Because you have to be competitive, otherwise out of business. And there's no money. There's no money for us to spend more. It is $1 this, $1 that. Who else pays that kind of taxes? It looks like almost like a mafia talk now. You have to get your money. We don't have money. Pound cost to produce right now on the labor and everything else that increases by 40%, power, everything else, is we cannot sell even on cost the way it goes. I don't know. You can make money only if we're still alive. If we're not, there's no money. So I would really appreciate if you guys kind of concentrate on what exactly has to be done to make this business prosperous, people to want to work, want to be here, and to create some wealth for this county so we can have our infrastructure upgraded and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Max Hopkins. I'm a cannabis consultant. I've had the good fortune of working up here for approximately the last 5 years. I just wanted to, endorse all three propositions. I think they're excellent. And then just philosophically wanted to share that I had the good fortune to be here during the glory days when everybody started setting up farms. And it was an exciting time. It was a lucrative time. It was a really worthwhile time. Due to circumstances beyond anybody's control, we've seen a precipitous decline in both the number of farms and the amount of area under cultivation. And as was pointed out, 80% of the area currently is not under cultivation. Probably 2/3 of the farms are now out of business completely. My family originally came from Europe post-World War II. And Mom still tells stories about not getting enough to eat while she was growing up. After the war, the Americans, God bless their hearts, came in with a Marshall Plan and saved Europe. especially Western Europe, and the result was an economic miracle. Here we have a seed for a potential plant that could grow beyond our wildest expectations. But that plant, much like post-World War II Europe, is suffering tremendously. And here, as responsible government leaders, you have this tremendous opportunity to nurture, cultivate, and bring light to this plant and let it thrive and develop into something that could be wonderful. So I wholeheartedly encourage you, all of you, to please vote for all three of these resolutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon, Chair Sabatier and Board. My name is Autumn Carsey. I'm a local resident of Kelseyville and the CEO and founder of two licensed farms, Wildcat Farm in District 5, Artemis Farm in District 3, and a manufacturing and distribution facility, Artemis Copac, in District 1. Thank you, Chair Sabatier, for bringing this resolution forward. It is an important issue that affects all farms, large and small. When the tax structure was initially implemented for outdoor product, it was around $900 per pound minimum. In 2021, due to oversaturation in market prices, hit around $200 per pound, less than the cost of production. Last year's prices were up to $450 a pound for outdoor, and as a result, many farmers chose to expand by about 20%, including the largest farms in the state, which subsequently will create a flood of product into the market. Currently, we are seeing light depths at around $350 a pound. If this is a precursor as what's to come for outdoor prices, we are likely looking at what is again below the cost of production for many small farms that do not have flat land, automated equipment, and other economy of scale advantages held by larger operators. I built our processing and manufacturing and distribution facility with small farmers in mind. Our goal is to offer small farms every advantage that is available to MSO corporate operators post-cultivation. This includes automated bagging and jarring lines for flour, automated vape cartridge filling, and one of the largest solventless hash processing facilities in the state. What we are seeing in the market is that most local farms cannot afford to pay for post-processing service until they have realized revenue at the retail or wholesale levels. Often these accounts go unpaid without regulation. This unfortunately puts Artemis Copac into a unique position to either become a bank or not take on contracts from small farmers that cannot afford to pay. The distribution and manufacturing giant Herbal went out of business largely for this reason. We are still here. We are deeply invested in the success of the cannabis program within this county. The cannabis industry, like all agricultural commodities, ebb and flow due to supply and demand. Similar to the end of alcohol prohibition, cannabis is still in a nascent state and it needs time to adjust and level the playing field, especially against illegal operators that continue to go untaxed and unencumbered by regulations. I would like to ask that the board look at this issue holistically. The state has placed an undue and impossible burden on legal cannabis operators. There is currently $732 million in unpaid taxes due to the state of California. An estimated 72% of businesses that owe this tax debt are no longer in business. Financial challenges persist with an estimated $1.2 billion in uncollected taxes owed by distributors. Long story short, there is only so much meat on the bone. I encourage the county to adopt these resolutions and extend to sustainable tax rates. I would also like to ask that the county work with other jurisdictions to urge the state to lower the tax burden on cannabis businesses so there is room for increases in county taxes.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Hello, my name is Sarah Bodner, consultant. Thank you, Chair Sabatier, for bringing this resolution forward, especially at this time of the year and not, in the final months of the year. And I would say it is also a bit too late because it's really difficult to be having a conversation about an agricultural crop, which it depends on the cycles of the seasons, without certainty. Without a line of sight into what the tax rate might look like for operators. So with that said, here we are, and I'm glad we have some time to hash this out because what we decide is not just going to impact operators this year and the year to come, but for future years, and we're in a highly unstable industry. Lake County has been a leader. The reason we're having this conversation is because you were early to adopt cultivation regulations. You were early to adopt taxation. You said yes to bringing cannabis in. You said yes to economic development. And the voters said yes, that they wanted this industry to also benefit the community, the government, and the people. And I think that, everything that's been said is true and right, that we need to figure out how it can continue to feed into the community and feed into the commons and feed into the government. And how are we going to make sure that we still have that supply? I think this proposal gets us closer. It extends rates for another year, which would provide some certainty to operators. But I think this question about what is our long-term plan is incredibly prudent, so that we don't have to use resources to come back and have this conversation every year. And how can we answer the question of meeting that need, which is the intent of the voters, that this industry would benefit this community? If we squeeze it too much, then there's nothing. And so perhaps there's more analysis needed. Perhaps there's more roundtables needed to talk about the real state of the cannabis industry. Maybe it's time for LCCA to come back and give another presentation. Because when we voted on this years ago, we had no idea what the state of California was going to do. We had no idea what this industry was going to do. And we are not seeing an overarching success across this state that we hoped for and anticipated about regarding this industry's ability to perform in the way. And that is because we're being strangled. We're being strangled by the state of California's regulations, and we're being strangled by taxes. So how can we break that cycle to create a sustainable path forward? And if we're not ready to vote on this today, I would say let's figure out what we need to do to be able to get a vote. And could we look at something that's a little bit longer than this year? Could we look at a 2-year plan while we look at maybe a more permanent plan? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon, Chair Sabatier and Supervisors. Andrew Dobbs Kramer here to speak on behalf of Wildcat Farms, a Lake County-owned and operated cannabis cultivator, one of the few remaining. We're here today because the extension of the cultivation tax relief first passed in 2022 is a life or death question for the local cultivation industry. In addition to multiple layers of taxation all through the supply chain, the cannabis industry faces regulatory hurdles and fees not levied on other industries. Farming is a notoriously difficult and unpredictable industry, and with the addition of these fees and taxes, it is incredibly challenging for cannabis cultivators to break even. For small farmers without automated equipment, the average direct cost of production is roughly 2/3 of the current market price for wholesale products. As you've heard, we expect this downward pricing trend to continue through the 2025 cultivation season. As it stands, the cannabis industry in Lake County and indeed all of California is in dire straits. According to a recent Benzinga article, and I quote, "The retreat from cultivation is evident in Lake County, a formerly thriving growing region in Northern California. Here, numerous farmers have relinquished their cultivation permits. Data from CRB Monitor shows a stark over 20% drop in active business licenses in the first quarter of 2024 compared to the previous year." As we've heard today, that's just the relinquished permits. Even more permits are still active but not being used, and people have opted out. So the decision in 2022 by this board to grant cultivation tax relief was really a vital lifeline for the industry and is part of the reason that there is any industry remaining here. If it were not for that cultivation tax relief, even fewer cultivators would be here. So extending this tax relief today is the right thing to do, not just for the local cannabis operators, but indeed for all of Lake County, for the employees, for the ancillary service providers, and everyone else who benefits from the economic activity created by cannabis cultivation in this county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, let's go to Zoom, CBT.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, my name is Christopher Thomas. I'm with GoStant, and I'm a resident of Lower Lake. And first, I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors and the county for having this discussion. I'd like to say thank you to the previous speakers. You all did a wonderful job. I'm going to try to keep this quick. So obviously, the industry is still on extreme tenuous ground, and a price crash would wipe a lot of the small farmers out. And the way things sound right now, it seems like we might be heading towards lower prices. And the price crash unfortunately, in my opinion, is somewhat tied directly to the taxes and the fees. Because with all the taxes and the fees, we pass that along and it goes to the distro and then to the retail, and the retail passes it on, and then the customer says, well, I don't want to pay that much. I'm going to go somewhere else. And that hurts everybody. So to that, I mean, I would like to see this cannabis tax be frozen forever, or as low as it can be, or figure out something else. Because, you know, we can't keep on this way. So, and not having to pay the canopy tax at our farm has really helped us to remain in cultivation, because without that, we'd just be spending all of our money on labor and fees and everything else. And like the gentleman said earlier, we don't have any money to really spend on anything else. So we're so invested in this farm. We have every penny from every year in this farm, and we have no way out except to keep going forward. And putting more taxes on just takes more, you know, out of our pot to try to move forward. And also, I think a gentleman said this earlier, but to expand, I mean, keep in mind that we're the most highly regulated crop in the state. There's no other agricultural product that is regulated, taxed, and forced to pay as many fees or jump through as many hoops as we are. The county and the state do benefit greatly from cannabis taxes and fees. So I think that, you know, maybe we should try to work together, you know, work together more so that we can try to grow this industry instead of, you know, it becoming stale. And I do feel that to tax us and force fees on us and to give us minimal representation throughout the state, I mean, it's not all in the county, a lot of it is the state, to help us thrive in this industry is skating along the lines of crop discrimination. You know, and if this type of discrimination continues, I mean, we're going to be forced as cultivators to come together and take some type of action to, you know, get forward in this industry. And because we're tired of losing our money and our farms to corporate greed, like these big corporate farms that just eat everything up. So, you know, we're just trying to maintain.
Please finish your comment.
Like,
your
in
3
a
minutes
state,
are up.
You know, California. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. In a state where agriculture is one of the most predominant industries, why is cannabis singled out with the most taxes and fees and regulations and barely any representation compared to all the other ones? We just want it to be
That doesn't
fair.
sound like
That's
a
all.
final comment. That sounds like a new start. So your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Carolyn Hillman. I see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Now you're muted. Unmuted, but still can't hear you. If you could try to resolve your tech issues, we're going to move on to the next person and we'll come back to you. Next, phone 1447.
Hello, my name is Chris Jennings. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I just want to say thank you, and just want to say thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I think it's super important that we do continue this tax break for all the cultivators. Yeah, I think everyone has said it very, very clearly, all the problems and reasons and benefits to it. I just think at the end of the day, if we squeeze out our small farmers and we don't, you know, if we don't take into consideration of the small farmers, the small business, which is the backbone to our economy, the ripple effect that it has from spending the money locally in the stores, what restaurants we have left, you know, everything else, it's going to be very detrimental for the county. The county's not at a loss. You weren't collecting taxes in the medical days to begin with. What you were collecting was the ripple effect from every medical grow happening, where people would go to Mendo Mill, buy their PVC, buy their parts, buy their lumber, build their homes. I think it's important that we definitely get a long-term resolution and we continue down this path. Obviously, the goose that lays the golden egg stopped laying the golden egg about a year after legalization, and we made tax laws or tax initiatives based off of that. And it's definitely time to come back to the drawing board, look at everything as a whole, and try to figure out a means or a path forward where we don't lose our entire industry and people lose their entire livelihoods and everything they've worked hard for to get to where they're at today. So I definitely am full support of this. Thank you, Chair Sabatier, for bringing this forward. And I hope you all approve this and we can move forward to find a long-term resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Kristen Callahan.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi. Hi, and I just want to extend the thank you to bringing this resolution forward, and thanks to the Board of Supervisors for providing this opportunity for us to comment as cultivators. You know, I've been coming to these meetings since the very beginning, and one of the reasons I love this county so much are the people here, and the people here, I think the main thing that I'm focused on right now is the ability to have more jobs and more economic, trajectory for our small little town in these different areas of Lake County. We're greatly affected by taxes, and I can agree with everything everyone said. There's no easy solution, but Mr. Sabatier many times, many meetings has talked about gross sales tax receipt being like and not just him, lots of other people involved that have been a part of the agribusiness. It's very competitive. It's very, very difficult. And all of us are trying our best to stay in it. There isn't anything I want more than for our family farm to continue. But unfortunately, the supply chains, the cost of goods have gone up and the operating costs have gone up. And the amount of stores have gone, are changing. The region doesn't have enough outlets to support the amount of production that's being done. And the amount of time it takes to, produce a product and then actually get the money for it. It takes almost a year for us to get the money. So sometimes longer, sometimes never getting paid. So without a vertical business, these increases in taxes can really, really affect a lot of the best people here. And one of the main points I want to make is like keeping the best people here in cannabis, because the history repeats itself, and having good people in an industry that has been overrun by difficult hurdles is a really great way to sustain economic success, because who you're working with is important, and who is going to leave is really detrimental to our future here in Lake County. And I urge the supervisors to please extend this relief for all cultivators, big and small, doesn't matter. We all really need it. And thank you so much for hearing me. Have a great day.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Sky.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, this is Justin Quayle, not Sky, sorry. Pillsbury Family Farms. A lot of the grant money was used to pay the back taxes, and for people, farmers like me, that needed that grant money to expand their farms so we could afford the upcoming future of paying higher taxes. I really think that it's a good idea to abolish it, get rid of it, and not have a tax. The canopy size is obviously the only way we're surviving. But hopefully we can figure out ways to help get us to store. We're having difficulties getting our products into shelves when you have big corporate that could grow mass amounts and beat everybody out and put us out of business. Hopefully we could get grant money to help get some of these small farmers to the actual stores and pay the local person that does processing and distribution, that farmers like us that need that from the hills to bring it down and get processed and distributed. And the tax money cut goes towards that, helping towards that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is iPhone 2.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Pender. I'm in District 1, and I'm with Ghost Dance. thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak and for bringing this to the board today. We greatly appreciate it on behalf of all the cannabis farmers. I've been a legacy farmer in this county since 2016. I started and got my first permit. It hasn't been easy any of the ways, and I won't go on a long-winded breath about that, but the taxes, not having the taxes the last 2 years, has extremely helped us to survive. There's been no money, like you've heard before, coming into our pockets. We put it back into our farms, into our businesses, into the bills we have to pay to keep this running for something we believe wholeheartedly, the medicine that is here to help get harder drugs out of our streets and away from our kids. I'd like to also bring to the attention, like, we have so many legacy farmers here who are winning awards. We grow superior product to other counties. Please, please consider this extension on bringing a long-term resolution to this that can help these legacy farmers, including myself, to stay here, to bring the recognition to this county for this product. Like, Napa's got the wine, but let's keep the cannabis. Let's keep it here in our county. Keep the legacies alive. Keep the corporate out, you know. I do like the gross sales tax. That could really be something we could look at, just, you know, maybe a happy medium for everybody, you know. But thank you again. Thank you for considering this. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Zaro.
Hi, my name is Zaro Savev, Cresta Properties. Thank you for the supervisors bringing that to the public. I just have a few things to say. That you guys were elected to have to bring prosperity to the county, and I'd like to say that without you, it's not going to be cannabis if we keep going that way, because it's really tough for the farmers. And I think a lot of people before me said everything. It's bad. It's really bad. But we are hoping that we're gonna pass that and go forward and make prosperity. So it's in your hands to save cannabis industry, or to get it out. And if it's no cannabis industry, it's not going to be any taxes, because it's really tough for the small farmers like us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is guest.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Margot Kambara, county resident, taxpayer, and registered voter. The decision before you is a business decision, and I suggest that the board gather more information from the tax collector so you can make an informed decision. Already, the county is subsidizing the cannabis industry. There was almost $2 million shortfall in cannabis tax revenue. And yes, the market for cannabis has declined precipitously. But at what point, again, we have to look at this as a business decision. At what point is the county going to continue to subsidize this industry? How much help did the pear industry get, and the walnut industry? And those are like legacy crops for Lake County, and they're iconic crops. And of course, there's the wine industry, and there's a wine decline in consumption. And I know wine industry people are very worried. So we are not a prosperous county. So we have to make hard decisions on where does our largesse stop? The other point I'd like to make is that, gosh, we're making such strides in being an aspirational county in good health, being a blue county. Oh gosh, I forgot the term.
Blue zones.
Anyway, thank you. Yes. So we want to have be promoting healthy lifestyles, and yes, medical cannabis has great attributes, but in general, we should be promoting healthy lifestyles. No smoking, and I'm sorry, but limited alcohol consumption as well. But this is a huge decision, and I believe the county would benefit from getting more data from the county tax assessor collector. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Let's try again, Carolyn Hillman, see if we can get audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Carolyn. I'm a compliance director at Pasta Farm in District 5. And I just want to thank you for hearing me today, and I'm grateful to be able to attend on Zoom. I'm speaking today to express my support for the resolution to extend the temporary reduction of cannabis cultivation tax rate and to continue limiting the tax to the canopy area until a long-term solution is reviewed. Additionally, I support the proposal to rescind the suspension of tax rate increases according to the CPI, but I strongly oppose any overall increase that the cannabis tax rate at this time. I agree with Supervisor Pyska and Green that we do need a long-term solution and echo what Nora had mentioned previously in her comments earlier. As having worked for both wine grape and cannabis growers in Lake County, managing winery, vineyard, and compliance operations, I have firsthand experience with these challenges facing our agriculture industries in Lake County. While traditional crops like pears, walnuts, and grapes have long been economic staples, the cannabis industry has quickly become a vital part of our agricultural landscape. However, like many in the sector, we are struggling with the market declines, rising costs, and an increasingly difficult regulatory environment. Before the introduction of the cannabis industry, Lake County's tax revenue primarily relied on more traditional agricultural sectors, such as wine grape cultivation, pear and walnut farming, and livestock production. Tourism, especially related to wine and tasting and outdoor activities around Clear Lake, also contributed significantly, along with revenue and real estate, other businesses, to some extent, timber and fishing. These industries were the backbone of the local economy, supporting public services through property taxes, sales tax, and tourism income. The introduction of the cannabis industry provided a new and significant source of revenue, helping to bolster the local economy at a time when other sectors were facing challenges. This new revenue stream has been crucial in maintaining public services and supporting local infrastructure. When the original tax passed, the price was $1,000 per pound in 2019 and 20. It's currently at $200 per pound, and last year's high was $350. So at the current rate, it is still too high relative to the pound price, less than 30% of our original pricing when the tax was passed. Basically, at the reduced 50% rate, but at a 70% decline in pricing, means that the current rate is still more detrimental than the initial rates. So given this context, I strongly oppose any proposed increases in the cannabis tax. The current economic climate is challenging enough without the added burden of higher taxes, which could push many cannabis farmers to the brink of collapse, much like other struggling agricultural sectors. This would reduce our ability to reinvest in operations, innovate, and remain competitive, leading to potential job losses and further economic decline in our community.
And your time is up. You can finish your comment.
Being newer and still developing, I urge the board to consider the broader implications of tax increases and the cannabis industry maintaining the current tax levels, crucial for supporting
Thank you for your
thank
you for your comment.
Very much.
Next is A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name's Angela Emerald. Just seeing the industry struggle over the years and hearing some of the comments and concerns today, such as market oversaturation in a highly unstable industry, 80% of licensed cultivators are opting out, the county's losing money, and there's no clear impact analysis, perhaps it's time to have the hard discussion about a temporary moratorium on new permits, at least until the market levels out and isn't so saturated. By considering a moratorium, it could potentially create a niche market for the growers that are already here. While the voters did approve cannabis in the county, it was presented to the voters with all the possibilities that the tax revenue would bring in. I agree with Supervisor Green that if there is a reduction, it should be less than 50%. It was sold to the voters as a revenue generating industry. So I'd like to see if there was a moratorium maybe to protect the farms that are already here, and perhaps does this need to go back to the voters with updated information so that we know what we really voted for? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to the board chambers. I know there was at least one hand. Please come on up.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. And yeah, it's a real struggle, and you already heard that, the 80% decline to run your farms. I guess the thing that I'm looking at is there's just the black market is huge. And how is that elephant in the room going to get addressed? Because if we don't do that, supply and demand rules the market. And yeah, I really like your proposals, and thank you for that. That'll help us survive a little longer. But if we don't start to, you know, we talked about prohibition in this room today. Well, they came up with ATF. We need ATF-C. If we don't have that, then the bootleggers run the day. So that's pretty much it. We need the tax break because we're producing things that cost us more to produce than we can sell for. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
Next, please.
Jennifer Smith, Canvas Farms. That's good. Feels good to say that. Sorry, Nora. I'm gonna, I'm sitting here, and you guys know the stories. You know that the price is down. The price is down significantly since we passed this. And I'm sitting here, and I'm hearing things that are being said that are always concerning to me. Right? Like, we're calling this a tax, and let's be honest. Like, this is a fee. We can't call it a fee because the government can't make money on fees. And so I think by calling it a tax, it's this concept that the public thinks that we're not paying taxes and that we're asking for a tax relief, when really we're just asking to pay less of an exorbitant fee to do business. This is a business fee. Some would say it's extortion money. I don't know. I'm happy to be able to operate here. I'm happy to be able to still stand here and say that my farm is still operating. I invested in infrastructure when margins were good, and knowing that this is an agricultural commodity and that we are going to see these dips. And so as an agricultural product or commodity, however you want to look at it, I think we need to be more fairly treated like one and understand that there's no other industry that pays a right to play fee that is equal to these dollars. I just did the math, and I paid a 10% fee on my gross revenue if we go back to the regular tax structure. As it stands, over 40% of my expenses are in taxes, fees, and regulatory costs. That's a pretty big pill to swallow, and that's before I put a plant in the ground, pay anybody, buy any nutrients. And so it's really hard to also sit here and listen to people say that we owe the county these dollars and that we campaigned on these dollars. We did. Our expectations have changed as much as the county and the constituents' expectations have changed. But I think we're also forgetting that we are contributing to the county. There's jobs, and our employees' kids are going to these schools, and we're shopping at the local hydro stores and the grocery stores and Walmart, and we're driving on the roads and buying gas and paying taxes. And so there's a lot that goes into contributing to the economy of a community other than just this fee that we pay to operate a business. And so I don't think we're going to get the solution here today. I think there's a lot more information that needs to be gathered. And, Angela's right. We might need to go back to the polls on this, as much as none of us want to do that or bear the expense of doing that. I just know that what we have now doesn't work, and a long-term solution would be appreciated by, I think, the community, the board, and the farmers.
Thank you very much. Please be brief.
I just want to address this idea that this is being subsidized by the county and that we aren't being that we're being treated differently than other agricultural commodities and other agricultural products in the county. We absolutely are, and we would love to be treated like wine or like walnuts or like pears. We would love to pay the same taxes that wine growers pay. Which is why so many people grow so many grapes here, because it's a lot cheaper to grow grapes here than it is to grow in Napa or Sonoma, where they're actually charging a fee for that. But this is not a subsidy. This is $2.3 million that the county has now that it did not have before cannabis was here. And it really upsets me when I hear people saying that that cannabis is being treated unfairly and that's a positive. It is being treated unfairly, and it's a negative. We pay taxes. We pay every single tax that every other business pays, and additionally, we pay this tax or fee or extortion or whatever it is. But this is in addition to the other fees, and we would welcome and thank and fall on the ground in happiness if we were treated the same as the other agricultural crops here. So.
I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for final decision and deliberation. I agree. Any business needs long-term predictability. Unfortunately, everything about this is unpredictable. And I know it's been mentioned, and I mention it as well. I know that the gross receipts is another problem in itself. It's not a simple switch, and it's an additional staff time that would be required in order to make that accomplished. So nothing simple about it. And waiting and not bringing this to the board when there's expirations at the end of the year and people need to know what's being planned for their business in the following years. I was internal departments reached out to me asking, is this something that I can do? Because they didn't feel it was their job to bring it to the board itself. It felt awkward. And I'm open for a conversation. I think that, unfortunately, agriculture is hard, no matter what it is that you're choosing to grow, because the market forces are beyond the majority of people's control. We say it's really weird that Measure C says we look at $8 million for revenues when there was a contractor or consultant that was brought in that said you'll be lucky if you even make $700,000. So what was anticipated in the measure versus what was said we would get, we're kind of in the middle. And when we did reach $8 million, to be honest, it was a mess. We had early activation, and we had a lot of problems. And no, this is not being subsidized. We are in the positive of $2.3 or $2.5 million. Yes, it could be more, but at the same time, is it okay to ask for more and only lose what it is that we're collecting? I appreciate Mr. Sullivan telling us that we have 25 million square feet. If it was brought back to what it was, it'd be more than $25 million if it was all outdoor that we would be receiving. So the idea that even with what we have today, we're seeing less than 50%, less than 75% of what we should anticipate, increasing it, I don't know that that leads to greater outcomes for the revenues. I think that we have a lot of important programs that rely on these revenues. I want to make sure we continue these revenues. But I also do want to see us going back towards what it is that the voters requested. So hence what you have in front of you. If there's a need to make a request to look for long-term solutions and come back, I'm okay with that. But at least it starts the conversation by having what we have in front of us today. Supervisor Green. And I'll go to Vice Chair Crandall afterwards.
Getting a little testy on some of the phrasing here, so let me just address. to the suggestion we have a moratorium, we have a de facto moratorium already in place that unfortunately stands as an impediment to scaling this industry. If we had a better scaled industry, if we had more legacy farmers with more permits, we could probably have a different discussion today about sharing the burden differently. But because we have a de facto moratorium that if you don't have a water board permit as of a certain date, you don't even get to apply for a new farm, we are where we are. We have a smallish backlog of applications still remaining. We have a cannabis task force with some pretty impressive ideas for the next iteration of our commercial cannabis ordinance. But we are stymied by circumstances from scaling this industry using our very own permitting process until further notice. If the word subsidy is offensive, I'm going to use a different phrase, opportunity cost. This county does have an opportunity and an obligation and a responsibility to fulfill what the voters have enacted. And I don't think it's fair in any way if you want to revisit the wisdom of Measure C or Proposition 64, if it's extortion, if it's a fee versus a tax, it's voter approved. So by any other name, the voters of this county created a very clear expectation that we were going to establish a tax on commercial cannabis cultivation in the case of Measure C, and in the case of all other commercial cannabis activities downstream of that with Measure K in 2018. The market forces, I hear like this is going to be an extinction event. Clearly the local tax is something to be considered as part of the larger tax and compliance burden that our businesses face. But nobody's cracking open spreadsheets to tell me exactly where that is. The larger market forces at work are very much free market economy principles of supply and demand. If there is going to be oversupply, and we already know there is based on falling pot prices, guess what? That trend is going to continue, whether we give this tax break or not for the next year or two. That's the elephant in the room, is the larger macroeconomics of supply and demand. The other thing, I'm surprised nobody brought it up, is they are treated unfairly under federal tax law. So until we amend or repeal Internal Revenue Code 280E, our cannabis cultivators are not going to be able to take normal business deductions that other type of businesses and other types of agricultural operators enjoy. All they get to deduct is their cost of goods. So if we were to take it back to the voters, I'll tell you what, this thing passed with nearly 2/3 of the vote, it would probably eclipse 70%. They want us to tax and regulate cannabis activities. It was a simple light switch question. And just like Prop 64 passed by a wide margin, just like both of our cannabis tax measures locally passed by huge margins, we don't need to go back to the voters to figure out exactly what they wanted. They said, go out, get it done. We're not picky on the details other than what you've put here. I do believe we can easily get to $8 million or more a year if we do appropriately scale our industry by creating more permitting opportunities. I'm fascinated to hear kind of a pivot in the industry to support gross receipts taxation. I think that's very much worth exploring, and I think there is time left in this year that we could do that and talk about the type of ordinance you were talking about. That would be something we could do that could give permanent relief. The permanent shift in a canopy application of this would be huge. So I appreciate that the clock was ticking and you had 3 different resolutions that you had to kind of bring back on the radar. But again, I can't support it in its current iteration because it has not enjoyed the benefits of a more robust fiscal analysis, because there are other options in there. It sounds like industry would be interested in exploring. I'm interested in exploring it, but it's not before us today. So it is what it is. We can do a one-off and just kick that can down the road and hope the next board and the next set of meetings bears fruit. But I think we have time before the end of the year to incorporate some of the comments and the wishes that were expressed here today and come up with more permanent, meaningful solutions than what is offered here today.
Thank you for your comment. Vice Chair Crandall?
I think I heard someone mention AB 491. We are following it, and it was pulled by the author. So still following it, I think that would help immensely. It's not a silver bullet, but I know it's been something that we at RCRC have been supporting as well, because that takes care, not takes care, but it addresses some of the issues with illicit cannabis, and I think that's what puts a damper on things when we deal with legal cannabis. And so I also am favorable to 491 because I want to expound on it when it comes to meth. So just a side note. But again, following it very closely, I know it was mentioned, so that's all I'll say for now. I'll let you go, Moak.
I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing this, Chair. You know, when we first voted on some of these things, it was really to help establish the industry. We understand there's going to be market costs that drive the prices, are going to change things. You know, I myself have seen this and gone through a few of these different iterations. You know, I think I compared this to legalization of gambling back in the early 90s. So, you know, these things are very interesting. You know, we have no way to see the future or have a crystal ball on it, but as presented today, I think this is the right move to adopt these things today, and a longer discussion to be had. I probably won't be here when that does happen. If it does come before the end of the year on some of the changes, I would agree to, you know, make some of those changes if they're done right, but today I'm ready to support this as presented by Chair Sabatier, and I think it still goes to the letter of the law. You know, the measure was passed for us to collect taxes. We are, and I still think we have some time to try and get the industry moving forward. So I think this is the right move, from my thoughts.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Supervisor Pyska?
I'm not super comfortable with moving forward because there's so much information that was brought up today, and we do not have an analysis here. This is just kind of winging up what we did a couple of years ago without considering changes and changing conditions at the state. I think we are always in the difficult place of trying to balance an emerging industry and what's best for our communities and contingencies and voters. So I'm on the fence right now of whether or not to just pass this or vote yes on this for today. But this is kicking the can. And that is not what is being asked of us, even from the industry here today. So I think we have time to do a better job at this. And I think involving our staff more in drafting of these documents is probably the better way to go, rather than just putting things in front of them and saying, is this okay with you? I disagree with that. You know that. I always disagree with that. So what is a rush for passing this today rather than taking some time to do it a little better and possibly incorporate some of the things that our tax collector is already working on?
So public comment is over at this moment in time. I take it the question was directed towards me. I wanted to make sure that we don't tell people at the last minute before there's an expiration of the resolutions,
right,
what we were thinking, what was going to happen, because, again, I'd love to do a 3-year, 5-year resolution so that there's better predictability in the future, but to at least give them a 3-month heads up of the predictability of what next year would look like. I am open to continued discussion. I would love to see Canopy be a done deal where we don't have to talk about cultivation area or canopy area and meet the state guidelines, things like that. I'm very open to. I did have many discussions with the tax collector, so it's not like I just put willy-nilly together. There was definitely some conversations, but I agree, there's a lack of analysis, but the analysis is a difficult analysis to even make in the first place, and I'm not an economist. And nor do we have one unless we hire one to take a look at that. And even then, I think it's totally a crystal ball situation for looking at what the future of the industry is. So I am open to discussions. If we need to dive deeper and extend this further, that's fine. I just wanted to get this at least before September 1st to give a 3-month heads up for any businesses and how they were planning to reinvest in their farms and be prepared for next year, because time goes by pretty fast, and situations to be prepared for next year's harvest, especially if you're not doing outdoor and you're doing indoor or anything else as well. Offering a suggestion. Because I love the idea of coming back and having a more robust discussion. Is it possible to move forward today with what is there? Because doing nothing, it would expire. And again, there is a caveat of a change here where now the CPI will be impacting the tax, because we suspended all 3. Right now, we're looking at suspending 2 out of the 3 rather than all of them. And also saying that within the next 3 months, 6 months, whatever the timeline is, to come back with a more robust, long-term plan on what to do for cannabis taxes. Because I don't think 3 months is enough to be able to really come back with a potentially full fiscal analysis and decision on what needs to be changed. I could be wrong, but I don't know that 3 months is enough, and I don't know that it's respectful to the industry to say on December 17th, here are the rules for January 1st.
Well, I don't think 3 months is enough either, and I don't want another rush job, and I don't want another piecemeal. We heard the word holistic today. We need to look at what's going on with the state. We need to see where we can advocate if that's necessary too. We do have lobbyists now. So I think I can be okay with this today, with the understanding though that I will not approve something like this again next year. Like, we have to do better. We have to do better for the industry, and we have to do better for ourselves.
And I think we're in agreement on that. Supervisor Green?
I'd like to incorporate those hopeful thoughts about what we can do and not do a rush job, but I don't have any potential in today's agenda item to even give direction to staff to start that process. So absent any real ability to bank on that future exploration, I'm still kind of stuck with this item as it's presented today. And I know you had to bundle it the way it is as the way it is, but this does again continue to grant a very substantial discount without having really analyzed, forget the future analysis, how about the analysis of how much money this has been lost to potential county purposes, just the way it is right now. So it would have been great to start that longer discussion earlier this year, but we didn't get there. I also received outreach from staff saying, what about these? These are going to go bye-bye, and I wasn't willing to bring an item forward based on some of the concerns I've expressed here today. But if the conversation had gone a little bit different, hey, let's go gross receipts, we might have already had that item. So it's just buyer's remorse. But without a commitment to have those discussions, to bring follow-up items forward that could create the permanent changes here, it probably ain't going to change the outcome today, but I just can't support this as presented.
But we do have a commitment from the tax collector. You are working on things to bring forward.
Yeah, I think what I can add is I have a draft of the amendments that I was working on, pretty much complete. I can add in a few of the points that were raised today that I can include, and I can get that over to County Council to maybe help review and look at before we bring it back. But a lot of the ideas that have come up here are beyond the scope and capacity of us to do in an ordinance change. They would require going to the voters. The gross receipts tax, there have been discussions in the past. That, to implement in any real form, would require voter approval. So perhaps when I bring back the ordinance, and working with County Council, I can highlight what we are able to implement, those changes that can be brought forward now, and then go into some discussion about what these other potential changes are and what would be, what it would entail to do. Like gross receipts would require going back to the voters. The other counties that switched that I know where gross receipts didn't work out and they switched back, it's partially because of the staff time that's involved. It really requires a lot more investigative resources by my office. There's a lot more criminal actions that have to be brought, actions that are beyond our current capacity and would require a lot of resources. So I think what I could do is I could bring back the ordinance with what I have, and maybe give some idea of what those changes would look like if we wanted to pursue those paths, what resources would be needed by my office, what the cost would be, and what kind of timeframes would be involved. And I think we could probably give a big picture overview of what that would be.
With some financial analysis.
With some analysis, yes, I can include that as well.
And so I'm going to check in with County Council. Even if it's not within the agenda item or in the recommended action, we can always direct staff to take certain actions, such as what we're discussing, to follow up in assisting the tax collector with whatever we need for the financial analysis, or with the county council's office working alongside with our tax collector. We can always provide that direction, correct?
Yes, so direction to staff can always be provided, granted or relayed by motion or consensus, and it sounds like in this particular situation, the treasurer tax collector has already been doing some of the work that is related to this item. So, your board may provide direction by consensus or by motion even. The other option is to provide, since the treasurer tax collector is already doing the work, your board and any one of the members of the Board of Supervisors could also provide some suggestions, and which is kind of what's taking place right now, to the tax collector on ideas of how and what he can incorporate in the work that he's doing. So a more formalized version of that would be by direction by consensus or motion.
And I just see this, I know it goes into a specific pot into our budget fund 1072, I think it is, but it's general fund in a some way, shape, or form. And I think that our admin office should be very interested in how we can maximize our general fund. So I'm seeking consensus not for our admin office to take the lead, but if there's a need for assistance, that they can assist in helping our tax collector bring something back. That's the consensus I'm seeking, and it looks like I'm getting enough nods to say yes. And so with that, looking to see if there's action to be taken today on the resolution that's before us. Supervisor Green?
Can you add to that consensus canopy?
I think that was part of that consensus, was to review all of the items that have been mentioned today.
And just a follow-up question to Patrick. You said it would likely take a voter approval to get into the gross receipts. As long as it doesn't increase the tax, is the mechanism of the tax crucial? I just don't know that County Council has chimed in on that.
And I think that's part of the discussions that will occur, where County Council will have to dig a little deeper for that. So that could be an option, yes. Sorry to cut you off.
That's fine.
Are you though?
We're ready for action?
I'm ready for any action to be taken.
All right, I want to make sure, just one motion here, correct? We're not, all right. I move to adopt a resolution to, I offer the resolution as offered.
Resolution has been offered.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
No.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today for that conversation, and thank you for all the public input we received. We are a little bit behind schedule. We have a public hearing that was scheduled at 1:30. It is 12:55. We're going to take our lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:55 and take up that public hearing at that time. All right, welcome back, everybody. We will continue our meeting where we left off, which is item 610, our 1:30 p.m. public hearing. Consideration of A, appeal AB 23-03 of Planning Commission's decision to revoke a major use permit UP 19-15 for Legendary Farms at 2290 Soda Bay Road, Lakeport, APN number 008 010-29 for high-severity violations and deem Justin Smith and Melissa Smith, let me repeat that, and Melissa Smith responsible persons, and B, appeals AB 23-02, Roberto Estrada, and AB 2304, Michael Wegner, of the Planning Commission's decision to deem these persons as responsible persons for the high-severity violations at Legendary Farms, UP 19-15. So there's going to be a little bit of a process in this public hearing. First, we're going to do the swearing in and the oath. After that, we'll go ahead and hear from CDD and their presentation. And after that, I have, I believe, 2 presentations from, I don't know if it's separate appellants or if it's the same that will be speaking, but I have 2 presentations, but that's the order that will go. And first, if we can start with whoever is planning to provide testimony, both online and in the chamber. If you are in the chamber, which I'm not seeing anything because we're sharing the screen, so let me figure this out here real quick. There it is. I can see the attendees. If you are an attendee, please raise your hand, or if you're actually on the panelist, raise your hand if you're planning to speak on this item. Everyone else, please stand up and follow directions from Ms. Purdy.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And as I stated, we will go ahead and begin with the presentation from Community Development.
Thank you. Maria Turner, Community Development Director. The item you have before you this afternoon is a collection of appeals on a Planning Commission decision to do 2 different things. One was to revoke use permit 19-15 for Legendary Farms outdoor cultivation, and secondly, deem a number of persons responsible for high severity violations taking place on the parcel. On August 28th, 2023, the Planning Commission unanimously approved both the revocation and determining multiple responsible persons. Since that date, additional internal review has gone on regarding our notification process. In case the board isn't aware, this was the first revocation project we've ever done. So even though it's been in Article 60 for a very long time. During that internal review, we did note a gap between our existing processes of notifications, which are regulated by the state government code, and this new aspect of responsible persons designation or determination. Since that date, we have made internal process changes to close that gap for future proceedings. However, as a result of this internal review, I am actually today reversing the department or my recommendation regarding naming responsible persons of high severity violations. The new recommendations, which will be on a subsequent slide, include upholding Appeal AB 23-02 and 23-04. 23-02 names Roberto Estrada as responsible persons. 23-04 determined Michael Wegner as a responsible person or as an appeal of that decision for high severity violations. Furthermore, my new recommendation is to uphold a portion or in part of Appeal AB 23-03, the segment of that appeal that includes naming Justin Smith and Melissa Smith as responsible persons for high severity violations. Article 60 in our zoning code allows for the revocation of a use permit based on 3 possible reasons. The first is that this permit was obtained by fraud. The second is that one or more of the terms or conditions upon which such permit was granted has been violated. And the third is that the use for which the permit was granted is so conducted as to be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or as to be a nuisance. It is my position that although I have reversed recommendations regarding high-severity violations, there is still ample material to continue my recommendation to revoke Major Use Permit 19-15. And so I will proceed with a focus on that. This is the Legendary Farms parcel, an overview. It is, well, you'll see it's approximately 41 acres, virtually flat. On the left-hand side, you'll see the slope overlay on that GIS layer that shows that the sloping is towards that water course on the western side. On the right-hand side, you'll see the approved Legendary Farms cultivation site at the bottom and the unpermitted cannabis cultivation site that's on the northeast corner. This parcel also contains the Rancho de la Fuente Event Center, and the flatlands have historically been used for cultivation of hay. Major Use Permit 19-15 included one Type A3 license for outdoor cultivation, that is up to 1 acre of outdoor cultivation canopy, as well as recognizing the requirement to transfer to mixed light cultivation within 2 years due to the Farmland Protection Zone, or no later than May 21st, 2023. This conversion has not taken place yet. This is the site plan that was approved. You'll note the large green area, that's our 1 acre of approved outdoor cultivation. Secondly, I'd like to just point out that yellow structure at the sort of southeast part that's identified as ag building. Oops, one moment. On September 14th, 2022, code enforcement and planning staff performed their annual compliance monitoring site visit. The staff did meet Melissa Smith, permittee, and Michael Wegner at that site. When staff arrived at the approved cultivation site, they noticed a second fenced area across the field approximately 800 feet away. They requested that access to this second area. Ms. Smith immediately left the group, and Mr. Wegner escorted the team to this other spot. Staff found approximately 3,300 additional cannabis plants in cultivation. They also noted that the cultivation methods were very, very similar to the labeling, placement, grow methods of those in the approved area. Staff also, on the previous day, on that first day, which September 14th, 2022, observed 2 buildings that had been built without permits. These were large metal buildings, as you can see in this slide. They did request access to those structures, but access was denied to them that day. Code enforcement, planning, and law enforcement staff did another site visit the next day on September 15th. At that time, law enforcement staff requested access to the 2 structures, and access was granted. Again, Mr. Wegner escorted the staff that was visiting the site. Also on that day, staff did deliver the notice of violation and the notice of nuisance in order to abate for the unpermitted cannabis cultivation. So for these structures, 2 applications for ag-exempt building permits were submitted. One was submitted by the prior property owner, Mr. Frank Perez, for the purpose of storage of hay, walnuts, and tractors. This permit was approved, but when it was approved, the site plan showed that the structure was actually going to be closer towards the approved cultivation site, not in the location where we did find it. A second permit or application for an ag-exempt structure was submitted by Melissa Smith with the same use proposed. That permit for that second structure remains ready to issue, but has not been picked up or issued. And neither of those permit locations were where they were found during the site visit. Ag-exempt structures per our code allow for it's a reduced level of scrutiny of a building permit, and it's allowed in times of commercial agricultural uses on a parcel, specifically for the storage of tools, appliances, supplies. You can keep your livestock in there, things like that. It is not meant for a place of employment or activity, extended activity, and it does not allow for electrical or water. However, it is possible to get electrical and water installed with building permits for those in particular. As staff observed in both structures, they saw irrigation systems, oscillating fans mounted to the walls, grow lights mounted to the ceiling, an air conditioning unit, propane tank, air exhaust systems, multiple extension cords, and dried cannabis vegetative waste on the floor. Additionally, they observed ropes strung throughout the interior of both buildings, sticker labels with cannabis strain names, stacks of black and yellow totes, industrial fans, a refrigerator, a wall-mounted flat screen, number of hoses. There are no electrical or water permits issued for either of these structures. During the site visit, staff also observed electrical extension cords going from the two unpermitted structures through and then across a property line to a neighboring parcel. Again, major use permit 19-15, approved for 1 acre of outdoor cultivation. Additionally, it also had a type 13 self-distribution. That part doesn't have any play in what was observed today. Activity observed but not approved include unpermitted cultivation in excess of approved conditions, unpermitted structures used in cannabis operation, not part of the permit, and the applications submitted for them listed use that was consistent with an ag-exempt building permit, including the storage of hay, walnuts, and tractors. Additionally observed unpermitted was unpermitted electrical. Also observed in subsequent inspection was a lack of conversion to mixed light greenhouses, which is included in the conditions of approval on A20, recognizing the farmland protection zone requirements. Article 60 allows for the revocation of a use permit for violation of terms or conditions of the approved permit. And just to be clear also, standard in all of our conditions of approval do state that the business activity approved must comply with the approved site plan, the approved conditions, the approved project description. So it is very clear that future business activity is limited to what is approved by the Planning Commission, and any further amendments to that use permit would probably, most likely, most often, require a modification to that use permit, which does go through environmental review and consideration by the Planning Commission. I don't usually use a lot of words in my slides, but I wanted to make sure that you have this before you. These are the amended recommendations, which are different from your staff report. The first one and the second one are both, as I mentioned on the first slide, to grant the appeals 23-02 and 23-04 of the Planning Commission's decision to determine Roberto Estrada and Michael Wagner as responsible persons. Third, granting in part the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to determine Justin Smith and Melissa Smith as responsible persons, but also to deny in part the appeal that deals with the Planning Commission's decision to revoke major use permit UP 19-15. Then just to make that real clear is number 4, denying the appeal of the Planning Commission's revocation of the major use permit UP-19-15, and then finally directing staff to prepare findings of fact for the board's consideration at a future meeting. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for community development, or do we want to hold until we have all presentations?
We can proceed, but I'd like a hard copy of that screen if we could toward the end.
I think we're going to ask to pop it back up when we get towards the end.
Certainly, I'd be happy to.
Just to help us with some of the guidance depending on the decisions we make.
You can have my copy in the meantime.
Okay. So that was our presentation from community development. I have 2 presentations. One starts with the county courthouse, and it says appeal AB 23-03. The other, and it's a PDF. The other one is an actual PowerPoint presentation. I just kind of want to ask to make sure to provide the right process. Which one goes first?
I think I just fine.
Can I just clarify real quick? Sorry. Collie Perkins on behalf of Roberto Estrada. Is it a clear direction that he's being dismissed from being found as a responsible party for the high severity violation?
That is the recommendation. At this moment in time, the board has not made that decision at this moment.
Understood.
Joe Rogway here on behalf of...
If you can speak in the microphone, please, sir.
Joe Rogway here on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, as well as Legendary and United. Just have a clarification as to what is happening right now in terms of what are we proceeding under, what code section. It sounds like from hearing community development that this is not proceeding by way of the high severity violation process, and that I'm confused by that, and I would like some clarification as to what we're doing, and also is there going to be an ultimate finding here by the board today, because there was reference in the slide to a future findings, a future date where there'd be findings of fact and things of that nature.
So in Lake County's process, after a decision is made, there's 45 days, I believe, and actually I'm going to ask County Council to describe that process where we end up finalizing the findings.
Yeah, so generally there is an intended decision by your board that your board may make a motion on upon making a determination. Then there's that 45-day period by which pursuant to the direction of staff will then submit a draft findings and final decision for your board's consideration at a subsequent meeting within that 45-day period.
And I hope that clarifies that part. And as far as the amendment that has been made to the recommendations from CDD, again, the board has not made that final decision. And I understand kind of what you're asking. Are you supposed to provide us some information based on the high severity and persons of interest, or just the revocation? And in order to not waste time, I appreciate the question. So I am going to go back to the board and just have a brief discussion on if we are willing to only listen to the revocation process and take staff's recommendation, or open for the full breadth of what was brought to us in the first place prior to the amendments, and looking for...
Well, to Council's question, I think what you're asking is whether we're going under the HSV, and it sounds like staff recommendation is no. It sounds like they do want to proceed with the revocation on the use permit 19-15, and it sounds like that would be under the alternate adjudication per Lake County Code Chapter 2160, the more standard garden variety revocation. Does that give the clarity you need?
It does. I appreciate that. I have a couple of follow-up questions that are based on this issue. One is, obviously there are different processes when describing to your point, Supervisor, there's different processes with respect to high severity violation versus a normal violation, we have already gotten to this part of the process. There was, if the board recalls, the last hearing was continued to today's date because there were legal arguments that were presented. Since then, Supervisor Sabatier did request counsel to meet and confer about the legal issues prior to today's date. Despite my request to do so, there was no response from county counsel. So I don't know from county counsel what the position of the county is from a legal, procedural, and substantive standpoint. And so there's that piece of it. And I would like to have some clarification as to what happened with respect to CDD to change the posture of this case, because this isn't just a change in the recommendation. This is a change in both the process of it and the substance of it. And it's important that a record be made of exactly what occurred and why we're in this posture. One last piece of it is that if we are moving forward by way of a normal revocation under Article 60, as opposed to moving forward by way of a Chapter 13 high severity violation, my request should be for the high severity violation to bifurcate this process, meaning to have the high severity violation dismissed first, so that then when we're presenting, we're only presenting with respect to Article 60, because I'm concerned that there's going to be conflation of legal issues because it's not clear what we're proceeding under, that the other high severity violation process has been concluded and we're not going to have that happen, and that's been essentially dismissed, and then have a clean, essentially new bifurcated part of the process here with the board of essentially a normal violation. I think that this clarification is really important given the significant legal issues that we're addressing today.
All right. If you can hold for a sec, obviously I need to check in with county counsel, but I do want to get a consensus of, does the board wish to listen to the entirety of this appeal as it was presented originally, or do we agree with the recommendations to dismiss the appeals for persons of persons of interest, persons responsible, deemed responsible, and also the high severity? Just kind of want to check in because I think that helps out with responding to the latter part of what's left over to discuss.
What is the reason for the change in the recommendation?
Thank you. So as I stated on my first slide, after the Planning Commission unanimously approved both the revocation and the deeming of multiple persons as responsible persons for the high severity violation, additional internal review took place, which identified a notification gap between what we have done with our normal process regulated by the government code as far as notifying property owners and notifying it both by mail and through the newspaper. We had not considered, or I inadvertently overlooked the direct notification of anyone who might be deemed responsible. So it is out of an abundance of caution that staff is recommending that we set aside those recommendations, or the board not uphold my previous recommendations to support finding those people responsible persons. In the meantime, we have updated and improved our notification process so that this will not happen again in the future. But again, this was the first revocation process we have done. First time we've done responsible persons. And so admittedly, our internal notification systems lagged slightly behind where it should have been to be optimal to support those previous recommendations. It is a result of that my recommendations for Appeal AB 2302 and AB 2304 have changed, as well as partially changed for AB 23-03.
And I'll just, I guess, help out and say I'm in favor of the recommendation changes so that we only look at the revocation of the permit appeal and not the persons deemed responsible or high severity nuisance or whatever the case is. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, I appreciate. I think it's an interesting recommendation because if we do adopt it, we would follow up with findings of fact that would be adopted at a subsequent thing. Sounds like the findings of fact here revolve around noticing more than the ordinance itself, and we haven't heard from the appellants yet. I assume they won't look a gift horse in the mouth, but one of the claims raised by council here is that the whole planning commission hearing was held improperly. So if we uphold the appeal based on a hearing that was held improperly, I think the findings of fact will get super interesting. That said, I would like to hear from the appellants in 2302 and 2304 at some appropriate time to see if they're okay with the recommendation. And that may be the low-hanging fruit. As to the main appeal before us today, 23-03, I don't want to argue on behalf of council, but they clearly came loaded for bear on the high severity violations. If there is a need or some practical benefit to a smallish continuance so that that particular appeal can come back after we grant the appeal in part and do whatever findings we need to do that, but I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if we can bifurcate that and do a partial grant of the appeal today, but come back another day for the rest of the meat and potatoes.
Supervisors, if I may clarify some
Please.
on the Chapter 13, which is nuisance ordinance, and Chapter 21, which is the zoning ordinance. And what you have in front of you today are issues one from each chapter. They have different purposes, and they have different penalties, and they have a different effect all around. They are not dependent on each other. So for a revocation of a permit, you do not need to have a high severity violation, and for a high severity violation, it doesn't necessarily lead to the revocation of a permit. They are not interchanged in that way, although a high severity violation could support as evidence for a revocation of a permit. I think what the issue here is that Mr. Rogway brought up was that the process for each of these chapters, for these sections of these chapters, is very different. So for Chapter 13, for a high severity violation and a nuisance violation, high severity nuisance violation, there is a notice requirement which was met for not everybody, but for some of the parties, and it was met through a posting and a mailing. But not everybody is attached to the property, and a high severity violation relates to the individuals who are acting and not the property itself, whereas a use permit relates to the property itself. It attaches to the property and it runs with the land. So in the case of a high severity violation, there were parties that may not have been noticed appropriately, so they would not have been aware of the next step in the process for high severity violations, which would have been the option to appeal. And the appeal would immediately have brought them before your board. It would not have gone to the Planning Commission. It would have come to you. There is no record of a complete application for an appeal to Planning Commission. That requires both a written, usually on planning's, the department's form, as well as the paying of a fee or a fine, the fines that were levied, whichever is less. And both of those have to occur for an appeal to be effective. In this case, there was a notice received, but not the fee. And the position would be that if the people had been noticed correctly, if those who were being charged with high severity violations were noticed correctly, they would have had the opportunity to appeal, come before your board, and have that heard then, and then staff could have used that decision to support the revocation that comes later under Chapter 21. Part of that hearing that would have come before you would have allowed for calling of witnesses and cross-examination and some more complex procedure that you otherwise engage in for your hearings. Under Chapter 21, which is the permit revocation, it deals with the permit, the use permitted on the property, and the permit that runs with the land. So it is not attached to an individual per se. It may impact individuals like the property owner and the uses that that a cultivator could put to the property and whether or not they could continue the approved use. but it wouldn't affect them as directly as a high severity violation, because a high severity violation penalty could include up to a banning of engaging in cannabis cultivation in the county or cannabis activity in the county forever, which is a penalty that attaches to the individual. Whereas with the revocation, the penalty is obviously revocation of the permit, which means that that particular permit, that particular property is no longer approved for that use. So they would have to go through, whomever wanted to do that use again in the future would have to engage in that again, the process of applying for a permit. If and the hearing process for that would be more aligned with your usual practice for hearings. It doesn't allow for the calling of that all parties can call witnesses and that all parties can cross-examine. So I think that was the concern, was if you move forward with both together, it's unclear which process you're using. If you were going to consider the high severity violations, you would have to use the high severity violation process, and if you were when you're considering the revocation, you would have to use the revocation process. Did I make it more muddled, or was it?
To be very clear, September 28th, 2023, Planning Commission, that hearing proceeded under the high severity violation ordinance. It didn't go to the alternative procedures, correct?
Correct. It did not follow. It did not go to, the Planning Commission should not have had that. That wasn't a question that should have been before them that day. It was the high severity violations were considered waived at that point, and they would have been, the challenge of them would have been considered waived at that point because there were no appeals filed. And so it was used as a support for the revocation in the Planning Commission. There was some confusion, however, in the language and as it was presented to the Planning Commission. But if notice had been effective for the high severity violations, if everybody had been noticed correctly, all the parties that were considered violators, then they would have had the opportunity to appeal to the board, request an appeal to the board, and if they had not, we could have considered that waived. However, in further investigation, community development determined that notice was not effective to everybody and is now recommending that the high severity violation determination be rescinded.
So with all that, are we able to move forward today with what is on our agenda? I was very adamant that I wanted this to come back on this date, but a part of me let me ask two other questions before I make my statement. There was a statement that, yes, we did give direction to meet with staff to ensure they knew the process, and it sounds like maybe that process was kind of fine-tuned and decided upon recently rather than 2 weeks ago or a month ago. Am I correct on that? Were they told that today they should be prepared for what you're just describing, that we're going to have to separate it, or else, because you come prepared either for witnesses and cross-examinations or you come prepared for the other? Just kind of curious what the process was between their counsel and our staff to ensure that everybody came prepared today.
I can't speak to a meeting. I did not engage in a meeting related to policy or process for today's hearing.
Okay, and no such meeting occurred?
I did not.
I'm asking the whole, not just...
No, I did not meet with them either.
And was there a receipt of communication to meet? Whether a phone call, whether an email?
We've received a number of email communications, mostly requests for PRAs. However, there was also a request to discuss the merits of the case, which was actually not what we were supposed to have discussed. But I did not schedule a meeting since the last one. The board told us to schedule a meeting to discuss the process of an appeal, and I did not schedule one. Sorry.
And I can clarify just very quickly. I sent a number of formal letterhead letters to both Director Turner as well as to County Council. No response to any of it. So the day of the last hearing, Immediately following that, I sent a letter, no response, excuse me, 2 other times. Excuse me, I sent, on the subsequent weeks, additional letters to both Director Turner and County Council, have never responded to me, and this is all news to me. Of course, I'm welcoming dismissal of the high severity violation piece of it, but there's been no communication. And I've just been trying to ascertain what the process is to figure out what we're doing here. The issues that are causing the high severity violation to be dismissed are the issues that I raised. That the county, through Director Turner, through County Council, basically has not acknowledged the entire time.
And I'm going to pause you.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to be rude, because I'd like you to speak on the behalf of why you're here, not to help us through the process. I know that you all reached out. I don't think I was the only one you reached out to. Sorry, I denied any communication with you. I responded with a no. But I know that I received some communication from one of the team members that represents somebody. I want to make sure that this is a fair playing field for everybody to be prepared for today. I appreciate the amendments. And I'm also kind of confused. I guess I need County Council to help me out in the sense that if the appeal shouldn't have been done at the Planning Commission level, and we're here solely looking at the appeal to the decision, not the appeal at the planning, but the Planning Commission made a decision on something that maybe they weren't supposed to make a decision on, and then here we're appealing that decision, but we're changing that it's no longer based on that decision. It feels very gray. And I'm trying to better understand what is in front of us today, and is it an appeal of what was decided, or is this a new item in front of us?
So just to make, and just to start with a point of clarification, when the term county council is used, there has to be a distinction made between Senior Deputy County Council Nicole Johnson, Deputy County Council Carlos Torres, who's been designated, assigned to represent CDD. County Council Lloyd Gintivano, myself, on the other hand, represents County Board of Supervisors for purposes of this appeal. So,
thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. And as far as communications go, because again, references were made to County Council, I can represent to your board that I met with Mr. Wegner, one of the appellants here. We discussed procedural questions pursuant to your board's direction. There was a request made by him, reached out to me for a meeting, and we did talk about the procedures that were to take place in this type of hearing. So all of that kind of as an introductory point. To your question as to whether or not this is properly before your board, in essence, right? And Director Turner could certainly speak to this, perhaps Senior Deputy Johnson, Deputy Torres may also speak to this. Your board has the staff memo that was presented to the Planning Commission as well on that September date. There were in that memo itself, it does not, my understanding of it is that it does not exclusively solely deal with just the high severity violation issue under Chapter 13, that it dealt with both the high severity violation, made references to high severity violations, as well as Chapter 21. In this case, it would be Article 60 of the zoning ordinance, which deals with general permit revocations. And it's specifically in that in itself, Article 60, particularly Article 60.12 was specifically referenced on page 13 of that staff memo. This is again the staff memo that was presented to the Planning Commission for recommendations in which the Planning Commission acted on. On page 13, the first bullet point as to the Planning Commission's findings speaks to the fact that based on Article 60.12 attached, which is attachment 10 to that memo of the Lake County Zoning Code, a hearing to revoke a use permit may be initiated by request of the planning director. So certainly that was presented by the Planning Commission. Your board may seek clarification as to the nature of this appeal, because from what was filed in the I'll just call it the appeal, the notice of appeal document, we have 3 separate appeals, 23-03, 23-02, and 23-04. And your board has we're just provided with the amended recommendations by CDD staff as it relates to each of those appeals. Your board may want to seek clarification, particularly on 23-02 and 23-04 for those appellants, respectively. 23-02 is Roberto Estrada is the designated appellant. 23-04 is Michael Wegner as the designated appellant. For those corresponding appeals, your board may want to seek clarification as to whether, given in light of CDD staff's amended recommendations today, whether they are still pursuing an appeal on the permit revocation under Article 60, because each of these appeal documents makes references to both to some degree or so that would be one option for your board in order to somehow streamline this process. But again, going back to your question as to whether or not they're both set of procedures are properly before your board under these respective appeals, part of that would come from what the planning commission deliberated on and what the planning commission issued as its action coming out of the recommendations made by CDD staff on that September date.
So I would even say that based on what I'm hearing, that we shouldn't even be making a decision on the first 2 if it wasn't even supposed to go to, because right now it's an appeal of the planning commission of the high severity, so us making a decision on the appeal of the planning commission is not an appropriate action for us to take, since it can't be appealed if it wasn't supposed to go to them in the first place. I'm sorry that I'm learning on the fly here, and
Mr. Chair.
I'll let them.
Oh, my
I'm not the
apologies.
attorney. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So, staff's determination in their investigation was that notice was ineffective, which means that even if the Planning Commission had authority to hear this, it would not have been appropriate because the parties who were accused of high severity violations or alleged to commit high severity violations did not receive proper notice. So it would have failed in that instance. For those parties that did not receive proper notice. In order, and as Director Turner has said, staff is correcting their forms and how they engage in investigating and responding to high severity violations, so that this disconnect does not occur again between Chapter 21 and Chapter 13. But in this case, that disconnect was there, and so it was unintentional. It was unfortunately brought before the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission did engage in a decision. Because of that, in an abundance of caution, staff brought it before your board, also in not just that, but also in response to the appeals that were filed, which addressed both issues, so that can be addressed, put on the record, and clarified. However, in light of staff's determinations as to notice, their recommendation has changed in that it was not effective from the start, and therefore it should be dismissed largely. And so, but the Planning Commission's decisions were not. They were 2 separate motions, and they were not dependent on each other. So they were asked to consider high severity violations, yes, and they should not have been considering high severity violations, correct. And if the high severity violations, if they had been appropriately considering high severity violations, that could have been one of the pieces of evidence that would have supported a revocation potentially. It is not a requirement for revocations. They did not rely solely on that, and they did not need to rely solely on a high severity violation. They can rely on the violations that staff presented on that day in addition to, or those same violations, even though they were never determined, even if they're never determined to be high severity violations, because the Chapter 21, Article 60 does not require that a nuisance violation be found or that an individual be found to be in violation of Chapter 13 in order to have violated Chapter 21. So staff presented the report that you have in your packet today, which outlined all of the violations they noticed, and that was what the revocation was based upon at the Planning Commission level, but it was not. And that was an appropriate determination by the Planning Commission because that is their authority. They do have jurisdiction over revocation decisions, and that would properly come before you as an appeal.
As Section 60 or Article 60,
Article 60
provides that Planning Commission and/or the Board of Supervisors.
Correct.
Okay. So I'd like to cross off some things that we don't need to continue to discuss. Obviously, there's recommendations by CDD Director, Director Turner, and looking to see if we're okay with dismissing and I guess upholding the appeal, even though I won't get into that, but upholding the appeal of the persons deemed responsible as suggested by CDD and looking for.
I need to hear from appellants, even if it's a slam dunk on 2302 and 2304. They have a right to speak on this, if only in support of this. To what you raised, it's apples or oranges. It can't be both. So although I do see on page 13 of the staff report some citations to Article 60 and the procedures therein, I'm assuming the findings of fact based by the motions that are here, all the Planning Commission action was based on high severity. My question for County Council before we get to your question, Chair, is if the appeal was granted in full for AB 2303, would that preclude a subsequent initiation of a more standard permit revocation hearing?
No, your planning, excuse me, my apologies. I'm just surprised I haven't referred to you all as Your Honor yet. Supervisors, your board hears appeals for the Planning Commission under Chapter 21 de novo. So what that means, new, as if it's fresh in front of you. You're not dependent on the Planning Commission's decision. You're not bound by it. You can look at the evidence and weigh it as your body deems fit and make a decision based on the presentation that's given you today. You can also, and included in that evidence is the Planning Commission's determinations or findings or the reports that were presented to them. But it is not determinative of your decision. You do not have to follow that. The Planning Commission may have made reference, the report may have made reference to high severity violations because the violations that were witnessed by staff were determined by staff to be high severity violations, but they do not have to be legally found to be high severity violations to be violations considered by the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission can still consider those violations, even if...
I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree. It's not surplus language when you say revocation of major use permit for high severity violations. That's exactly what they got rung up for in September of last year. That's exactly what's on here appeal today. So I get that there's alternative procedures in the code that this could have tracked on. What was brought to the Planning Commission, what they voted on, was a high severity violation case. So to take a partial recommendation to grant the appeal in part and deny in a part relies on, one, our willingness as a board to proceed under these procedures for something that is not ripe necessarily for this board to appeal, and some willingness of council to address the more of the Article 60 stuff than the high severity stuff they've been fighting like hell over the last month plus for.
The high severity violations relate to the individuals and whether or not they are deemed to be individually responsible for the violations. The violations themselves, absent that, separate from that, can be considered independently as part of a revocation. So it is not necessary for an individual to have been found responsible for a high severity violation for that violation to be the grounds on which a permit is revoked.
County Council.
So on the minutes coming out of the September 28, 2023 meeting of the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission on motion did make reference to approving the motion to revoke the major use permit, UP 19-15, for Legendary Farms, including a list of responsible persons that were named in those minutes. It does reference 4 high severity, after naming that list, it goes on to say 4 high severity violations, property located 2290 Soda Bay Road, based on the findings in the staff report dated September 28, 2023. So based on that approved motion, it references back to the findings of the staff report in September 28, 2023. Those are located primarily in page 13. The recommendations, recommended findings, were submitted by staff, number 1 of which makes specific reference to Article 60.12. That would be the general revocation permit and all the procedures incorporated therein. So number 4 of those recommended findings is the contains the language for high severity violations. So for what it's worth, there's also in Chapter 13 itself on the high severity violations, it specifically and expressly provides that it's not the exclusive remedy for any person or any party found to be in violation thereof based on certain activities. Chapter 13 itself expressly states that a high severity violation administrative proceeding, the relief obtained pursuant to that, is not the sole remedy that staff, in this case CDD staff, can utilize. So that's what's before your board today. It appears that your board can make as part of its findings a determination that that what came out of the Planning Commission hearing actually dealt with both, and due to apparently as it's laid out in the in this hearing today, that due to procedural deficiencies in noticing as to the high severity under Chapter 13 and those requirements, that with taking into account the fact that it's not the sole exclusive remedy for pursuing violations here, those deficiencies, that's what led to, it appears, that's what led CDD staff to make these amended recommendations. That does not automatically exclude the Planning Commission's decision under Article 60 to revoke the permit. And that's what's left if your board were to take these recommendations, amended recommendations by staff.
Okay. I want to move forward, taking one item at a time, and then we'll get to the revocation part. Because what I'm hearing is we can move forward with that, but I want to also cross off and I want to bring up the first one, which is
AB 2302.
Sure. Let's start with 2302.
We can take action without public input, or we're good on that?
Well, one option for your board is to Supervisor Green's point, is to perhaps seek clarification from the appellant under AB 2302 to see, because we're dealing with 2 sets of appellate procedures here, if given in light of staff's amended recommendation today, whether they're still willing to proceed with the appeal on the under the procedures of Article 60. That's the general revocation permit, because under Article 60, any interested party who disagrees with the Planning Commission's decision can make an appeal, can file an appeal. So a clarification, your board can certainly seek that clarification and any additional comments that the appellant may have.
May I please be heard? I have a clarifying question, which is, what are we appealing?
So at this moment, what we're going to do is we're going to take up AB 2302, AB 2304, then we will come back to AB 2303. I want to make sure to open it up for any testimony on 2302 prior to our making any decision. That way we allow comment to be made by those that were sworn in. And we will come back to 2303. And I'd like to open it up for 2302 for whoever wants to testify for that item.
And again, I just need clarification. Excuse my confusion here, but this is all very alarming that it's all done at the last minute without any notice to us prior to today, again, despite our requests for information from the CDD. Are you looking for our full presentation on Roberto Estrada being labeled as a high-severity violator? Because that is the only appeal we filed.
We are, at this moment in time, recommendation is to dismiss it or approve the appeal, grant the appeal. I can't say we haven't all stated that that's what will happen, but do you want to speak on that recommendation only, then for the board to take action on that recommendation? If the board's going to go against that recommendation, then I say the board should not take action and we should listen to a full presentation. But at this moment, that's the recommendation. I want to speak on that recommendation, and if the board moves forward with that recommendation, then that simplifies that appeal, in my opinion.
I would just echo the problems that the community development director laid out with respect to this appeal and the handling of it procedurally. It has been handled very improperly, oftentimes conflating the Chapter 60 with Chapter 13 and the rules that go along with that. As we laid out in the Planning Commission hearing, almost a year ago now, our client never received proper notice at the outset. There was never an NOV, there was never a notice of abatement, there was never proper notice of the Planning Commission hearing, and in fact, there wasn't proper notice of this hearing. We never filed an appeal as to revocation of the major use permit, so I won't speak to that. We have a full several-hour presentation with witness testimony and exhibits that we'd like to present if Mr. Estrada will be considered as a high-severity violator. But based on the current recommendation to the board, I will save those several hours of testimony. My inclination is to make a record on this and present all this evidence so that we can follow up by pointing out all the improprieties. However, I assume you don't want me to call witnesses to the stand at this time and introduce exhibits as to the high severity classification of Mr. Estrada if you're going to be dismissing it.
And if it's not the case, I will make sure that you have a chance to provide your presentation before action by the board.
Okay. I would just state my experience in handling of this matter is that there's been numerous lies put forth by the community development director. There's been improper proceedings with respect to obtaining discovery. We filed a PRA request probably 45 days ago now that was withheld from us. It was rerouted from the normal person that handles these PRAs to a different person who told our office that they attempted to contact our office, but that we were refusing to pay the $18 for the PRA docs, which is an absolute bold-faced lie. And in fact, as soon as the normal person that handles PRAs contacted our office, within hours, we had the money to them. So there's been withholding of documents. The sheriff's office, I sent a PRA in April. They just today responded with a report from the sheriff's office and said it was an oversight on their part, and they were apologizing. But the fact that the sheriff's report comes up only on the date of the hearing when it was requested back in April seems incredibly suspicious. So there's just been a plethora of mishandling in this case and not following Chapter 13 throughout these proceedings, plus a lack of communication, which I think this could have been handled in a much more compliant manner and a much more proficient manner. And because of this, our client has suffered greatly. He's lost many thousands of dollars trying to defend against this violation that was never even properly noticed at the outset. So on that, I will submit to your recommendation for dismissal.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak on this, please?
Frank Perez, I don't know if this is proper or not, but I'm sitting here listening to all this, and there's something that was done at the planning department that I seen. One of the planners brought another person in besides Michael and the Mr. Gonzalez or whatever his name is, and he was supposed to be deemed responsible as well, and now his thing has been completely erased off of the minutes. So I don't understand how that can be. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, but at this moment, we're talking about 2302, and I do want to speak to that a little bit
Well, what is 2302? Just
Roberto Estrada.
Just that one person?
At this moment, it is just that one person.
Okay, well, are you going to bring up the person that...
One step at a time.
Okay.
Any further comments on this? On 2302 for Roberto Estrada? All right, bringing it back to the board.
Just one quick question. I'm looking at page 13 like we're talking about. Was there approximately 3,340 cannabis plants found outside the approved cannabis area, canopy area?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, all of this other stuff aside, there still was something that took place.
Additionally, 2 unpermitted structures where activity that was related to the use permit but not approved.
All right, well, with that, I will go ahead and...
Can I just clarify that the 3,340 plants were not found on Mr. Estrada's property, nor were the 2 ag-exempt buildings?
I was talking about the property.
Okay, I thought we were addressing only 23.
No, I just asked a simple question to that.
Sorry.
Yep. So I motion to grant the appeal for 23-0202.
Second.
If I may.
County Council.
Members of the board, yeah, thank you. Just for further clarification for purposes of this motion, and also for the anticipated findings of fact for your board's consideration, your board may move to grant appeal AB 23-02 of the Planning Commission's decision to determine Roberto Estrada as a responsible person for the high-severity violations on property 2290 Soto Bay Road, APN 008-010-29, and direct staff to prepare findings of fact for the board's consideration pursuant to that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Just point of clarification, this is in my district, so I don't want to grab the motion, but I got 2 others going. Would you mind?
You want the motion?
Please.
Okay. I mean, because you've taken our motions before, and I'm just kind of following suit.
Let's just go with it. So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I hope you kept track of that, Ms. Purdy. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we're going to speak on AB 2303. This is regarding, and I'm sorry, I'm lost here. This is regarding Michael Wegner. Anyone wish to speak on, 2304, thank you for the correction. Anyone wish to speak on this?
Michael Wegner, the appellate. I think I do appreciate the situation or the scenario that we're in. The reality is we've really just kind of started figuring out how all these things play out. And with that, I do want to give each other a little bit of grace as far as we're figuring out the whole industry, okay? With that, I do appreciate the willingness to grant the appeal to not find me as a responsible party. But I would ask if you would consider granting that appeal not based on procedural intricacies, which as noted are extensive issues, but really on the basis of merit and what the code and what the law says in finding or deeming a person as a responsible party. I think that could be important moving forward or down the line for other people, not necessarily just for myself. And of course, I wouldn't stipulate or require such a thing. I would just, for the record, think that might be important. With that being said, if you folks had any questions that I could answer or attempt to, I would be willing to answer them.
Supervisor Green, was that a pen up for a question or comment?
Just for this and the previous appeal, procedural defects, let's just call it that. And I appreciate the grace that you're asking for. As far as the finding of facts, could they be important? If the appeal is granted, maybe as reading material, but I don't know that it's substantive. And if there's something wrong with the findings of fact when they come back to this board for approval, I suppose you could haggle them out then, or you could reach out to county council if you want to haggle before that does. But it sounds like you're ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Yes, sir.
County Council.
If your board also has the option pursuant to what was discussed before to obtain confirmation and clarification from the appellant on whether or not aside from the high severity, appealing the high severity violations determination, whether or not the appellant is still seeking to appeal the general permit revocation decision of the Planning Commission.
Wouldn't that be taking up 2303 rather than 2304?
It would be, there is some reference made in 2304 as to the permit revocation, so it's really more of a confirmation or clarification, just to be sure, on record.
Yeah, on record, I'm appealing my appeal, not relevant to the major use permit.
Okay.
Clarity.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further public comment for 2304? I just need to check in.
Yeah.
I believe you walked in a little late. Have you been sworn in?
No.
I think we need you to be sworn in.
Okay. Thank you.
Just raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. My name is Sarah Bodner of Golden State Public Affairs, and I'm a consultant that has moved dozens of projects through this county and neighboring counties. And I'm watching all of this with great interest because I think that we're in new territory. And I understand there have been a lot of complexities to this particular case and even the particular charges. And to the point of this, the current case that you're hearing, I think the request that was made by the appellant is important and could possibly have repercussions for other consultants. So I just wanted to raise the question is, through this process, because it's been a bit muddled, I think it's unclear for myself and other consultants that may operate in this county, what is the basis for being held a responsible party in a case like this? We see noncompliance, we see compliance, both can happen. Do we have clear parameters for what that can look like? Or is that opening up some liability for the county to not have that clearly identified and be able to point to? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you want to respond to that, Director Turner?
Yes. Chapter 13, Section 47Q lists out 7 different ways a person could be deemed a responsible person. It includes a person who causes or materially contributes to the causation of an administrative violation, who maintains or allows it to continue, a person whose agent, employee, consultant, or independent contractor causes or materially contributes to the causation of an administrative violation, an on-site manager of a business who is responsible for the activities occurring at the premises where this administrative violation occurs, a trustee or other person who is given the legal authority to manage property on behalf of someone where that administrative violation occurs. It goes on, parent or guardian, a person who is the owner of or exercises control over, or any lessee or sublessee with the current right of possession and control of real property where a property-related administrative violation occurs. That was the list that was used in the Planning Commission staff report.
Okay, thank you for that response. Anybody further for 2304? All right, bringing it back to the board for action.
Turn it to County Council for the form of the motion.
Yes. So the motion would be to grant appeal AB 23-04 of the Planning Commission's decision to determine Michael Wegner as responsible person for the high severity violations on property 2290 Soda Bay Road, APN 008-010-29, and direct staff to prepare findings of fact for board consideration pursuant to that motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So before I move on to 2303, there were other individuals that were named in the original hearing that occurred at the Planning Commission. They are not appealing, but at the same time, in my mind, the same procedural issues on notification for the Planning Commission occurred for those individuals as it did for those that did appeal here to the Board of Supervisors. Does the same result happen to all those individuals previously listed?
No, not as a result of today's actions, because they're not. As you noted, they did not appeal, and they're not. And those decisions are not before you.
How can they appeal if they weren't notified?
That is true. And if it comes up, well, I'm not sure we have a process for that. If we're recognizing on the record that they were ineffectually noticed, then I suspect that CDD is not going to enforce the high severity violation determination on those parties. But I would have to look into that.
My only concern is there was an official approval of such at the Planning Commission.
Mm-hmm.
Does CDD have the discretion to reverse a decision made by the Planning Commission without bringing back for a rescinding of the decision?
Director Turner would probably say no, although that's been her opinion in the past. I would recommend then, if that is your concern, you can certainly give part of your direction to staff would be to bring those back so that you can take care of them, as far as you have today with those who did appeal.
I think if we are acknowledging a procedural default or fault in our process, that should be provided to all of the names that were on there originally. I know, for full disclosure, one of the names, I was surprised to see their name on there, and they never received any communication about the Planning Commission, didn't even know that they were on the list, and more along the lines of they're not even at the property, don't own the property, so on and so forth. That doesn't mean that they weren't involved, but if the same process took place, in my opinion, it would be best, and looking to the board, to ensure that we provide all those individuals with the same result.
We can certainly look into, you can direct staff to look into whether it would be most appropriate to take the remaining, those others named who have not appealed back to the Planning Commission and have the Planning Commission reconsider their vote, or bring it before your board collectively to.
I would suggest that it was done at the Planning Commission. I would like the Planning Commission to make that final decision. But looking at the rest of the board, if there's agreeance to doing so.
I have some information, I apologize, related to a different individual, Mr. Torado.
If you can just hold on. I'm checking in with the board at this moment in time. I recognize that you are there.
And now that we're here, earlier I was thinking that when the motion states to revoke the major use permit for Legendary Farms, including responsible persons, but it's right there is what it was basically about, was that. And when Council Nicole had mentioned that the other decisions weren't in their purview, I was thinking, well, maybe we have to send it back to Planning Commission to take those out of their purview and readdress the permit, but I don't know. That was my thought, because you're bringing this up now with the other people involved.
It was recommended that it was brought before your board because your board does hear appeals from the Planning Commission. They were, in effect, both decisions from the Planning Commission, both the high severity violations and even if the high severity violations decision was improper and ineffective, and the revocation. The revocation was properly before the Planning Commission, and your board does hear the appeals de novo. So for the revocation, it would be properly as an appeal before you, and we didn't think it would have been a clear record if we were to have requests that you take the high severity back to the Planning Commission for revocation or reconsideration of their decision, because it might muddle your record on the on the revocation.
That helps me. I'm willing to do what you're saying.
Okay. Is there consensus to?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not ripe. It's not ripe for review. I appreciate the concern. It's not before us today. I think the findings of fact that issue from these appeals that are granted certainly will be useful should a permit application come down the road. But I also think it's within the discretion of the CDD director to say, oops, that didn't work out on these appeals, so maybe I won't enforce that. If there's consensus, there's consensus. I just don't think that issue is before us today.
And so I'm going to look at county council representing the board. Those names are on the memo and throughout the information of what occurred at the Planning Commission. We are agreeing to acknowledging an error in our procedure. Can we provide that direction to staff? We're not making a motion, but direction to staff to bring that back to the Planning Commission. Is that within our purview within this item at this moment?
By virtue of the names being referenced specifically on the board memo, on staff memo for this hearing, one option for your board is to direct staff to explore other options on how to address the names of the individuals who have not filed an appeal. So it's not formally before your board, but at the same time, they're still named in the board memo. So the direction of staff would be to look into it further, do some further research as to what the ramifications are of having these individuals listed as they are for community development department purposes, and explore other options that may be available in addressing potential issues that might arise from having them on this list.
Which could lead to bringing it back to the planning.
And that could be one of them, okay. Yes.
And I'm perfectly fine with that discretion.
Direction, yes.
Okay. And it looks like you have consensus on that. Sir, I'm going to come back to you, but next is 2303. What specific topic do you have in mind?
Thank you. I appreciate it, Supervisor. So before we get to 2303, one of the individuals who was added as a responsible person at the Planning Commission is Mr. Dominic Tirado, who is the person who's responsible for the cultivation with the 3,000 plants. And that's the information that we've been trying to provide we did provide to County Council, to Director Turner in October of 2022. And immediately after there was the inspection. Mr. Tirado was never contacted by the county. This issue came up at the hearing. And I say this because Mr. Tirado has never provided any notice to be at the hearing.
So I'm going to interrupt you. I think that we've given direction to help with that. That doesn't mean that you can't speak to that during the 2303 presentation.
Whatever the preferences of the board, I just wanted to clarify something that the people who were not notified that there was a violation against them were not notified that there was a hearing, were not notified that they're deemed responsible parties, which is
and I believe that we just took care of that. Okay, so we're going to move on to 2303. We already had a presentation from CDD. Again, I have two presentations. You said it didn't matter.
Sorry. I thought I turned them off. I guess I turned them off.
I believe you mentioned it didn't matter in which order to do the presentations.
One presentation was counsel for Mr. Estrada, who has been dismissed. My presentation is one at the courthouse, but before we get to 2303, if there's a motion to dismiss the high severity violation as to these parties, my request is to do so first, because that changes the entirety of what I am doing, what the process.
That's not in front of us to take action on that. What's in front of us is specifically the names that were named on the agenda, hence why we are asking for the discretion of Director Turner to look into it and possibly bring it back to the board that did take action on those individuals.
I'm referring to my client. My clients, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, Legendary Farms, United Investment, they are 23, they're 03, they are that appeal.
Yeah.
That appeal, the request was at the beginning of today's hearing to have the partial granting of the appeal with respect to the high severity violations. That is before the board. My request is to handle that business first, because then it is a different presentation to the board in different legal issues and different facts that are relevant to those legal issues with respect to a revocation that is pursuing by way of Article 60 rather than a high severity violation that's pursuing by way of Chapter 13. They're not interchangeable. They are not things that were dual tracked at the planning commission.
I will say this. I can't speak for the board, but so far we have taken the recommendation of Director Turner for the amendments. So please present solely to the revocation and not to the high severity violations on that partial, and then we will move on. If there is a position of the board to potentially not go against the recommendation, then I will allow you to also speak to that.
I understand. However, my presentation is entirely geared towards the high severity violations. There was no notice to council, despite me just having a hearing with County Council and Director Turner last week at the Planning Commission and having regular emails. In fact, County Council mentioned not being a part of any of the communications. County Council was CC'd on 2 formal letterhead letters from my office in July and August that we had sent to him. So he did have that. The issue is an issue of just notice as to what's happening at this hearing and notice as to what we're doing here and like what is happening, because even though I understand in good faith that the board, it sounds like, is willing to proceed by way of the recommendation of the director, my request nevertheless is for
I hear your request. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess. I'd like to have a conversation. So 10 minutes, come back at 3:28. All right, welcome back. Thank you. Needed to take some time to discuss some of the options in front of us here. Appreciate Vice Crandall and helping out in that discussion as well. So I'm going to make a request of the board with 2 options. Things have changed today. We've made some agreements based on some recommendations, and I think that changes kind of the platform for AB 2303, or at least the foundation of it. And so option 1 is to ensure everybody understands what we are how we approach this topic by looking at a 3-week, I believe, continuance to September 17th for the whole 23-03, or B, doing a tentative approval of the recommendations for the persons deemed persons of responsibility, so that at least it can provide for their counsel to best be prepared to come back. But I think that I'll just be blunt. I've been a little confused and in the clouds here based on the changes that have occurred and the process that we are taking on. And I want to make sure everybody is best prepared and understanding of what how we approach this item when we come back. And so we had a conversation. We looked at September 17th, 11 a.m. as a potential continuance, and then either A, the whole 23-03, or partial 23-03 by doing a tentative agreement approval of the persons deemed responsible. And County Council, Mr. Guintavano, did I miss anything? Would you like to add anything to that?
No, that is correct. And upon depending on the decision of your board, I have prepared motion language to that effect in either scenario, in either option.
Okay. And Vice Chair Crandall, did you need to add anything else?
You got it.
Okay. And just wanted to check in with the rest of the board on your thoughts and potential action.
Well, I'd like to hear from the appellant. If there's some economy to be gained by splitting the appeal in half, and if in fact County Council says we can take partial action while deferring action on the revocation itself, I guess we can do it. I just don't know what the advantage is.
And that's why I put both options in front of you.
And would like to hear from the appellant.
And before that, I just want to check in with the rest of the board so that the appellant knows what to respond to.
So the question is take partial action today and just address the revocation on the 17th?
Or, well, there's three options, obviously. You can say, no, we disagree, we want to continue today. But the options are the whole 23-03 or partial.
On the 17th?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm okay pushing it to the 17th.
The entirety of 2303?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
All right, I will ask the appellant's counsel if that is just a response.
Yeah, yes, thank you. So first, I checked my calendar. I am available on the 17th.
Okay.
Excuse me. So for whatever the board chooses, I will be here. My request, respectfully, would be to bifurcate the process so that we address the high severity violation issue today, and then come back for the remainder on the 17th. That changes my process and my understanding of what the legal issues are enormously. That, you know, there is an entirely different set of legal considerations based on that. One related issue is that whichever way we decide to come back, or the board rather decides to come back on the 17th, I would like to have county council provide notice to me, to appellant, as to what the issues are that we're actually appealing and what the bases are for raising those issues now. So what I mean by that is, if we look at the memorandum for today, it's all predicated, it's item 6.1, it's all predicated on high severity violations. If we go back to the initial notice of violation, the initial notice of nuisance and abatement, that is all for Chapter 13 notice of violations. And that's what got appealed to the Planning Commission. Look at the Planning Commission's determination, it's all related to the high severity violations. There is no differentiation that occurred during the Planning Commission at the time, in fact, between the Chapter 13 issues and the other purported revocation issues. They're all one thing.
Okay.
But I should say that my preference is to only address the revocation if we need to.
And thank you for sharing that preference, and thank you for also letting us know if you were available. I'm going to make a statement that I agree with my colleague, Supervisor Simon, of pushing the whole thing and bringing it back, because I agree that we need to look at the entirety of 2303 in order to make sure that we make the right decision, and looking to see if Mr. Guintavano, I need to open it up for public comment on this for those that have already been sworn in for the continuation of.
Yes.
Rather than just the appellant's counsel. So I want to open that up for any other comment that we may have on that.
What am I allowed to speak on? Because this is very confusing for me.
You and me both. It's right now it's the continuation of. And so
just the continuation.
Yes.
There's nothing that I could put on record that was said earlier that I really didn't have a chance to speak on, and it's not the
because
what I'm talking about the last time I came up here. It's something else.
And I understand that, but we have not taken the entirety. We haven't taken up 23-03. We started with 23-02. And I want to make sure that we don't repeat everything. And so if
this is something brand new.
And at this moment in time, let's move that to the 17th, please, as that would make it so much easier.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comment?
May I please have some clarification? Sorry, I have a clarifying question. So we come back on the 17th. Am I presenting the entire high severity violation defense to the board?
Yes, because we are not taking action. If that's the way the board goes at this moment in time, it looks like that will be the direction, that we are not splitting and saying tentative approval of based on the recommendation. We're saying let's keep it whole so that we can have the whole conversation.
Then if that's the case, will we be conducting the hearing pursuant to Chapter 13, which calls for witness testimony under oath, penalty of perjury, burden of proof on the government?
And I'll check in with county counsel.
The procedures, the short answer to that would be yes, if there is going to be a high-severity administrative appeal hearing before your board. Now, it should be noted that staff, as part of their amended recommendations, has recommended that your board, at the conclusion of this appeal, AB 2303, to grant the appeal in part and deny it in part. The granting in part would be on the high-severity violations issue and those set of procedures. The denial, under staff's CDD staff's recommendation, would be to revoke the major use permit. So that is still on the table. That was placed on the record. That will still carry over to the next hearing. Your board has certainly the discretion, if your board chooses to continue the entirety of AB 2303 to the continuance date, to that later date, certainly your board has the discretion to dictate or outline the presentations or the order thereof of the presentations based on those two issues, and treat it in a way, in a bifurcated fashion, in that manner. It can still be held in a bifurcated fashion on that same day, and your board has discretion on which presentation goes first.
And I don't understand what counsel's saying. What does that mean?
So basically, we're looking at two separate items: the high severity nuisance and the revocation, and to pick those up separately.
I would object to that. If that's going to be the direction, I'd just rather go today. I can talk to my client about it, but those things are not differentiated in this entire process. Until today, that's going to just double the amount of work I have to do. It adds to the expense of my client, and it doesn't address the fundamental flaws, the legal flaws that the county, that Director Turner and County Counsel.
I'm gonna pause you. I understand what you're saying. And even though, County Counsel, if I may, please correct me, if it's possible to bifurcate, but there will be some potential blending between the two. So that doesn't mean it has to be physically separated, because I understand that one might lead to arguments of the other. But we are going to make a bifurcated decision based on recommendation of partial and partial. Does that help?
I don't know.
Ultimately, your board will have one set of findings and final decision under Appeal AB 23-03. And that findings and final decision will discuss two issues. One is under Chapter 13, the high severity, and your board's findings that may come out of that. We know that CDD staff has outlined their amended recommendation as it relates to the high severity violations issue. And that same findings of fact will also cover the issue of the permit revocation. The bifurcation, I believe, speaks to the two different sets of procedures that would apply if both were heard by your board with full testimony and presentation of evidence. Under Chapter 13, in a high severity violation, yes, cross-examination of witnesses are allowed. In Chapter 21, Article 60, it's not. So if you were to bifurcate, it will entail, although I would anticipate that there would be some overlap with the facts and evidence to be presented, but we would still be dealing with two sets of procedures. Staff, at this point, I would reiterate that CDD staff has put forth for your board's consideration a recommendation finding that Justin Smith and Melissa Smith are not responsible persons for purposes of the high severity violations of Chapter 13. That would forego the need for having presentation of evidence under the set of procedures under Chapter 13. That entails cross-examination of witnesses and a number of other things. And that would leave your board with just the revocation of the permit issue.
And that would be my request is it's much cleaner, I think, for everybody to manage that. If that's what staff's recommendation is to grant in part now, my request is to do that. Then we'll have a clean hearing on the remaining issues.
Thank you. Thank you for that request. County Council, I know that you are trying to do the wall of separation. I just want to make sure that somebody is available to ensure that the process is completely understood so that when we come back, there is no confusion from any of all sides coming up for testimony or for arguments. So if we can make sure that that is made available so that we can get there. I'm going to go back to the board and Supervisor Green. I'm looking for way forward at this moment in time.
I'm inclined to grant council's request to bifurcate the issue as far as the deeming the parties in this appeal as responsible persons. We've been down that road with the 2 prior appeals that have already been decided. I don't see anything in the factual attachment of this is going to change that particular examination. And in terms of both the economy for council and the appellants and ourselves being able to come back on the 17th and focus solely on the issue of the proposed revocation, I think will be cleaner and shorter and not happier necessarily, but there's plenty to dig into there, and he does need some certainty of the procedures to be used, as do our staff. So,
sounds like you're leaning towards a motion here.
Well, you're just taking a poll at this point. So if you want to keep polling, you can. If not, I would turn to County Council for the form of the motion. If there's a form of a motion, I think it is, if I understood the little cheat sheet I had here, and County Council can add on to this, but the motion would be to grant in part appeal AB 23-03 of the Planning Commission's decision determining Justin Smith and Melissa Smith as responsible persons for high severity violations, and to somehow partially populate the findings of fact that would come from that. And I don't know if there would be a second motion to continue the rest of the appeal to a date and time certain, September 17th. If you want a fixed time, I guess we need to turn to clerk for that. Do we have a time?
County Council, please help correct the original motion.
So in scheme of things, there would be 2 separate motions. One is what I would at this point characterize as an intended decision by your board, because as it was covered in the prior discussions of the prior appeals, typically your board then gets presented with all of the evidence, and your board issues at the conclusion of all presentation of evidence with an intended decision, whether to grant or deny, or grant in part or deny in part. And then you have that 45-day period kicks in, wherein staff is then directed to file a draft findings of fact for your board's consideration. So with all that being said, the first motion, with your board's approval, would be to approve an intended decision that Justin Smith and Melissa Smith are not responsible persons for the high severity violations on property 2290 Soda Bay Road, APN 008-010-29, pursuant under the definition stated in the Lake County Code section 13-47Q, and direct staff to incorporate that intended decision in its findings of fact after the conclusion of this appeal hearing. That would be the motion.
And I apologize, I don't believe there is an intended.
No, hold on.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but so about as confusing as today can be, but I am going to second the motion, because I do think the clearer path forward is this direction. We'll see what the board votes, but I'm going to second.
Thanks for the second.
I'm going to say
so moved so that he can second again.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And looking for a second motion for September 17th at 11 a.m.
May I please be heard? I'm sorry, the issue of it being a tentative and intended decision.
So I think at this point, please speak with county council. There is no way for us to make a final decision on a piece of a appeal when the appeal as a whole has not been finalized. So please speak with county council to better understand the reasons behind that.
Yeah. Thank you.
So the second motion would be to continue the appeal hearing of Appeal AB 23-03 to a date and time certain, and that would be September
17th at 11 a.m.
September 17th at 11 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and we will see you again on September 17th, and please make sure to reach out to county council.
Thank you. May I please have one more moment, please, about...
On the side, at this moment in time, this item is closed. We are done. We are available to speak with you afterwards.
I just want to make sure that I can talk to county council. I tried so much.
We just gave direction. Please do so.
Okay. That happened last time, and they didn't call me back.
Please do so.
Okay.
Okay, I believe we are on
6.11.
calendars or
6.11.
Oh my goodness gracious.
We got one more.
Oh, Doug. Excuse me, 6:11, 3 p.m., sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, notification of office closure and reduction of services. Mr. Gearhart. Good afternoon.
It's afternoon, so thank you.
We're not in the evening quite yet.
It's not evening. Positive.
So, okay. I assume you've received my memo that explains the situation. Brief summary is we're losing our engineer and going to very short staffing.
Oh, the public needs to hear you.
Okay. Is that better?
Lean in.
Okay. I feel like I'm eating the mic. So we are losing our engineer. He's leaving next week. And so we will be down to 2 long-term staff and 1 brand new hire. And we have, other than myself, no technical staff available at the district at this point. So we've done multiple recruitments this year and have had no luck in finding a quality or reliable applicant. Once we had 2 applicants the first time, 1 didn't accept, the other didn't work out and had to be let go fairly quickly. The second round of applicants, we had 1 applicant and they were not qualified for the position. So we've run into a lot of problems with recruitment recently, and this is the first time we've run into this problem where we haven't been able to find someone, and so we have a transition to keep going, because we do, as you know, every department loses staff on a regular basis with turnover and things. So what we're doing now is we're trying to prioritize the immediate needs, the immediate issues and mandates that we have, and putting those into a notification so that the public's aware and you're aware that what the issues are and what we're doing to try and solve those. Our immediate issue is we have to maintain our attainment status, which means air monitoring. So we have no field staff at the moment. So that is myself and Elizabeth doing all the air monitoring. So we're kind of back to the old days when we started 20 years ago. And that will probably be 50 to 60%, maybe even higher percent of our time, just maintaining that equipment and all the QA and data processing that's required for that. So with that, then we have our permits, burn program, and those types of things that are essential mandatory functions. All non-mandatory functions are what we're proposing to basically put on hold. Grant programs are we like grant programs, but those are the lowest priority in terms of our mandates. And so we'll try and keep as many of them as we can, but they will be basically on hold. And if we can get back to them before the money has to be returned to the state, then we will. But if we can't, then there will be funds that get returned to the state as those programs come up for either expenditure or return. So we're hoping we can get this turned around fairly quickly, but it's whatever the market is on an application process. I have no guarantee, and we don't know where we're going yet. So with that, we're trying to keep everything that's essential and necessary. The prescribed burn program, of course, is a high priority. The reference in our memo to prescribed burn is regarding the grant program and the MOU with the state to do additional reporting that they're requesting. So that is going to be put on hold, but the burn permits system and stuff is being worked on right now. We're just waiting on contracts to be reviewed so we can get them signed and get the process and online system up and running. So with that, I guess I'll leave it. If you have more questions or need more details on specific things, I'm happy to help.
And just, I know it's in the memo, but just for the public who may not have had the chance to read the memo, you will be available via phone, via email. It's the office itself that will not be open to walk-ins.
Right. Yeah. Especially this time of year, we have very little walk-in traffic, so it's much easier to be able to do that. But we need people to call ahead and make an appointment. So the obvious reason is we're not always going to be available. And if people come in and all they can do is walk in the office and stand there and ding the bell and no one's there to help them, they get kind of angry, and we would much rather they call ahead. We can schedule a time when we know someone's going to be available that can help them through whatever process they need. We will be putting out some information and posting information on our website to explain for the different things that people do walk in for, like sign-offs with the county for building permits and things where they have generators or stuff that may need permitting. We'll put out some information that explains what to bring or what to send us so we can review it. And so when they come in, we've had that chance to look at it and we can do their paperwork quickly and easily. So we are working on putting some of that together quickly. It won't be the prettiest information sheet, but it will be helpful, and we'll get people moved through the process as fast as we can. But calling ahead and making sure that we're available, and then making sure that application packets or details are complete will expedite the process for the public and for anyone needing things that are not standard permitting with us. So standard permitting, it's pretty straightforward, but anything else, it's just helpful to have complete information.
Okay. Thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska.
And we're getting very close to burn permit season, and that's all going to be online. Is that correct?
Yeah, the online system is being worked on. We have contracts under review with County Council, and just to make, so we can get everything formalized for this burn season. We hope to have those probably in the next week or so, and then we'll be getting the system up and running and tested well before burn season starts.
Okay, good.
So.
And then, for the prescribed fire, just again, because we've got some folks in the room here.
Yeah.
It's the extra monitoring that you won't be able to handle? Is that correct?
It's the prescribed fire grant and reporting that the state is requesting or demanding of us. So we have an MOU, and they can provide funding to do extra work, and those are the things that we're not going to be able to do. We still will have prescribed fire permits, and we'll still work with people on forecasting and doing all of the normal things of the burn program. It's just those extras that are under the state Air Resources Board programs that we won't be able to do for this season. So we can have we can provide the raw data to them and they can put together their report, but we won't be able to do that for them. So.
Okay. And then are you still working for Mendocino County?
Yes. Yeah, I'm still working for Mendocino County, and that is an additional 10 hours a week, or up to an additional 10 hours a week over the 40-hour week here. So under the MOU, I'm still working 50 hours a week as a standard.
I believe that's done at the end of the year?
The end of the fiscal year.
We don't have an early termination on that.
It is possible to do an early termination with notice and things, but I will say the workload has decreased significantly. So my time most weeks is 2 to 5 hours, but with an occasional longer week when they have a special meeting or something that they need me to attend, but that's pretty rare now. So it's mostly about training and referring people to the right health and safety codes. Go read this and figure out what that means, and then I can help you through jump through those hoops.
While I appreciate that you think that it sounds like it's low impact for you, but for cutting back services for Lake County residents, it's really hard to justify having your time also dedicated to a different county.
All right. Well, that's, yeah, I understand. And it's, again, it's, I'm still working my full time here,
Yeah.
plus the extra time to do that program. So it's, a challenge either way. So, and then if things go bad there, we're still impacted with additional work if something goes wrong. So, so that's where weighing of all those issues is challenging. So
I believe that you, at least based on the memo, you're working on some contracts to see what can help out a little bit. And I also believe that you will be coming back to the board with some ideas and suggestions. So I appreciate that you're working on whatever plan that might be, whether that's plan B, plan C. You're obviously not giving up to fix this issue, and I appreciate that. I do hear that training in Lake County actually works to really help the people from Mendocino if you bring them here to do the work that we need to get accomplished. But it's unfortunate, and I hope that you're being open to different HR options on making the positions more accessible. Granted, you need to have a certain level of expertise to be able to fill those positions, but just being flexible and being open to different suggestions and ideas so that we can get you the help that you need. I don't disagree with the comments made by Supervisor Paiska. I know that's something that I have been worried about since the very beginning. Luckily, this is more towards the tail end rather than the beginning of it that we're seeing this problem. But at the same time, I don't want to say work over here, and by the way, you're on salary, you don't get paid, work more hours while you're getting paid for the extra hours of working at Mendocino. So it's kind of it's a selfish feeling to want you to stay here and do more. But as long as those hours stay that low, I think that it's going in the right direction. But anyone else have any? Please.
I was just going to say a lot of the things that I'm doing now with them also are co-benefits. So I'm doing a lot. Some of it's the state meetings and things where it's all I can do it all remote. So I'm representing Lake and Mendocino County at the same time in those meetings. So I'm still doing the work for Mendocino, billing the time, but I'm also we're providing a benefit to both at the same time and splitting the time. So there's a lot of things that are a shared or educational experience to better and be more efficient here that I'm finding while I do things for them as well. So,
okay. Again, staying on that topic, you said it's done at the end of the fiscal year, so we're talking June 30th, 2025.
Yes.
I don't know if there's consensus or not, but in case this takes longer than necessary, can we see that at the halfway point for a review so that the board can kind of get a better understanding of what's changed in your current office and what's the workload still for Mendocino, just so that we don't just let it slide and continue on all the way to June when there's a struggle currently and we need to make sure that people have access to the permits. We're keeping up on our attainment stuff. There's a lot of important things going on in your department. And so, just to check in.
Yeah, I will definitely say with the recruitment issues and staffing issues, we'll be definitely giving you updates at least every couple months with the current status if we're still having ongoing issues. So we'll definitely bring it back.
I think I saw nods of yes for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Let's open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see Frank's iPhone 2. Oh, so sorry. I did not see you get up.
So I had to hit. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I had to hit like 6 buttons to unmute for some reason. Thank you for the opportunity. Frank Abel with the U.S. Forest Service in Upper Lake. And Doug, totally understand issues with staffing and multiple jobs working for multiple counties. I'm doing the same myself and having a lot of struggle. It did sound like there's not going to be a real severe impact to prescribed fire programs in the county, whether it be agency or agriculture or otherwise. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We're doing our best to avoid any impacts. The only impact that may occur is weekend calls. We may be more stringent about requesting the call on Friday so we have time to forecast and do things, because it will be very limited availability on the weekends, which will probably be me doing all the burn calls for every weekend until we have staff hired and trained. So
I get it. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you for the comment. Back to the chamber.
Yep, Paul Duncan, Operations Chief for CAL FIRE Northern Region. And I appreciate all of Doug's work. I'm just concerned anytime we have a reduction in service, especially coming into burn permit season and closing of the office when we've moved burn permits to that location, because we always have folks that come in that can't run a computer or turn an iPad on. So I just want to make sure we're kind of providing those folks a means of getting the permit by, I don't know if that's a kiosk somewhere that the folks can go up to and get a permit at, but just want to make sure that that's not impacting folks trying to get permits. I do not want to be an impediment to anybody doing any kind of burning in the county that's legal, because we do need to reduce our fuel loading, and we can't do it on the fire side by ourselves, so we need the help of landowners, property owners to do that correctly. And then as far as Doug and his position, is there a way that the county can incentivize him staying here locally? I understand he's on a salary, but is there a way we pay him on the weekends, or is there an additional pay that could be incentivized where he doesn't have to go out of the county and seek other employment for funding? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll say I don't know that he was seeking employment other than being a great team player by Mendocino not being able to find a director for their air district for multiple
over 2 years they were searching. So, yeah.
And so that's appreciated, especially if I remember correctly, your statements were that their lack of an air district leadership has impact on our air district. Very thoughtful of you, and thank you for your efforts on that. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Daly, Executive Director of the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance. We're a community-based program here in Lake County. Have the honor of collaborating with a lot of great organizations throughout the county and agencies as well to put good fire on the ground. So we're very concerned when we got the memo, and I feel grateful just to hear the update from Doug and the prioritization of continuing prescribed burning and permitting as part of the essential and mandatory duties of air quality. Just lots of good work to do this season, so appreciate the support continuing, making sure that we're able to get permits and keep doing the good work. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for everything you do in our communities. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? I see no one in the Zoom room and no one getting up in the chamber. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Pyska.
Just following up on Chief Duncan's comments, so folks that need help with online permitting, will they make an appointment, or we do have non-tech users?
Right. We have in previous years done appointments for those that need help, because we do recommend, or for the last 3 years, I think we've recommended appointments. And even with COVID, we were accepting appointments during that time as well. So we were making appointments to ensure that someone's available to help them and can do it timely and appropriately for them. So yeah, we just request people call, and we can set up an appointment if they're unable to do the online system, because that's been an ongoing issue for a number of years, and most of them do show up to our office to get those permits. So yeah, we're used to it, and we have a few months, hopefully, to work out all the details before burn season starts. So we will be working on refining that process to make sure we have an expedited process to help them through.
One quick comment, and this was also kind of based on Chief Duncan's comments. I know that Supervisor Simon has spoken highly of the kiosk that was set up in our child welfare office.
Yeah.
And if there's something that can be set up so that those that do go to the office, they can still have a simple access to be able to at least register or submit something. That would be, I think, technology, even though some people are technology adverse.
Right.
I think technology can play a role in helping out in this situation. So whatever is possible, please bring to our attention to see if you need our approval or our support. But I think that we got to look at all options.
Right. I was just going to say, our plan for this year is for anyone coming to the office will be to do their permit through the online system, but they'll be able to pay locally. Because I would say the vast majority of people that come in to do a permit in person, it's because they don't want to do the online payment system. So we're working on that so we can do the online system, and whether that's we enter it or we have an iPad or something out on the counter that we can allow them to enter all their information and then do it that way. That is what we're thinking at the moment. So
maybe a Venmo account might help. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah. Appreciate the update. Obviously, with all the good fire we're putting on the ground in the county here, I don't think we have a 4 or 5 months. I know last year there were some burns that happened in September, October last year, so it's coming up very quickly. And I know some of those are planned a year ahead and those types of things, but just want to get that out there that I don't think we have 4 months. I think it's going to come a little bit quicker than that. The other thing is looking forward to any changes or suggestions you'll have as far as contracting. I know that's a challenge to get those engineers, not only in your department, but in many other departments. And some changes hopefully will be coming to the board to help us fill those positions. But looking at contracting opportunities with local agencies, tribes, something, I don't know, just so we have a backup plan if we're losing engineers or other folks, so we can continue moving in the direction to just help support you. So anything you bring to the board, I guess is what I'm saying, open to have those conversations, even if we've never done it before in Lake County, because sometimes you got to think outside of the box on how to do these things. So just want to give you my support for that, Doug.
Okay.
I imagine the rest of the board.
Anything you can bring scientific engineering into the county would be greatly appreciated. Air quality engineering is a unique side of engineering, so it encompasses a lot of different fields, so it's not a specialty. It's more of a general everything engineering, because you have to look at everything from civil to mechanical to chemical all in one. So it's one of those odd ones where it's hard to find people. So getting people of scientific or engineering backgrounds is interested in moving to Lake County or being involved in Lake County is a key thing for us.
Well, how staffed up is Mendocino?
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, the Mendocino engineer used to work for us, so. And we're looking at contracting him to do some additional help with us for the moment, so.
Well, that's going the wrong way.
Yeah. Well, at least we're making,
Appreciate the item. Hope we can resolve this so that it doesn't have to last for too long. And please keep us posted. Again, I think we've basically all shared, we want to support whatever new ideas you might have to be able to make this as palatable for everybody in the community so that we can continue to do the work that we're doing.
Right.
And this is informational only, no action to take, and I don't think we have any further comments at this moment in time. So thank you very much for making this public announcement, and we'll look forward to seeing the announcement on the website, social media, and things like that so that everybody could be aware of how it is that they can continue to interact with your department.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. And last is our calendars. Start with Supervisor Green.
Oh, my goodness. Met with Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council yesterday. Good discussion, actually really hitting the ground running and having some good substantive discussions. Tomorrow, I'll be having coffee with Supervisor-elect Rasmussen. We're going to be starting that up on a regular basis, just so we can touch base. Looks like First Five Commission that afternoon. Fair's coming up, so it looks like I'm going to the Blue Ribbon Dinner on Thursday. Above and beyond that, with Labor Day coming up, the calendar's pretty clear, and if it wasn't clear, I'd be clearing it just because I had a little car incident over the weekend, so I'm going to be, if you see me around town hoofing, you'll know why. But that's about all I have for now.
That's the Blue Zone's way. Next is Supervisor Simon.
Yeah, same with mine. Pretty clear agenda here. We've got the holiday coming up this weekend. definitely will make it out to the fair. Obviously, 4-H will be doing their thing, which they do every year, which go out and support the kids. I know all the businesses show up, and, you know, hopefully they all get to sell everything that they've raised. So anyway, I wish everybody good luck this weekend. And then next week, I have the Geothermal Advisory Committee on my schedule on the 5th. And then on, looks like Friday the 6th, I also have State Board of Fire Services, and then back here on the 10th for the meeting.
Vice Chair Pyska?
Well, I just first want to give an announcement. The Blackberry Cobbler Festival was massive. I think there was about 4,500, 5,000 people that came. Calpine and Sutter were both the platinum sponsors this year, so two really wonderful organizations that always give back and always support our communities. So thanks to all the volunteers who helped to make that happen. It's a really big deal for the community to have that many people showing up and coming and supporting all the other local businesses. And tomorrow I have the CSAC visit. Oh, that's at 8:30. Change that. And then after that, the webinar panel with Insurance Commissioner Lara. And then Thursday, I have a PG&E check-in meeting, a wood storage meeting. We're going to be meeting in Upper Lake.
That's right.
And the rec agency meeting got no quorum, so I'm going to decline that one. And then I will also be at the Blue Ribbon Dinner. And then Friday, I have an insurance working group meeting. I will be at the football game Friday night. Fair Saturday morning for the auction. And let's see, next week. Next Tuesday, I have NCO governing board meeting since we won't be here in Ukiah. And then I have a meeting with CDD on the 5th. Then later on that afternoon, the geothermal meeting. And then my meeting with CAO Parker on the 9th.
Thank you. Vice Chair Crandall?
So tonight, 6 p.m. at the Clear Lake Oaks Moose Lodge, John T. Klaus, there'll be a meeting and something like a town hall or something of the like there. I will be going to the meeting Thursday in Upper Lake with Supervisor Pyska. I won't be going to the Blue Ribbon dinner. I was thinking about it, but I realized it's my son's birthday, so I'll have to take him out to dinner or something like that. And then Friday, I will be, I have an open calendar, but I know that I'm going to be going to a dinner for one of my nephews who's going off to the Navy. Lalo Perez from Upper Lake just graduated. He's going to the Navy. It's always good when a kid's going off for a while to explore the world and become a veteran and serve their country. So as for that, I know that we have something on the 9th, PG&E, right? And then I know CERT will be that night. And back here on the 10th for our Board of Supervisors meeting.
Thank you very much. So tomorrow, doing a quick update with LG Sonic early in the morning, meeting with our CSAC president and 2 staff members from CSAC. Really appreciate the help from the CAO's office in helping organize all of that. And thankful for the supervisors that are involved as well in presenting. Later on, because I believe it should be done by about 1:30, I do plan on going to the First Five Commission as well to keep track of what's going on there, and then we'll finish the day off with joining the Lake County Fire Protection District board meeting. On Thursday, I'll be taking off to the CSAC Board of Directors meeting in Sacramento. There's going to be a lot of voting of what propositions to support, things like that. That is the last meeting before the election where we really want to get that out there about CSAC support or not support. And just to let you know, and maybe I need to do this differently in the future. I don't bring things to the board saying, how do you want me to vote at CSAC? But just know that I try to find what I feel the board would say rather than just my own personal opinion on certain propositions, because I'm there to represent Lake County. I'm not there to represent myself as an individual. So even though I know I may vote one way personally, I make sure to vote the way that I think Lake County would need and want to vote. And so let me know if I need to change the way that I do that. Later on, I should be able to come back in time for the Continuum of Care. The Interfaith Committee is meeting. We're continuously trying to engage with our faith leadership throughout the county and better understanding how the COC and that leadership can come together to better help those in need. On Friday morning, pit count discussion will be happening at the courthouse, and also I will be involved in a conversation with our auditor for our finances for the County of Lake. I will not be at the fair because I will be visiting my family since it is a birthday that I will be celebrating, so I hope it goes well. And my following week is fairly vacant other than we do have a COC meeting that Thursday. The City Council for the City of Clear Lake will be happening later on that evening. And then I believe that we're both involved in this, Vice Chair Crandall, but the EEL Visioning Workshop that's happening at Robinson Rancheria on the 6th. Okay. And then coming back on the 9th, as stated, meeting with PG&E and meeting with our CAO to prepare for Tuesday. And I'm, no offense, I'd have appreciated Mr. Carter's presence in our conversations, but I'm really hopeful that we get to meet with CAO Parker on next Monday. Her presence is missed. And then back here for our meeting on Tuesday. And with that, you got a do-over?
Not really a do, but you reminded me because of Clear Lake. I wanted to give a shout out to Clear Lake City Manager Alan Flora and his lovely wife Nicole for being kind enough to stop on Highway 20 as my stupid car was breaking down and check up on me and give me a ride down to Cal Fire Station, which was not staffed, and then gave me a ride back to my car, and then gave my poor sister, who was trapped, a ride home to Lakeport while I got the car in AAA squared away. I have never been so happy to see a random car stop after a long uphill trek to nowhere than I was to see them, and it's just such a random encounter, but random acts of kindness such as Mr. and Mrs. Flora bestowed on me. I'm very grateful.
Lots of good people in the area. All right, thank you for that. And with that, we're going to go into closed session. 8.1, conference with legal counsel, decision whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. And with that, our open session is complete and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.